if the court
But
system and the judges, attorneys that all work there, and the what do you call it, the public defenders and the cops, they're a whole system that's just put there, and then they have all these uh, uh, statutes and policies, and you know, and it's really not that. It's kind of a scam, you know. It's kind of barely. It's not lawful, but it's legal. I don't know. You know what I mean?
mhm.
If you weren't a U.S. citizen, you know, with your name in all capital letters and all that stuff, you could just ignore all those people because it would just be like you say, this isn't a law. I mean, where's the victim of the crime you say I did? There's no victim. There's no injured party. You know, what kind of law is this?
So I don't want to go out my way and violate statutes, codes, you know, ordinances. Like, I don't speed. Like, I drive for a living, right?
I
So
do.
of course I'm gonna need a driver's license to drive because I'm hauling, passengers and goods. Not so much passengers these days, but in the past I have hauled passengers.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not one of those sovereign people. To me, my opinion is that the Most High God is the sovereign, and we're all equal under Him. And that's what the founding documents say. Hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. Like, that's the way I see it. So when people start talking about they're a sovereign, I'm like, I really don't know what you're talking about. God is the sovereign, and then some people say that we are gods, and I'm not really down with that either. Um, I believe that we're adopted into the family of Elohim through Christ and His reconciliation at the cross and the Calvary and all that stuff. But
Uh-huh.
I don't think we're gods. I don't think we're gods, and I don't think
Well,
we're sovereign.
no. Well, yeah. I think they're trying to like go back to like natural law, like you say. Like, they're saying, you know what? I didn't agree to, be in your little system and get drug into court over your statutes and little made up policies and whatnot.
Right.
I'm a free man, Well, like with the driver's license, you drive in commerce, and I mean the DMV manual will tell you that the only people that need driver's licenses are people on the road using the roads for commerce. The taxi
And that's
driver,
exactly
the
what I'm
truck
doing.
driver, or ambulance driver, and
The
otherwise you're
pizza
just a,
guy.
a otherwise you're just a traveling from point A to point B. As you're free to move around. You're driving your own personal conveyance. It's not a motor vehicle. It's your and But when you try that with the cop that pulls you over and you say, I'm not driving. He goes, what do you mean? You're sitting behind the wheel. I just saw you driving. No, I'm not involved in commerce. They're like, what the hell? What are you talking about?
I think some of them know. Like the
Yeah.
older ones, I think they've heard it so many times that they were like, okay, maybe I should go look up the definition of driver. But if I ever get pulled over, that's the first thing I'm going to ask the cop. Excuse me, officer, I'll be willing to, yeah, I'll gladly give you my driver's license just so long as you can give me the definition, the legal definition of driver. And that's because I don't disagree with anything you just said. On my motorcycle, I'm not driving. Like, the words driving a motorcycle just sounds silly, right?
Yeah, right. Doesn't sound right.
So yeah, when I'm on my motorcycle, I'm not driving anywhere. I'm not a driver. You can't legally classify me as a driver. But when I'm in my car delivering pizza, I'm a driver. I'm operating
Yeah.
under my license. So that's kind of like when I'm at home, right, and my dog chews through my wire. I'm not an electrician. All I'm doing is rewiring my mouth, right?
Yeah.
But if the breaker box were to malfunction, I would need a electrician's license to fix anything past the breaker box, in between the breaker box and the pole, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in that case, I would hire a licensed electrician, because anything else would be illegal. But just rewiring my mouse, I mean, that's something that doesn't require a driver's license. Just like me riding my motorcycle, right? Traveling in my personal conveyance, I would not be operating under my driver's license at the time. And I don't see why I would have to produce a driver's license, especially seeing how A, I don't speed, and B, I shouldn't be held under the same statutes as a driver. Anyway, I appreciate the conversation with you, bro.
Oh, thank
Appreciate
you.
your time.
Same here. You got to bounce.
Yeah, I'm at home now, so I'm gonna go spend
Oh,
time with the family.
oh yeah. You got a family that stays up late. I see.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right, peace out, bro.
Okay, talk to you later. There he goes. I should probably go to bed too. Got 2% left on my phone. Great. Let's see here. This is goofy. I'm going to take 657 411. Six five seven zero. Two six one 379. Need a bank statement. Need a bank statement. Need a recent bank statement. This is really neat.
So, sure. In my book, Famous Freemasons Exposed, I showed how Nicholas Copernicus, Johannes Kepler, Galileo Galilei, and Isaac Newton, the four forefathers of the globalist heliocentric doctrine, all posed for Masonic portraits, highlighting various symbols and hand signs denoting their affiliation with the Brotherhood. Galileo poses on a Masonic checkerboard floor, Kepler with the hidden hand sign, and all four of them pose with a Masonic compass and globe while flashing the Masonic M hand sign. Sir Isaac Newton was even knighted by Queen Anne at Trinity's College Masonic Masters Lodge. An inordinate number of NASA astronauts, the current propagators of the globalist heliocentric doctrine, are or were admitted Freemasons as well. John Glenn, two-time U.S. Senator and one of NASA's first astronauts, is a known Mason. Buzz Aldrin Jr., the second man to lie about walking on the moon, is an admitted ring-wearing, hand-sign-flashing 33rd degree Mason from Montclair Lodge, number 144 in New Jersey. Edgar Mitchell, another supposed moonwalker aboard Apollo 14, is an Order of Demolay Mason at Artesta Lodge, number 29 in New Mexico. James Irwin of Apollo 15, the last man to lie about walking on the moon, was a Tejon Lodge number 104 member in Colorado Springs. Don Eisel on Apollo 7 was a member of the Luther B. Turner Lodge number 732 in Ohio. Gordon Cooper aboard Mercury 9 and Gemini 5 was a Master Mason in Carbondale Lodge number 82 in Colorado. Virgil Grisham on Apollo 1 and 15, Mercury 5 and Gemini 3 was a Master Mason from Mitchell Lodge number 228 in Indiana. Walter Schirra Jr. on Apollo 7, Sigma 7, Gemini 6 and Mercury 8 was a 33rd degree Mason at Canaveral Lodge number 339 in Florida. Thomas Stafford on Apollo 10 and 18, Gemini 7 and 9 was a Mason at Western Star Lodge number 138 in Oklahoma. Paul Weitz on Skylab 2 and Challenger is from Lawrence Lodge number 708 in Pennsylvania. NASA astronauts Neil Armstrong, Alan Shepard, William Pogue, Vance Brand, and Anthony England all had fathers who were Freemasons too. The amount of astronauts known to be Freemasons or from Freemasonic families is astonishing. It is likely that more astronauts and people of key importance in NASA are affiliated with the Brotherhood as well, but not so open about their membership. For there to be this many Masons, members of the world's largest and oldest secret society, involved with the promotion and propagation of this globalist heliocentric doctrine from its outset to today, should raise some serious suspicion. C. Fred Kleinecht, head of NASA at the time of the Apollo space program, is now the Sovereign Grand Commander of the Council of the 33rd Degree of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry of Southern jurisdiction. It was his reward for pulling it off. All of the first astronauts were Freemasons. There's a photograph in the House of the Temple in Washington, D.C. of Neil Armstrong supposedly on the moon's surface in his spacesuit holding his Masonic apron. NASA's logo is a red forked serpent's tongue overlaying the starry heavens. Serpents, and specifically their forked tongues, have long been associated with lying, deceit, cleverness, two-facedness, manipulation, and with Satan, the devil. Why would the National Aeronautics and Space Administration choose this as their official logo? The United Nations, the New World Order government headquarters, built on land donated by 33rd degree Freemason John D. Rockefeller, is represented by a logo and flag which clearly depicts a flat Earth divided into 33 sections. There are 33 official degrees of Scottish Rite Freemasonry, and the UN flag features a flat Earth divided into exactly 33 sections. Why would the United Nations founders choose a logo and flag of a flat Earth map divided into 33 sections? How is it that C. Fred Kleinecht, the head of NASA, retired and immediately became the head of the 33rd degree of Freemasonry? How is it that all the forefathers of the ball Earth theory and so many NASA astronauts are all Freemasons? The Masons' esoteric religion, the very basis of their symbols and rituals, is sun worship. From their first day in the lodge, Masonic initiates learn that Freemasonry is all about light, enlightenment, illumination, hence the Illuminati, and hence worship of the sun as the giver of light. Masonic halls are all purposely constructed to correspond with the motions of the sun. They are always situated intentionally facing east towards the sun, with the worshipful master sitting in the far east on a throne engraved with a picture of the sun. The high festival of the Masons is on Christians' St. John's Day, or the 24th of June, otherwise known as Midsummer's Day, when the sun arrives at its annual highest elevation, the summer solstice. Regarding the Masonic rite of circambulation, 33rd degree Freemasonic historian Albert Mackey says, "In Freemasonry, people always walked 3 times round the altar while singing a sacred hymn. In making this procession, great care was taken to move an imitation of the course of the sun. The rite of circumambulation undoubtedly refers to the doctrine of sun worship." Masonry is derived and is the remains of the religion of the ancient Druids, who, like the Magi of Persia and the priests of Heliopolis in Egypt, were priests of the sun. They paid great worship to this great luminary, as the great visible agent of a great invisible first cause. The Christian religion and Masonry have one and the same common origin. Both are derived from the worship of the sun. The difference between their origin is that the Christian religion is a parody on the worship of the sun, in which they put a man whom they call Christ in place of the sun, and pay him the same adoration which was originally paid to the sun. In Masonry, many of the ceremonies of the Druids are preserved in their original state, at least without any parody. With them, the sun is still the sun, and his image, in the form of the sun, is the great emblematical ornament of Masonic lodges and Masonic dresses. It is the central figure on their aprons, and they wear it also as a pendant on the breast of their lodges and in their processions. The sun, as the great visible agent of the Creator, was the invisible object of the adoration of the Druids. All their religious rites and ceremonies had reference to the apparent progress of the sun through the 12 signs of the zodiac and his influence upon the earth. The Masons adopt the same practices. The roof of their temples or lodges is ornamented with a sun, and the floor is a representation of the variegated face of the earth, either by carpeting or mosaic work. The emblematical meaning of the sun is well known to the enlightened and inquisitive Freemason, and as the real sun is situated in the center of the universe, so the emblematical sun is in the center of real Masonry. Only the scientific Freemason knows the reason why the sun is placed in the center of this beautiful hall, says Thomas Paine in his Origin of Freemasonry. The real reason the sun is placed in the center of Masonic halls is because it represents the core of their 5-century-long heliocentric deception. First, the sun worshippers took us off our ancient natural 13-month lunar calendars and replaced them with unnatural, irregular 12-month Gregorian solar calendars. Second, they put the sun into the center of the universe and then convinced people the earth and everything else revolve around it. Third, they made the sun the biggest object in the heavens, supposedly 119 times bigger than the moon, even though we can clearly see they are of equal size. Fourth, they demoted the moon to being a mere reflector of the sun's magnificent light, claiming the moon to have no light of its own. And finally, in 1969, the sun worshippers, aboard a craft named Apollo after the Greek sun god, claimed to land on and thereby spiritually and physically conquer the moon. Tex Mars in Codex Magica says, "The sun has ever been at the center of false religion. The ancient mystery religions venerated the sun, the solar disk, as deity. The Greeks honored Apollo as the child of the sun. The Romans paid homage to Mithra, the sun god. These pagan philosophies form the basis for the worship of the Illuminati and indicate the importance of the sun as a symbol of satanic deity. Now today, the Masons, as did the apostate Jewish elders and priests in the days of Ezekiel, continue to worship Satan the sun god, also called Lucifer or Baal, by other names. The name of their great god Jabulon, which is revealed to the Masons in the higher degrees, is a synonym for the solar deity. 2 of the 3 syllable in the name, Ba and Lan, mean Baal and On, both of which represent sun and fire gods. The winged disc symbol, displayed prominently over the doorway of Masonic lodges, shows a solar disc with eagle's wings and 2 serpents. This ancient symbol was found in Egyptian, Sumerian, Mesopotamian, Hittite, Anatolian, Persian, Native American, Mexican, and Australian tribal cultures, always representative of the sun. Eagles have also long been associated with the sun, since they fly highest, closest to the sun, and they can stare straight into its light. Roman generals kept golden solar eagles atop their rods as a sign of supremacy over the army. In Egypt, Horus the hawk was always symbolized with the sun over his head. The Native Americans also associated eagles with the sun, such as the Abenaki eagle god Kisosin the Sunbringer. NASA's Apollo 11 mission patch symbol shows an eagle landing on the moon. The Apollo 16 and 17 patches also prominently feature eagles. The Apollo 13 symbol shows 3 horses pulling the sun behind them, which references the ancient Greek legend of Helios, the sun god, traveling across the sky in a chariot drawn by horses. In total, NASA supposedly landed 12 men and 0 women on the moon. Since the moon has always been associated with the feminine and the number 13, the sun associated with the masculine, and number 12, putting 12 men on the moon, once again is symbolic of the Masonic patriarchal brotherhood conquering the divine celestial feminine. This is also the occult reason why Apollo 13 coincidentally had an explosion at 113 on April 13th. William Cooper in Mystery Babylon said, "To make interstellar travel believable, NASA was created. The Apollo space program foisted the idea that man could travel to and walk upon the moon. Every Apollo mission was carefully rehearsed and then filmed in a large sound stage at the Atomic Energy Commission's top-secret test site in the Nevada desert, and in a secured and guarded soundstage at the Walt Disney Studios, within which was a huge-scale mock-up of the moon. All names, missions, landing sites, and events in the Apollo space program echoed the occult metaphors, rituals, and symbology of the Illuminati's secret religion. The most transparent was the faked explosion of the spacecraft Apollo 13 named Aquarius, New Age, at 13:13 military time on April 13th, 1970. So why do NASA logos feature serpent tongues and eagles? And why are there an excessive number of Mason astronauts? The eagle-winged solar disk symbol with twin serpents found in every Masonic lodge holds the answer. The double-headed eagle is the official symbol of the 33rd degree of Masonry. The 25th degree of Masonry initiates are known as Knights of the Brazen Serpent, and the 28th degree are known as Knights of the Sun. The religion of the Druids, precursor to modern Masonry, was the same as the ancient Egyptians, where priests ruled from Heliopolis, the city of the sun, a city full of obelisks built for their sun god Ra. David Bay, in Freemasonry Proven to Worship Lucifer, says, "The Egyptians believed that the spirit of their sun god Ra resides within the obelisk. Therefore, they would worship and pray to the obelisk, always facing east, 3 times daily if possible. The greatest obelisk in the world is the Washington Monument, created by the Freemasons in honor of President George Washington. To see how important the obelisk is to the Mason, you only have to go to a cemetery where Masons are buried and look at the many graves which display obelisk gravestones." And William Cooper again said, "The serpent is universally the symbol of the sun, as the sun was the great enlightener of the physical world, so the serpent was held to have been the great enlightener of the spiritual, by giving mankind the knowledge of good and evil. And according to the Bible, you know who gave man the knowledge of good and evil? Satan, Lucifer. Now if the adepts knew that the sun was a symbol of something that the people would not support, such as a belief that Lucifer, the devil, was the god that they worshipped, they would have to continue with their charade, so that the people would not decide to stop worshipping. Because if the sheeple figured it out, they would no longer support their activities. They would have to keep their beliefs from the people, and conceal their secret worship in hidden symbols. So sun worship as a religion prospered." The first person to ever present the idea of a sun-centered universe was Pythagoras of Samos in around 500 BC. Pythagoras is also widely recognized by Masonic historians as being the very first Freemason. Master Mason Dr. James Anderson said in his defense of Masonry that I am fully convinced that Freemasonry is very nearly allied to the old Pythagorean discipline, from whence I am persuaded it may in some circumstances very justly claim a descent. Master Mason William Hutchinson wrote in his Spirit of Masonry that the ancient Masonic record brings us positive evidence of the Pythagorean doctrine as Basilidian principles making the foundation of our religious and moral duties. Master Mason William Preston wrote that Pythagoras was among the first Masons, but contends in his Illustrations of Masonry that the records of the fraternity inform us that Pythagoras was regularly initiated into Masonry, and being properly instructed in the mysteries of the art, he was much improved and propagated the principles of the order in other countries into which he afterwards travelled. 33rd degree Freemasonic historian Albert Mackey, in his Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, wrote that on his return to Europe, Pythagoras established his celebrated school at Crotona, a Dorian colony in the south of Italy, about 529 B.C., much resembling that subsequently adopted by the Freemasons. His school soon acquired such a reputation that disciples flocked to him from all parts of Greece and Italy. Pythagoras taught as the principal dogma of his philosophy the system of metempsychosis, or the transmigration of souls. He taught the mystical power of numbers, and much of the symbolism on that subject which we now possess is derived from what has been left to us by his disciples. He was also a geometrician, and is regarded as having been the inventor of several problems. The schools established by Pythagoras at Crotona and other cities have been considered by many writers as the models after which Masonic lodges were subsequently constructed. The disciples of this school wore the simplest kind of clothing, and having on their entrance surrendered all their property to the common fund, they then submitted for 3 years to voluntary poverty, during which time they were also compelled to a rigorous silence. The doctrines of Pythagoras were always delivered as infallible propositions which admitted of no argument. Before admission to the privileges of this school, the previous life and character of the candidate were rigidly scrutinized, and in the preparatory initiation secrecy was enjoined by an oath, and he was made to submit to the severest trials of his fortitude and self-command. He who, after his admission, was alarmed at the obstacles he had to encounter, was permitted to return to the world, and the disciples, considering him as dead, performed his funeral obsequies, and erected a monument to his memory. The mode of living in the school of Crotona was like that of the modern communists. The brethren, about 600 in number, with their wives and children, resided in one large building. They arose before day to pay their devotions to the sun. The meals consisted principally of bread, honey, and water, for though the table was often covered with delicacies, no one was permitted to partake of them. It was in this secret school that Pythagoras gave his instructions on his interior doctrine and explained the hidden meaning of his symbols. There were 3 degrees. The first, or mathematic, being engaged in the study of the exact sciences, and the second, or theoretic, in the knowledge of God and the future state of man, but the third or highest degree was communicated only to a few whose intellects were capable of grasping the full fruition of the Pythagorean philosophy. In addition to these admissions by Masonic historians, the life and work of Pythagoras closely resembles many aspects of the craft, from his obsession with triangles and geometry to his school cult full of initiatory rites and brainwashing. Candidates were rigidly scrutinized, just like candidates for Masonry are given the 3rd degree, i.e. forced to answer many probing personal questions, and are then either given a white ball or black ball by Masons in the lodge, just one black ball resulting in being blackballed or kicked out. If initiated, just like in Masonry, Pythagorean initiates had to swear oaths of secrecy and loyalty, then submitted to various tests, trials, and rituals. The brethren lived like communists and worshipped the sun. Over time, they progressed through a series of 3 degrees, in which only the privileged few in the highest degree learned the truth of the symbols and rituals. The many parallels of the Pythagorean school and modern Freemasonry are far too similar to ignore. Luckily for the world, Pythagoras' heliocentric model of the universe made little headway for almost 2,000 years, until another suspected Mason, Nicholas Copernicus, labored 27 years of his life to create his updated model called the Solar System, which also featured a globe Earth revolving around the Sun. Born in Prussia in 1472, Copernicus studied philosophy and medicine at Swakova and became professor of mathematics at Rome. The last decades of his life he became obsessed with the ideas of Pythagoras, and when he first presented his heliocentric doctrine to the world, it was condemned as being so heretical that he was imprisoned and released only upon making a recantation of his opinions. He published his famous treatise on the revolution of the celestial spheres in 1543, the year of his death, and even then insisted on their purely hypothetical nature. Copernicus wrote, "The Pythagorean teaching was founded upon hypothesis, and it is not necessary that the hypothesis should be true or even probable. The hypothesis of the movement of the earth is only one which is useful to explain phenomena, but it should not be considered as an absolute truth." David Wardlaw Scott in Terra Firma says, "The system of the universe as taught by modern astronomers, being founded entirely on theory, for the truth of which they are unable to advance one single real proof, they have entrenched themselves in a conspiracy of silence, and decline to answer any objections which may be made to their hypothesis. Copernicus himself, who revived the theory of heathen philosopher Pythagoras, and his great exponent Sir Isaac Newton, confessed that their system of a revolving earth was only a possibility and could not be proved by facts. It is only their followers who have decorated it with the name of an exact science, yea, according to them the most exact of all the sciences. Yet one astronomer royal for England once said, speaking of the motion of the whole solar system, 'The matter is left in a most delightful state of uncertainty, and I shall be very glad if anyone can help me out of it.' What a very sad position for an exact science to be in is this." Lady Blunt, in The Romance of Science, said, "The origin of the globular theory may be traced and shown to be pagan. It was introduced into Egypt by the Greek Pythagoras about 500 BC. He was a native of Samos, and a great traveler in his early days. He traveled much in the East, and he imbibed the fallacious idea that the earth and sea together formed a whirling globe, and that the heavenly bodies were other worlds inhabited. Pythagoras returned to Europe and introduced these serious errors into his own country. Newton was no logician, and logic formed no part of his composition. Nor did he profess to possess this quality, which is absolutely essential to a discerner and founder of true science. He spent his whole life in investing, formulating an elaboration which he called the solar system, building upon the mythical fallacies which Pythagoras had brought from the East in the first place, and which had been handed down by Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo. Without testing the nature of his foundations, he accepted the whole fabrication and took Copernicus's hypotheses all for granted." Gabrielle Henriette in Heaven and Earth said, "Copernicus had evolved another theory, which he also explains in his treatise on the revolution of the celestial spheres, that if a body is to revolve around another, the first one must have a spherical shape and rotate about its axis in the manner of a spinning top. Consequently, in order to make this notion fit in with the movement of the earth round the sun, which he had devised in order to explain the seasons, he suddenly decreed that the earth was round, contrary to the general opinion at the time, and then proclaimed that it had a movement of rotation about its axis. The great inconvenience in this proposition is that the rotation of the earth cannot be seen to exist, either with regard to the position of the sun or clouds during the day, or of the moon and other planets by night. On the other hand, the fact of the immobility of the earth has an immense advantage over the theory of the rotation, in that it can positively be recognized as such, and it can safely be said that if the earth cannot be seen to move, there are 100 chances in 100 that it does not do so. So trust your eyes and trust your experience. Trust your feeling, trust your intuition. Look out, see the horizon flat. Feel for yourself. You're not moving. Just sit still. Just sit still for a second. You're not moving. You're not spinning around an axis at 1,000 miles per hour, rotating around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour, spiraling around the galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour, and shooting off from a Big Bang at 67 million miles per hour. You're not. You're motionless. You're just sitting there. Just sit still. What does that even mean, sit still? You think you could sit still with all those motions? Does it feel like you're moving? Feel that? Same thing you've always felt? Nothing? Ever? Nobody's ever felt movement? Nobody's ever seen the earth move? Nobody's ever seen the earth curve? Maybe you just got fooled by some Masons. Mark Twain said, "It's easier to fool people than to convince them they've been fooled." That's why it's so hard to convince you you've been fooled. You can't possibly believe that you and the rest of the world could have been lied to and deceived by these Masons. The oldest and largest secret society in the world, over 5 million members, all over the world, existing for hundreds of years. But not you, right? They couldn't fool you. Of course you're spinning around. Of course you are. That's what they told you in school. They don't lie to you in school.
It's flat. Fucking flat. Alright? I don't care if someone wants to come in here and think they know. I know. I know it's flat. Rookie knows. Rookie knows it's flat. Oh shit, my TV's kinda loud. Yeah. It's flat. It will be flat. Atom unsalted. You know. We all know it's flat. Captain Dan. We all know. Happy Meal though. Happy Meal doesn't know. Happy Meal. What puts you on the fence, huh? Can't be very comfortable sitting on a fence. Are you there, Happy Meal? Happy Meal. No? Oh. Alright, I tried. I tried.
Oh yeah, I'm driving right now.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I just don't think they can be determined. I don't believe in globe Earth. Flat Earth, I've seen a lot of evidence actually for flat Earth, but especially with the whole eyeball thing. Like the eyeball thing, that makes a lot of sense. Um,
The
but
eyeball thing?
yeah, where they use eyeball shit, like they compare flat Earth to the eyeball. So like we're like in an eye or something, and that makes
Yeah, back in like 2018 or so, there was like this really good. I cannot find it for the life of me now. But these guys had mapped out what they had thought was the path of the sun, and it looked just like, like the colored part of our eye, where like this, like, kind of lines, the way the lines are. The path of the sun kind of took on that shape in a circle. It was pretty interesting. I just wish, I mean, it was so long ago. I wish I could find that fucking video, man.
uh, the dang, what was it? I remember finding something where it's I know where the article is, but it was like they wanted to square into an infinity. Right? They wanted to square this spiritual realm into this physical realm. Like the circle that represents spirit, and the square represents earth, the world. And so this place is flat, and it can be channeled and
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I definitely believe there could be multiple different realms, type thing like that. Yeah. It could be, but I know there's a physical, and I know there's a physical and spiritual, but that's just like, I can't prove it. I just know that. I just know that I believe that.
so I don't know if flat Earth could be proven absolutely to an atheist or the hardcore skeptic. I don't think it can be proven because there's always something that they've got, and they can't prove globe Earth. They can't prove globe Earth, so I don't think either can really be proven. Um, I think one of the reasons that's so is because it's like you can't really comprehend the exact shape, the exact. You can infer what it might be like, but you couldn't tell for sure unless you could see absolutely.
I mean, the horizon goes up to your eye level, up at no matter what altitude you go at. So it's like, it's got to be pretty fucking, you know,
Yeah,
flat. Yeah, it could be like, who knows what shape exactly, but, we kind of just argue that from what we observe, it's flat. We observe it as flat and stationary. So, I mean, yeah, we don't really know like the exact shape and dimensions and stuff because we can't measure that, but we can measure, distances and disprove that it's a spinning ball. And that's the thing I like because it's just that whole premise is such bullshit. So the fact that we can disprove it so easily with just simple observations is just, that's my favorite part about this.
yeah, yeah. Like you don't even know what fucking shape the moon or the sun is really. Like where we don't even know what they are really. They didn't tell us it's some ball. They tell us the sun is a big fucking ball that's like a billion miles wide, and it's gonna suck in the Earth. A billion years from now, it's gonna be big and it's like I remember I used to believe that as a kid. I was like, this sun's gonna suck us. Uh-huh.
Yeah, man, this guy had been messaging me since I got like home from work, and he's like, Oh, I took this video with my phone, see, round, and it's a fucking baller GIF. And I just started going off. I'm like, you can't prove that this is a ball. I'm like, you gotta prove it. And he started talking about the sky, and I'm like, okay, well, we're not looking at the ceiling to tell what the floor is made of. And he's like, right, because of the atmosphere. That's right, atmosphere. I'm like, you mean our pressurized system next to a vacuum with no barrier container? Like, did you ever think about that?
The graviton, the graviton keep all the oxygen, all the
No,
hydrogen.
he didn't even say. That's the crazy thing. He didn't even say gravity. He said, it's been a good 12 years since I've been in school. I'm a little rusty. And I was like, well, lucky for you, it's very simple. And then he's like, the atmosphere is the container. Some call it the ozone layer. I'm like, if you have high pressure next to low pressure, there has to be a physical barrier, otherwise the pressure will equalize. And I was like, why have you been sucked into space? And I was like, bam, globe is dead. And then I just sent him like 10 memes in a row. I'm like, I've been a flat earther for 5 years. You can't prove me wrong. All I'm doing is stating fact. And then he's like, memes aren't facts. I want you to delete all those off from your phone right now. Oh my gosh, he's just being like sarcastic. He's going on and on though. I did get him to admit that he's like flat or round. What does it even matter? We're arguing for no reason. I'm like, hey, no. Well, we can tell anybody that'll listen because it's important.
Yeah, there's a certain barrier with them that I don't think can be argued through. I don't think it can be argued through to them because they stubbornly refuse to believe that the government would lie to them about anything. They
Yeah.
they almost can't comprehend it. Maybe it's out of fear, or or they can't because they're so already conditioned from birth that they can't comprehend that there's something bigger going on, and how something as mundane as their perception of the earth that they live on could affect them, could be used to manipulate.
Yeah, this guy is like, he seems like he's got a pretty open mind. You know, he said something like, well, he tried talking about Antarctica, but then he brought up Bill Shatner and Bezos doing that bullshit thing where they supposedly went into space. And it's like that was the biggest fake they've done in a while, and people ate that shit up. It's just a plane that goes up and then down really fast, simulating weightlessness. And then he's like, it was a good filler for the media for a bit there, but that's what I see it as. Any big sensational, controversial thing typically lasts 8 months in the media. Then in between, they have little things like that to keep everyone feeling lively and happy for a brief moment. Then back to 8 months of disaster somewhere. The riots and civil unrest went about 8 months. The Judge Kavanaugh thing ran about 8 months. Back to sensation of 7-Eleven, but that stretched a little further. The election drama about 8 months, and I was like, all they're doing is scattergunning you. And he's like, yeah, in the media, it's like their main event segment for a few months. Their moneymaker that gets everyone to watch. And I'm like, yeah, it keeps the masses distracted. And then he said, then they have something like Shatner going to space to make you forget about the last 8 months. Then the next wave starts. Probably when did it start now? About a month and a half ago. Oh yeah, because I told him, yeah, I was like, the Russia thing's gonna be going on for a long time.
Yeah, like you usually have to start with smaller things like that. I know, like with this Discord, it emphasizes flat Earth because if you can get someone to not to like disbelieve NASA and expose the globe Earth bullshit, then that changes everything. But I mean, really, that's still a big leap. Like changing someone's view of cosmology is a bigger leap than say exposing the bullshit of the government to them. Because like it's probably easier to convince someone that the government is a piece of shit. Because I think there's a lot of even atheists that believe that. And then you could just work your way from there, and then work up to flat Earth. But
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize the like severity of the deception until like, because I knew we were being lied to, but I didn't realize it was on like such a big scale. So some people like they won't truly see how messed up everything is until they realize it's flat. You can be as open-minded as you think you are, you can think you're the most open-minded person in the world, but like, do you know where you live? Do you think you're on a ball? Then you're pretty close-minded, because I mean, anybody that considers themselves to be open-minded should have already looked into it. Should have already questioned it. So,
yeah,
the worst thing happened today. Like, probably one of the shittiest things that's happened to me in a while.
you stepped in a puddle.
Huh? I stepped in poop? No, I do that kind of regularly. I got two big dogs. But it's something that one of my dogs did, and it's so messed up, dude. It's so messed up.
Uh,
And I don't even know how it happened. Like, I just
what
came
happened?
home and yeah, so yeah, I got this turtle, right, in a tank, and I came home and all that was left was some bits of its shell on my bed. And the turtle's not even in my room. Like, the tank wasn't even in my room, right? And my dog was in my room with the door shut. So I don't know how this happened exactly. Like, my dad was here, but my dad's kind of like disabled. Like, he's older and like can't really take care of himself that great. So like he probably doesn't know what the fuck happened. But like, yeah, it's pretty upsetting because that was my turtle, and now just pieces of it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's did you talk to the dog or like I don't know, kind of like I don't know.
Yeah, dude, the dog's in the kennel, but I mean, like, is it even
I
my
want
fault? Like, it's not even my fault. Like, it's not even her fault either. She's like a puppy kind of still. But like, it is really messed up because like my uncle gave me that turtle, and my uncle's dead now. Like, he's been dead for over a year, and that was like a gift from him. So that's kind of upsetting, like really upsetting, but I mean, everything happens for a reason, so.
is it like a little small pet turtle or
Yeah, the painted turtle. I've had it since it was a little baby. He found it on the road, like, before the winter, so, like, it was gonna die, right? Like, there's no way it would have survived through the winter. Um, so I guess it had a longer life than it would have had. Because they're supposed to hatch in, like, the springtime, and this one was, like, just hatched, and it was about to freeze outside.
Like, yeah, what's the deal with the turtles? I thought the shells were supposed to protect it.
It was still well, it was only about the size of let me think. About the size of like an orange, like the circumference of the shell was probably only about as big around as a tennis ball maybe, or a baseball. So it was still little. The shell was still pretty soft. You could feel it was kind of soft still. I've got pieces like I should. I don't even want to put it in the live stream like VC, but like I could, like I could literally like it. There's still like I don't even want to like. There's a couple like I picked up most of it, but like yeah, like I'm just kind of depressed about it. I don't even want to like touch it right now. It's literally just pieces of the shell. Like there's no blood or anything. Like she fucking ate that shit.
Dog licked it up.
Yeah.
Dog, they don't have clean up.
I looked around under my bed to see if it was like maybe she just like broke off some of the like pieces, but like no, it's gone. And I'm kind of wondering if because the turtle Tara, the turtle, she's escaped before out of her tank, and I'm kind of wondering if that's what happened, and she was like maybe under my bed or something.
And usually, like when it comes to dual pets, like to make sure the dog doesn't eat the other one, it's like you kind of have to kind of try and introduce them to each other. And if the dog tries to bite the turtle, you back up. You say no, 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 don't do it.
Well, yeah, I, know-
And
I yeah, I understand that. Like, I'm pretty good with like training pets, right? But like, I've never I don't really take the turtle out of its tank, right? Like it stays in its tank, and the tank is up on a table, and it's pushed back. The big tail is pushed back against the wall. The dog it's a golden retriever. I've never seen her on top of a table, and she would have had to be on top of the table to get it out of the tank. And so it makes me wonder if the turtle escaped. Because she's done it before, but like I thought I had it like secured that she couldn't get out. But she's been getting bigger, so she could have, you know, been big enough to get out. I guess it's my fault. I know it's my fault. Like at the end of the day, it's not the dog's fault for following its instincts. So. It's just sad. And yeah, you're right. I should have introduced him like more. I have before in the past, but like that was probably like a year ago. Like I don't really take the turtle out because I'm worried about shit like that happening.
yeah,
uh,
that's crazy.
it's all right though. I was kind of doing a shitty job taking care of the turtle anyway. The tank needed to be clean for a while. Like still, man, it wasn't supposed to happen like this. I was gonna let her go, like, because it's nice out, it's springtime and she's big now. She got good instincts. She knows how to eat stuff like greens and shit. So I really was thinking about letting her go, man. And she's definitely gone now in the worst possible way. And now I'm probably gonna be like seeing it like in my dog's fucking poop next time she takes a shit. I'm gonna be seeing like pieces of the shell. This is gonna be just so bad.
Yeah, food traumatic stress disorder.
Yeah, I've been through like a lot of like stressful like fucked up situations the past couple months, so this is not really as traumatic as it probably should be, and it'll probably really hit me when I wake up because I haven't slept yet today. So I'll, I'll be feeling it when I wake up for sure. I did cry a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, I cried a little bit when I picked up the shells the first time. Like I picked up some of them and I was like, this is so fucked up. I can't even pick this shit up. Like I want to vacuum it up, but that just seems like inhumane. It's like the all only remains I have. I don't have like a body. I just have like the little like pieces and shit.
I've been there, had a little hermit crab, and it died by hand. Like you can feel the loss. Like it's time to say goodbye. It's going away. It's gone.
Yeah, man. I don't know. It's right there. See the dog hair. You can see the little pieces of shell. It's in the chat. But I'm gonna delete it too, so other people don't be like, "What the fuck, man? It's fucked up." Don't ban me. It was messed up too when I first like was like, "Oh, what did she get into?" You know. I picked up the first piece and it was kind of like clear, like see-through piece of the shell, and I was like, "Oh, she got some like plastic or some shit." And then the next one I picked up, I was like, "That looks like turtle shell." And then I just realized that it was just like all over. Like there's tons of pieces of it just scattered across the bed. I'm gonna go to sleep
Alrighty.
because I'm probably not gonna stop talking about this, and this is not the topic of the server. So,
We don't want to dream about it.
dude, I probably already am gonna dream about it. I hope she's still alive in my dream so I can tell her I'm sorry that this happened.
Yeah. That'd be.
Yep. I'll talk to y'all later.
Yeah. See ya.
was on the scene, and he's one of the best comics I've ever met in my life. He is actually the WikiLeaks of NASA. Okay, and he's absolute big hand to Matt Boylan.
It's a surreal show, it's an absurd show. A lot of people don't know this about me. I light a cigarette. I smoke. Did I talk to you?
Good point.
So Steve Jobs is dead. Steve Jobs is dead. He looks pretty active. Healthy, robust, charismatic. And Stephen Hawking is still alive. I guess it pays to keep your mouth shut and do what you're told. That's amazing, eh? Smartest man alive. Holds all the answers about our universe and outer space and how it works. And he's also the least likely to go up in a rocket to check out his theories. When you hear Stephen Hawking talk, I mean, it's a robot voice. That's amazing. Back in 1980, he developed artificial intelligence just for one guy to push NASA. Artificial intelligence that could tap into his fucking brain as he wants, or is gone too, and read his thoughts so he could talk through a robo-filter.
The question of whether God is bound by the laws of science is a bit like your question.
You think that they would have fucking maybe installed online translator? Because if they said that was the smartest man in the universe, I don't know if everybody would believe him. So who's the real voice? There's Matt Boylan, a.k.a. Matthew Leonard Boylan, a.k.a. Dragonfly Supervisor, Agent M2 ZX10, Graphics Operational Manager for NASA. Been a comedian for about 20 years. It's been a front. I'm a high-realist painter, photorealist painter. Worked for NASA on and off doing freelance graphics for about 20 years now. And the quark in the second atom of the quasar in the black hole. NASA. As you can see, we got a nice red serpent tongue coming through there. NASA. And there's the UN flag. Also the symbol of the flat earth. Oh, of course, if I say flat earth, I gotta be an idiot, right? That's what they told you, right? It's a ball. There's no Antarctica in this. It's a bird's eye over the North Pole. Right in your fucking face. You know, there's gonna be some comedians making jokes tonight, but I want to talk about the joke that's on you. There's 5 UN Security Council members. You know how you become a UN Security Council member? You get the ball. And they're all seated across from each other on the UN Security Council, deciding for every other fucking nation in the UN what to do. Like reservoir dogs pointing fucking guns at each other's head, securing the world. UN Security Council. What are they securing? freedom, democracy, human rights, democracy. That's funny. So there's like 360 members of the UN or whatever, but only 5 countries decide what goes on for the world. Some democracy. Line number 1. That's what it takes to be a member. Have a bomb, nuke the planet, go up and take a look at what it really looks like. Outer space. There it is. There's your world. You know when they took that? 1969. First lunar mission to the moon. You know, the first lunar mission to the moon wasn't so much about going to the moon. It was about having an event so you can go high enough to take a picture after 500 years to prove it was a ball. They went to the moon before they crossed the Antarctic. The 2 most watched televised events in history: the moon landing and the towers falling. Up, down. Oh, there they are. Moon landing, 8:17 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 1969. Isaac Newton, 1666. 666-999-6666. Most people saw the lunar landing and they swear on it because they heard it on the radio. CBS put up screens all over in Central Park, along with NBC, you know, so they could work with groupthink dynamics. Reality is reinforced by group dynamics, witnessing an event. Now, is it really them halfway to the moon? Or they just turned out the lights in the cabin and pressed the camera up against a round window? Don't forget your flag of the world has no Antarctica, and it's flat. But of course, to entertain that notion, you have to be an idiot. Right? Like they told you, Simon says. Well, I'm gonna run you guys through a perception test to see if this crowd could discern between an image that's a painting by applause or a photo of reality. So by applause, how many people think this is a painting? By applause, how many people think this is a photo? It's a photo of a painting, but that's not the fucking argument. Next. It's a painting. Photo or painting? By applause, photo. By applause, painting. It's a painting by the artist photorealist Cesar Santander. Photo or painting? Painting. That's the photo. How do I know? I did it. Applause. Painting or photo? By applause, photo. By applause, painting. That's a photo that looks like a painting. Photo or painting? Painting. I did it. Pause. Photo or painting? Photo? By applause? By applause, painting. You're just fucking crap shooting in the casino now, aren't you? Painting, Richard Estes. Photo or painting? By applause, photo. That's a photo. Next. And that's my painting of the photo. Photo or painting? Photo? It's a photo. Pause. Photo or painting? The painting, I did it. I fucking did it. I own the copyright on all this shit. Pause. That's why I get monetized on YouTube. By the way, I own the NASA channel on YouTube. I swear to God. That's an official photo from NASA. By applause, how many people think that's a photo? By applause, how many people think this is bullshit? This is Ololapia, distant moon of Mercury. This is Ololapia without the shading from Adobe Photoshop. Take a good look at it. And this is the little section from an ice inlet in the Antarctic that I cut out, and I just cropped the fucking black circle out of construction paper and made a planet out of it. Oh, this is Pupapipia. This is a distant planet of Venus. As you can see here, you can see all the crater textures on my shirt. We can fucking make you think. Oh, this is amazing. These are supernovas. They never caught this many suns colliding and actually exploding at the same time by Hubble telescope. And I actually have a close-up of this. Amazing. This is actually the most distant shot they have of our galaxy. Here's a close-up. They came up with a new term for this, collisionary supernovas, because suns were actually meeting and exploding at the same time. In a Christmas tree. This guy's pretty smart right there. This is Mars. This is the surface of Mars. Yeah. Very sandy. Surface of Mars without the black background. And there you go. It's just a desert. Oh, this is sunrise on Star Trek. So it's a Hollywood image that looks real. Now, photo or painting? 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 How the fuck would you know? This is actual NASA. Here, pause. You see this cloud formation there? You see Africa? Do you see the shadow line on the top of Africa? Next image. They fucking reversed it. Our boys at NASA, they took the same image, they just flipped it. Did you get it? They flipped it. And they call it two different images. I'm not making this shit up. Well, people are going to go, well, here's some footage of the Earth rotating, liar. So you got you can't see it very well here with the light here, but you got South America turning here. But what's interesting here is has this image been doctored by applause? Yes or no? Has it been doctored? Yeah, it's been sped up because South America at this speed is going to be around in 5 minutes. But what's interesting is the clouds are not morphing. Oh, it's spinning. But the artists are too lazy to show how fast the clouds will be morphing at that speed. Check it out. See that cluster of clouds? It's not fucking changing. And that's a real shot of the Earth spinning. But the clouds aren't changing. People go to me, what are you on? What did you fucking smoke? What drugs did you take? What drugs did the planet take? Oh, shit. Because you're never gonna fucking know. If it's a fucking ball. So if I want to hide how much real estate there really is, I'll tell you this amount. You're never gonna go to the South Pole to check out my theory. I rest my case. Enjoy the last hollandaise sauce. I'm Matt Gordon.
Okay, pause. We're all looking at the screen now. They fucking hear everything through the light bulbs, eh, by the way? Conspiracy theory, eh? I could do that. I could use a nano-bio fucking camera filament and put in light bulbs and film them. I could do that. If I could think it. You better hope nobody's got the budget. Alright, so here you go. What is this? This is the picture of the Earth. I liked the first video. That was very great. The video just before there, I was like, what was that about, that video? Was it? That was about brainwashing. How do you brainwash? Well, you repeat it. You repeat the same thing over and over again. You know, if somebody's resisting the concept, if you keep fucking repeating it, after 6 times, they'll incorporate it in their brain. They may not agree with it, but repeat it another 1,000 times, they'll start saying it. I could start a campaign called Watatata for like fucking $4 billion this week. And in like 24 hours through Twitter, everybody could be walking around going Watatata, Watatata. Okay, so here's the picture of the Earth from space. There it is. Since you were a kid, you've seen this image. But you've never seen it from that point of view. You've never seen that with your eyes from that scale of a model, that point of view, from outside of the planet's surface. But yet your brain has three-dimensionalized, oh yeah, that's the Earth. How? Through repetition. Next image. How do we get to this point of the image? This is fucking funny. I think this is funny. Next image. Well, here's the first image that sold the whole thing. As you can see, that's clearly the universe. I mean, that's clearly the universe. I swear to God. I mean, there's the sun. I mean, I could recognize that thing. It's a bullseye. It's like a planet. It's an egg. Whatever. But there you go. You got each rung, the whole thing. 1482, this is when they came up with this idea. We are on that thing. It's a ball. Hey, we should go to the North and the South Pole. We didn't do it yet. It's a fucking ball. Hey, nobody's even like jumped up high enough to see if it is a ball. You can't do that. We don't have planes yet. It's a ball. You know what? We adopted this whole model like 400 or 500 years before the airplane. 400 years before the airplane, pretty much. Like beginning of the 1900s. They went to the North Pole in the 1900s. This is 1482. Nobody went to the top of the globe, to the bottom, or flew up, or built a skyscraper. That's it. It's been a decade since like Columbus hit America. That's it. You had Spinoza, Leibniz, everybody was fighting to say what the fuck we were on, how much land there really was. Real estate, right? Real estate. The only commodity that appreciates besides art. Right? These are the only things that appreciate. Everything's depreciating except those two. It's funny how these two are going to meet and what I'm going to talk about. Next image. It's funny that we said that this is what we're in right now. This is what we're on before any instrument approved. Until pause. Can you do it? It's funny, back in the 60s when they went to the moon, this is the first time we actually had like an instrument of flight to actually go high enough to actually fucking check out if what we agreed to 500 years ago was real. So if they were wrong after 500 years, the question is, would they tell you? University institutions, physics, the Royal Society in London, that supports NASA, Newtonian physics, why objects move on a ball spinning 1,000 miles an hour while it's going 26,000 miles around the sun. It's basically the model we accepted right now. I don't feel it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour right now. Oh, that's because of gravity. Oh yeah, gravity? What's that? That's the thing you can't feel. Oh yeah, can you prove that in an equation? Yeah, I can prove that in an equation. It took Newton like a book, 3 times thicker than the Bible, and he still couldn't finish his equation on how to prove gravity. He would try to prove gravity when you read Newton's book of Principia through like Stephen Hawking, or if you even find the original book, he would prove by saying that everything started with the word if. If you fucking take Newton's book of like if the earth is a ball and objects are being thrown this way, blah blah blah, you know, that means that we're spinning at this amount of velocity and you can't feel it, and why the objects don't go flying off into the universe is because of gravity, because of a vacuum system of air pressure. I mean, he went to hyperbole, into ifs. I mean, if you were to highlight every time the word if came up in Newton's book of physics, you could fucking use it as a flashlight in a dark room, man. It's like, you fucking get out of the cave with the amount of times if is highlighted in his fucking book on physics. It's like if is every... Here's like a perfect example of them landing on the moon. I mean, it's proof right there. This is an official NASA photo of the first Apollo 11 lunar module landing on the moon. I mean, it's right there. This is proof, man. It's the picture's right there. It's landing on the moon. But the only problem I have with this picture is that it's taken from the moon. I don't know what the big deal was with being the first guy on the moon. It seems the camera crew was already there. The fucking tripod. Camera A, B, C. You know, back in the 60s, I mean, I know people who believe they saw the landing on the moon because they heard it on the radio. Ethel, get in here, they're on the moon, I can hear the dust. My God, I can hear him walk. He's walking slow. There's zero gravity up there. Jesus, they're on there now. They're on there now. I could just see a guy in a sound studio just taking fucking, like a bag of salt going, landing on the wooden floor and just going, oh my God, they're there. They're on it right now. Ethel, get in here. Like, how'd you know? There was no independent telescope to even like say they went to the moon. The only telescopes that I could actually film it were NASA telescopes. Yeah, according to the people who landed on the moon, they landed on the moon. Nobody else could fucking check it out. So there it is. That's a fucking photo. There it is landing for the first time, but how? How? Next photo. It's funny how NASA gives us these little pictures, eh? Every week there's a little NASA photo, what they're up to, just to keep you fucking nursing off the teat or whatever. This is an amazing monumental sort of feat of space exploration. This is the Galileo satellite, full authentic. The Galileo satellite must have cost like $1 trillion for this fucking operation. Very expensive. This is the Galileo satellite. They never knew it would go that far and reach Jupiter. You know, they didn't know. It's the first time anything goes that far. It managed to get there. There's Jupiter. There's one of its moons. I mean, it's clearly lining up to take some really good photos of Jupiter. Immediately followed by a camera satellite. Perfectly composing the whole shot out in outer space. Amazing, eh? What the cameras can do when they fly. It's into outer space, a place we've never been to. That's amazing. Look at that. That's perfect. That's like the photo of the year, if you ask me. For a fucking satellite to be able to like, you know, like wake up in outer space, we didn't even know we could do that. You know, and with unbelievable. I give it to NASA. Let's go to another photo here. Another photo. This is good too. Oh, let's zoom in. I love that iMovie sort of effect. I'm really in the gas. But how am I supposed to go? Yeah, that's the Earth. From there, that point of view I've never seen. And it's funny when you click on Google Images, photo of the Earth, keep going. Because this is realistic. But you'll see 40 pages on Google, but it's always the same fucking photo. It's the same photo. They just changed the contrast. Check it out, keep going. Oh yeah, boom, 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 40 pages. Look closely. It's always the same. Oh, what is that? I guess this is a photo of the Hubble telescope taking a picture of itself. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's an authentic photo of the Hubble telescope out there doing its job. Isn't that amazing how they could take a photo of the thing taking photos? Out in outer space. Unbelievable. You know, they never crossed Antarctica, but let's go to the moon and take pictures of shit out in space. That's fucking unbelievable. You know, the instruments won't work in Antarctica. It's too fucking cold, but hey, let's go somewhere where we don't know the instruments will work. That's unbelievable. I can't, it just boggles my mind how they do this stuff. All right, next one. Solar powered, by the way. Solar powered. Look at that. Environmental. Environmental in outer space. Okay. That's my only fucking fan right there. Naomi. That's it. There you go. There you go. There's what you believe. That's it. That's it. That point of view you've never seen. It's fucking funny, huh? I think it's funny. You've never seen that, but everybody goes, yeah, il prend ça pour acquis. Ah oui, c'est ça. L'affaire que j'ai jamais vue. It's funny, eh? You should think about these things, right? I heard that, you know, if you want to like program a human mind, what you do is you just repeat images to a young child while the brain is forming.
Walt Disney.
Yeah, pretty much. And then, you know, the kid fucking grows up and you've wired the kid. It's fucking mind control. It's great. But it's an example. Hey, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. There could have been a camera rocket that got there on the moon, set up, pulled out like a lens, and then filmed it. And processed 35mm black and white film in an atmosphere. We don't know if cameras will work. All right, so anyways, next photo. Hey, it's possible. Those guys, they're so ahead. They don't tell us, right? There you go again. Same fucking thing, same cloud patterns, always the same cloud patterns. Ooh, so many images of the Earth. No, it's the same one. It's Africa. Okay, I want to test you guys. Some of you guys are like, you're not convinced yet. That's the Earth, man. Don't fuck with that shit. So let's do a little test on perception. I'm going to show you a couple of images here, and then you tell me which one of the following images on the screen is an image of a painting painted by hand that looks real, or is an image taken by a camera of something that actually exists. So image or photo, painting or photo. Let's try this. So first image here. Applause. How many people think that this is a painting? Please, come on. Give yourselves credit. It's okay, you can jump in, take a decision. By applause, how many people think this is a photo? Good for you. I will say that that's real. That's good for you. You're horribly wrong. That is a painting. That's obviously a painting, right? I mean, look at this fucking Sunday painting. Bad. It's like Bob Ross did it. And he was on acid. It was like, he make a nice little mountain. And then some trees and then some fluffy bushes. Fluffy bushes. Fluffy bushes. This is the dirtiest part of my show. All right, next. How many people think this is a painting by applause? Come on, you can do this. You can use your eyes. By applause, how many people think this is a photo? But of what? This is a painting. Those who said it's a painting, you're right. Of what? What would that be if that was a fucking photo? Okay, by applause, how many people think this is a painting? By applause, how many people think this is a photo? It's a painting. I did it. Okay, here, by applause. This is a bit technical here. How many people think that this is a painting? By applause. How many people, by applause, think this is a photo of toys that are painted? This is a painting of toys that are painted. Cesar Santander, European artist, high realist. How many people think this is a painting? By applause. Okay, by applause, how many people think this is a photo? Those said it's a photo, you're close. All right. Okay, by applause, how many people think this is a painting? How many think this is a photo? This is a painting. I did it. I fucking did that. Money on steroids. No, that's a fucking, I swear to God. Next. So I know what I'm talking about. This is an official NASA photo of the North Pole. Go back. What is that? Is that you? Or is that the... Okay, go back to the other one. Go back to the other one. Okay, this is an official Sorry to give you shit there, Dan. You're doing a great job. But this is an authentic, apparently, from NASA. This is an authentic NASA photo of the Arctic, the North Pole. By applause, how many people think that this is a painting? By applause, how many people think this is bullshit? There we go. That's Europe. The sun's hitting it. Applause. You think that's a photo? Well, satellite imagery, man. There's infrared and shit. All right, next image. This is Olilapia. Next image. This is Olilapia without an Adobe Photoshop shading. And this is the texture that I cut out with a circle to create the fake fucking moon called Olilapia. Are you telling me that we just got to take black construction paper, cut out a circle, put it on fucking peanut butter and jam spills, and say, hey, it's Ipapopo? And you fucking swallow that shit every day? It's funny, I do this today because you saw the Google today, they had the Hubble telescope. It looked like a kid's drawing. Did you fucking see that today? That's why I'm doing this today. So this is the next one, you can go to the next one. That's it. I mean, I just take out, I say it's not a circle, it's not a sphere. Right away, what do you have in your brain? Well, you think it's flat and there's water falling off into the fucking outer space like Bugs Bunny. So either you have a square or a circle in your head. It's either Coke or Pepsi with the shape of the planet. What if it's bigger? What if there's more land that they're hiding from? This is a great painting. It's supposed to be Jupiter. It's funny, any telescope you try to get, the high-powered digital telescope, you won't see this. You won't go, oh wow, it's exactly, they'll show you a little light. You'll never see this. This is like you gotta get the big fucking telescopes, and then if you shoot at fucking Jupiter, I've talked to these guys, these astronomers, and they're like, oh man, no, it takes like, how long does it take to get the photo after you point it at Jupiter? It takes about 2 years. They just like, we just point it, we put it in our quadrants and our coordinates, and we don't get the image until 2 years. And it took me 2 years to even access that telescope. I was like, oh my God, that is like 5 years down the tube, man. Like, for all you know, it's like, that's it. I mean, I think this is just paint spilt and bleeding into itself. Nice little images that they make at Area 51. All right, but they make you think it's saucers. Area 51's all these spaceships. They got aliens down there, man. They're landing on this planet. All right. Oh, this is an actual... Okay, so that one was Jupiter. This is Io, the moon of Jupiter. Am I lying? By applause. By applause. Am I lying? Is this like... Did I make this moon up? This planet up? Did I make this... Is this a homemade moon?
Io's a moon.
By applause? Okay, by applause if you think this is really Io, the distant moon of Venus.
No.
This is a fucking actual moon of Jupiter called Io, NASA. I think it's just a close-up on bad acne. You know, and then they just ran it through like a saturation yellow filter on Adobe. You know what I'm saying? That's not an Adobe crowd. Do you remember when Pluto was a planet?
Yeah.
What happened to that shit? We were at 9 planets, and now we're at 8? Like, and everybody's like, huh, okay, we were off on our solar system. We're not 9 planets, we're 8. That's fucked up. I'm sorry. I noticed that. Everybody else went back to bed. like we're saying, it's 9 planets going around the sun. And then suddenly, like in the year 2000, what? 7, 8? After fucking Y2K, we fucked up. Pluto's not a planet. That's no. You don't fuck up on planets. You can't fucking tell me for 500 years that there's 9 fucking planets and then just try to slip it in the Yahoo front page. We discovered Pluto's too small to be a planet. Sorry, we fucked up. There's only 8. Like, come on, you can't just do that and I go, and suck my thumb and eat your fucking shit pablum. There's no fucking way. What if the guy who works at NASA and he just studied Pluto? That's all he fucking learned. He went to university, this poor sucker. What's he doing now? He's fucking on the street, penniless. There's nothing to do. He just studied one fucking planet. You know how they become specific in their physics and they study a planet from a picture they've never fucking seen? They're like, I'm an expert on Jupiter, man. No, I know Mercury inside out. Fucking find out the news. It's like, what are you doing here, man? Well, I came in for work. Dude, didn't you hear the news? What? Pluto's not a planet, man. You were off, man. You were fucking way off. It's a moon. You screwed up. It's too small. Well, the light emissions were big enough to be called a planet. Because apparently, that light in the sky, they were saying was that picture they've been feeding you as Pluto. suddenly one day diminished rapidly. So they had to come up with something real fucking quick, because that thing they fucking pointed at the sky, that's Pluto. That's moving around. It's like, suddenly one day everybody's like, hey, what happened to the light on Pluto? It's like, did that bulb go out? And then there was a big debate. Well, we can't decide whether it's a planet based on how much light we see. This is ridiculous. You got to give us more to work on. Like a rocket that sends us there to check out to see if it's big enough to be a fucking planet. You know, like, nobody's going after this shit. They're just taking NASA's. I mean, one day NASA could come out and say something on fucking Yahoo, and we'd all be like repeating it. Like, we'd just be like, yeah, it's like, we found a distant planet off the distant moon Io of Jupiter. And I'd be like, wait a minute, are you saying, there'd be a bunch of fucking Star Trek physics nerds at NASA going, wait a minute, are you saying that moons can have their own planets? That's fucking crazy. You saying planets can revolve around moons now? Oh my God, planets can revolve around moons, and they'd be flipping out. Moons have planets too, man. It just keeps going. This is a moon they discovered off of Mars. Opipapa, and if you do a close-up on it, you see all the craters and the texture of the moon on my shirt. There it is. It's just that. It's just a bunch of paint. Next image. I'm having too much fun up here. You guys should fucking join me. All right, so there you go again. I mean, is this a painting or is this a cartoon? Fucking challenging the whole thing, eh? It's like, wait a minute, you're saying that's a drawing? How are you gonna know? Next image. Do we got another one after this? Oh, this is amazing. Slow it, pause it. This is unbelievable because they got a really distant shot into the quasar. What is it? The Sirius quadrant. It's like a galaxy, a couple galaxies over to the left. Unbelievable stuff. They got some amazing photos of supernovas. They're suns, basically, that are actually exploding or being created. And this, they've never seen this before. This many suns actually colliding and exploding in their creation process all at the same time. And they actually came up with a new term for it. It's a collisionary supernova. Unbelievable that they actually caught this. If you get a zoom in on this, there's a zoom in that Hubble did on this. These are actual fucking suns being formed. Unbelievable. Look at this. All these fucking suns. Can we get another? Keep going. And they're being formed on a Christmas tree. Next one. Unbelievable. How many? Oh, this is amazing. We just went to Mars. Hey, big round of applause now for the Americans going to Mars. And this is the official image of them landing there. It's fucking funny. It's like, isn't it amazing how they were landing there and they already had an airbrush artist with his easel set up to paint it land that quick. It's like, unbelievable. How many people think this is real? This is the official landing. Oh, then they got another one with a metal sort of pipe and sand in black and white. That's proof. They were there, man. They're landing on the sand. Check it out. That's it. There you go. Some more images. This is what they're doing on Mars right now. Moving around with their little rover. That's a real photo. Look at that. This is another. I swear to God, they're on Mars right now. Look at that. This thing's moving around. I don't even know what it does. It's like a weird sort of sample collector. It's a spider. It's a spider sampler. It's a spider sampler. Sand sampler. It's a sand sampler. They call it. Eh?
It's getting spiced.
It's getting spices from Mars. Yeah. Go to the next one. They're on Mars. That's unbelievable. Big round of applause for the Americans finally accomplishing something. That's amazing. And this is it. This is what, pause right here. This is what's amazing. I was trying to figure out, like, they brag about, like, at what distance the Hubble telescope can, like, get a picture of space. And I want to know what was the furthest this thing could, like, get a picture of our universe, right? And this is it. It's, is that 14 billion? It's 14 billion. 14 billion light years, which is unbelievable if you know light years. And I know this is a light year crowd. I could tell, like, you. But right? 14 billion light years. That's unbelievable that a camera would get that distance. The only problem is that I never measure distance in time. I'd never gone up to somebody and said, like, how tall are you? Oh, I'm 42 years old. That's the only problem here is they make it, they bamboozle you. Well, first with the whole concept of like, what's the furthest distance? Oh, that's 14 billion light years. Okay, in kilometers? Oh man, that's difficult. I mean, we're talking light years. This is really fucking far, and we're at 14 billion of them. Do you want to know how much one light year is? And so then I did the research. One light year out of the 14 billion light years is I don't even think we have a fucking name for this number, do we? That's what is that? That's we got a billion here, and that's like 10 trillion. 10 trillion kilometers is one light year. This is where the math becomes intimidating. You just give up and you go, you're right, NASA. You've got so many fucking zeros. I wish I could get a fucking paid a check like that. That's fucking, what is this, the Matrix? What am I looking at here? I'm like, where's Neo? You know, like, you want the red pill or the blue pill? You know, like, what is this? Like, and then this is what I times it. So I 14 billion times 10 trillion fucking kilometers fucking gives me, you just give up. You're like,
The kingdom. Ready? Jesus.
You know well what I've been through, living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance, and now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry, everywhere in myself. I'm looking for
They make short photographs of standing there with a really wide angle lens, which curves horizontal lines.
high and dry.
oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cocktails causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glover? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, rivers would be flowing uphill. Others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Light things rise up, heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules. Spinning around, it makes us sick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets planets to orbit the sun, and people to stick to the Earth. Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth?
Gravity sucks. Gravity pulls. Gravity don't follow rules. Spinning ball, it makes a stick. Gravity is magic.
Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks. Gravity pulls. Gravity don't follow rules. Spinning bar, it makes a stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We have been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. 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 By a cosmic fairy tale.
up to outer space, or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Yeah, so do I. Everybody knows that.
rockets, and so did the babes. Some rich guys making rockets, putting caught up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so did the babes. Some rich guys making rockets, make you think that you got space. Yeah, I never bet. They're gonna spit, Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys guys making rockets, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rockets, just to get laid, yeah, just to get laid, just to get laid, just to get laid. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, make you think they go. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. Rich guys making rockets. You gotta pay, yeah, you gotta pay. You gotta pay, yeah, you gotta pay. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, just to get laid, just to get Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rockets, want you to think they go to space. When they go to space, rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets, put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lanes. So rich guys making rockets, the poor returns just to get laid, just to get laid, just to get laid.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know I'm friends with all those women out there. Woo! All the ladies in the house, throw your hands in the air. Woo! Yo, this smack I'm flipping could send me back to this, but my cash is tapped and I owe that back rent again. So I'm selling crack, even though it isn't legitimate. Lord forgive me, even though I know I'm a sin again. My rap's so cold, my flow is frozen again. When I get to spitting, it snows in Michigan. Overdosing off that Flint water. When I swim, my tongue explodes from those carcinogens, and then my lungs implode from no oxygen in them. Looking like I got toxic shock syndrome. Mockingjay when she plays the gunshot victim. I got sick when the liquor store sold me food. Drop that soap, girl, you know I'm broken your boo. Dripping sweat, getting wet, we eloping in nude. Better hope I don't rip open your fallopian tube. You better hope I don't rip open your fallopian tube. Yo, I don't trust these masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. Yo, you just a dick raping, baby alien, vaping, inhaling, homo sapien. You just a dick raping, baby alien, vaping, homo sapien, homo sapien. You just a little homo sapien. Yo, you just a dick raping, baby alien, vaping, inhaling. Shit's going bad, just know that we go back in a nanosecond. Hopefully you listen to this fast and be slow to speak. Only wish that I could grow some wings like Jenna and fly so far away. In my park car, my radio starts to play. In a bar, spitting bars, sipping Chardonnay till the wheels fall off. Yo, we just lost the brake. Stop for a DUI and got locked away. We're drunk from alcohol and you got the shake. I had a lawyer, oh boy, he just lost the case. Technology got destroyed and they lost the chase. But you still believe in moon rock, they rock from space. Yeah, they rock from space. Yo, I don't trust these masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. Lies. I don't trust no masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. You just a dick raping, baby alien, vaping, inhaling, homo sapien. You just a dick raping, baby alien, vaping, inhaling, homo sapien, homo sapien, homo sapien, yo. You're just a homo sapien. It's so hard to win when it's so hard to lose. Yo, it's so easy to lose when it's hard to win. It's so hard to win when it's so easy to lose. It's so easy to lose when it's hard to win. Yo, I don't trust these masons who've been placed in these high places. Why? Cause I know these masons wanna see me placed inside these cages. You just a dick raping, baby alien, vaping, inhaling, homo sapien. You just a homo sapien, baby, just a lonely homo sapien. You just a dick raping, baby alien, vaping, inhaling, homo sapien. Dick raping, baby alien, vaping, inhaling, homo sapien. You just a date. Space is fake.
choose to click to
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill,
Well, I guess since nobody else is talking, I guess I might as well say something. How is everybody today?
Yeah, I guess before that, like that was perfect, Panto. But like, I guess, yeah, to start things off, just go through and introduce yourselves, and I guess how long you've been aware of that the Earth was flat, or believe that the Earth was flat, and then kind of what got you into it. So that was Panto. Yeah, you just did. That was perfect.
Cool, man. Well, I'm Panto Math. I've been in the server, well, our original server, including this one, like about 6 or 7 months. I've known about Flat Earth now coming up for 5 years. I think that's right about it. I mean, I've always been into like speaking to people about it, find out where I lived in this reality, and I went along with the heliocentric model all my life. I hung on every word NASA said for decades, literally, and then I decided to just stop going along with everything that I'd been told and go back to what I could verify myself and my natural experience on Earth, which is that we experience it to be flat and stationary. We need to be told we live on a ball flying through space, which the TV helps quite a lot. But apart from that, we do experience Earth to be flat and stationary. That's good enough for you.
Well, what makes you believe that? Is
hold on. Well, Bet, allow the others to
you're
introduce
right.
themselves.
Introductions. I apologize.
Yeah, perfect. Panto, it's nice to have you on here, man. We appreciate it. Whoever wants to go next, just go ahead and speak up.
Thanks for letting us come.
Yeah, of course, man.
I'll introduce myself. I'm FE Jedi. I'm from the 24/7 Discord server 2.0. I've been a flat earther for coming up 4 years now. This September, actually. So yeah, next month. So yeah, I've been a flat earther for 4 years. Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. How did I get into it? It was just, I've always been curious. I've always asked questions. I've always done personal research. Conspiracy theories, some people want to turn in, but it's just personal research into things. So I've always asked questions. I got to a bit of a point. Well, I felt like I'd gone through everything, and I just clicked onto a video. It didn't have Flat Earth in the title. I didn't even realise it was about Flat Earth until about 15, 20 minutes into the video. And then from that video, I just had to start asking questions, because the information I got within the video was it was definitely something that I had to follow up and ask and look into, and that was 4 years ago. And yeah, here I am, willing to talk to people about the flat Earth.
Awesome.
Okay, so really it was just YouTube videos that like fully convinced you and stuff. Like you haven't, there was nothing like in your actual life that really like had you on this beforehand. It had a lot to do with like seeing what other people had researched.
Well, primarily it was just research like that, but I went out and done some of the tests and observations myself. I live in the southeast of England, and the coast of France is 24 miles away. There, in my position on the southeast coast, I could see different locations at different times. Looking at that with the Earth curve calculator, when you find out that you are literally seeing things in the distance that predictably should not be able to be seen because we're told that we live on the ball, then you have to start digging deeper and deeper and deeper. And yeah, within the community and with stuff that I've done myself, I understand you have to be flat and stationary.
If I can ask, while we're doing introductions, it sounds like both of you guys have seen some videos that I'm sure you've shown other people. Please feel free to share them with us, because I would love to see them myself. And I feel like if you guys, I'm sure that you guys have the permissions to post them in general chat or whatever chat. I obviously would love to take a look. So if you guys have 1 or 2 specific videos that, like the go-to ones that you say, that if somebody asks you, like, which one would you recommend looking at? I would love to take a look at that one as well.
Also, I just pulled up 2 more people who talk about this subject. And,
Okay, well,
Jose, you're the leader of the server, I believe, right? Like you're the
Jedi. We're really
head.
happy to have you as well, Jedi. Appreciate it, man.
And Jose, you're like the head, right? Like you run the 247 server.
I'm not the leader. We're a whole community that we work together. I just happen to be an administrator because I'm pretty decent, like, I guess, making choices as an administrator maybe. But no, I'm not the leader. Like, I see myself in the same position as everyone in here.
Okay, awesome, man. And Jose, how long have you been with the Flat Earth? I guess I don't want to call it a cause. I guess just
movement
a
idea.
movement. I guess, yeah. Like,
so I've been looking into Flat Earth since 2015. Would you like to hear kind of how I got into it?
Yeah, of course, man.
All right, so it was 2014 for me, and I was a big space nerd. I used to watch like Cosmos. I used to watch anything to do with space. Anything that with the word space in there, or outer space or planets. I was watching it. So I used to watch all these shows, and I was on YouTube one day, and I seen this video that was made by this guy named what's his name? So I can't think of his name right now, but he made this video called The Principle, right? And it's a geocentric documentary, and it had a lot of high-level scientists in there, or astrophysicists, theoretical physicists. It had Michio Kaku, Lawrence Krauss, like all these very big names in these fields, right? So I was really drawn to watching that because I was already watching those guys. So when I saw this The Principle, it pretty much opened my mind to the idea that the Earth was still a globe, but that it wasn't moving, that it was stationary and everything revolved around us. So that's what the whole idea of a geocentric model would be, right? And it wasn't until I saw that video that I got so into that idea of geocentric that I started typing on YouTube, geocentric Earth, because I didn't know what it was called. I didn't know what it was, but I was looking into it like that. And every time I typed geocentric flat Earth, I would see a flat Earth video pop up, flat Earth geocentric. And I was like, what? It's flat then? I was kind of confused because I didn't know geocentric meant what it meant. I thought it meant it just wasn't moving, but I didn't know what the flat Earth was at the time. So I clicked on this video by Eric Dubay, that's my recommendation for anyone. It's a little bit buried because YouTube censors flat Earth now. I'll go and pull it up in a minute for you guys. But this is a video that kind of got me with my eyes wide open into flat Earth. It's called The History of Flat Earth by Eric Dubay. And that was the first video I saw. After that one led me to another video. And I literally went through a couple of weeks of just going through these flat Earth videos. And it wasn't long before I was into this for a month that I saw enough long distance observations that just sold me. There was things that were being seen that should not be able to be seen on a globe, and the only explanation that there was for the globe Earth is that it was some type of mirage. And I've seen mirages, I know what mirages look like, and I'm like, that's not a mirage, that's actually there. Now I can agree that there's a thing called refraction that makes the image be a little bit distorted. The claim for that image to be loomed up, to be observed on your field of view, right? It just doesn't make sense to me. And that was my first, my first steps to flat Earth. And now we're a little bit more advanced. There's a lot better proofs, which we'll get into in a little bit later. But yeah, that's my whole little story of flat Earth and how I got into it.
I mean, awesome. We'd love to have you here, Jose.
And so I'm glad you guys were serious too. It's nice to be able to know that, I was worried that we were just going to get a bunch of trolls who were going to come in here and just say some stupid bullshit. So it's nice to know that you're actually, you're a reasonable human being and you're actually being, even someone in the chat is this guy sounds legit. You actually, it's nice to know that we're not just getting. We had a guy come in recently who was pretending to be an incel, and he just went off on Kayla, and it was just he was trolling. So we.
You actually have the as well to back it up. You were in space and into researching scientists already, so that's actually really cool to know.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you something that's very interesting about flat earthers, at least in our community, in our Discord. I guarantee you that most of the people that go in there that believe in the globe don't know the globe, and I guarantee you that most of us know the globe in and out way better because we came from that side. We were actually nerds for the globe, Mm-hmm. So it's we're not retarded. You have to I know flat Earth sounds insane.
Oh, we don't think you're retarded.
No, I know.
No,
I'm just saying for people that believe that. I'm not generalizing you guys, but most people will go out and be flat earthers are retarded. Or I don't know if you've seen that late interview with Scott Kelly, the astronaut. They asked him, what do you have to say to flat earthers? And he says that he doesn't even deal with these people because they're special kinds of people. So there's that stigma of flat earthers being retarded. I understand you guys don't feel that way, but the majority do.
Okay.
But see, I didn't know if I thought you guys were necessarily retarded or anything, but I thought maybe it's a LARP. There's no way, because it just sounds so bizarre and out there that it was a LARP,
Yeah, we get that a lot, buddy. We get that a lot.
I was going to say.
Yeah, quite a lot. I mean, the guys that you got here in the moment from the 24 Discord server, we speak to people all the time. Quite a lot of those people will come in, and their main aim is to troll and ridicule. Because it's the flat Earth, right? We're absolutely retarded and backwards, of course. So we get it. We do understand that.
Have you guys seen a rise in people joining and stuff since? I guess flat Earth is. You guys said that some of you guys have been involved for over 4 years, so I'm guessing. I mean, it's just now becoming this mainstream, kind of. I don't want to call it a meme, but that's what the mainstream media and Reddits and things like that are spinning it to be. And so have you guys seen a lot of an influx of joins since then?
Yeah, I mean, again, just going back to the server, we have so many people joining on an hourly basis. We've just started a new one, the 2.0 from the 24/7 Flat Earth. But ultimately, we see it growing on a daily basis because we're live streaming as well. We have a lot of people brought in, and there's a lot of other Flat Earth content providers out there on YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and all of these places where you can see that the movement, or whatever you want to call it, is definitely growing.
Yeah,
called
just to put
that.
that in. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, just to put that in context, as Jedi just mentioned, we've got this new server. I think we started it last Friday, was it? Was it a week ago?
Yeah, over the weekend. Yeah, over the weekend.
And there's more than 1,000 members already. So it's
Wow.
How many servers can get 1,000 members in a week?
I think it's crazy, man. I think it's almost the Trump effect, right? Or the Streisand effect, where for every one person that comes into Radical, you have one person that comes in that says, "Oh, I'm actually interested. I'm glad I found out about this." So it's kind of like a growing effect.
Yeah, and we've had loads of people. Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
No, I just want to ask: is the goal of the server to educate, or is it more so just to have a discussion with people that are already believing? Or are you like actively trying to I don't want to say convince, but I guess educate people and try to bring them in,
A little bit of both, really.
I think our position is this. Like, this is the position of the server. What most of us say, when someone comes in, we're not here to convince you. We're here to present information that we came across. It is really up to you to research the information we're presenting and come to your own conclusion. That's our goal. Our goal isn't to indoctrinate people. Our goal isn't to make you believers, because Flat Earth is actually against that. Because in our position is that's where we are. That's why we are where we are, because a lot of the stuff was indoctrinated to us through the school systems. Things were just taught as fact to us, never presented a different argument. So we've been indoctrinated in this worldview. So we're not going to do that. We're not going to return it back and be like, oh, we're indoctrinating people in the flat earth. We're just presenting what we've came across, and people are, eventually going to decide whether they've researched further into it and maybe figure out for themselves, or just not do anything with it. It's really up to them.
So I feel like, thank you for explaining that, but I feel like Flat Earth kind of really took off, especially here on the West Coast, when I believe the moment not too long ago when Tesla decided to launch the Roadster into space. And from that moment on, that was kind of when you were watching the chat that was going on, and you saw people say something about Flat Earth at least every other second as the video was going on. So I'm sure, I just wanted to ask you guys if you guys remember that moment, if you guys watched that video happen, and your take on it, because I specifically remember a moment, a very long moment for a couple minutes or possibly a half hour longer, where the feed legitimately cut out and you couldn't see anything. So I was curious if you guys remember that and your take on that whole experience.
Yeah, I was one of the members in there actually trying to debate people. You might have seen me in there, who knows? But I was in that chat while I was live, and we were also trying to find things to deconstruct that whole video, like live. We actually have a couple members on our server that downloaded the original video, and we did some research, and it turns out that SpaceX did something really interesting on YouTube. They were able to go back and edit their live video, which is impossible for anyone to do on YouTube. So they did edit some stuff out, and we actually still have the original. We downloaded it as it was published within a couple of minutes, and then the next day later, they actually went back, kept their views, kept everything, but they re-edited a couple parts of it. I think they took 7 seconds off of it, which is really interesting, because what kind of pull would SpaceX have to have with YouTube to be above every other YouTuber, and they can do something that no other YouTube can do? It's something to question.
Well, there's actually something interesting with the. I was looking into this before because I was looking into getting in some shares in SpaceX. Do you know the only way you can get shares in SpaceX? Does anyone know?
No,
you have to buy shares in Alphabet. Now, who does Alphabet own?
No clue.
Alphabet owns Google. Who owns YouTube? Google.
Oh, okay.
So they're not independent at all. The only way you can buy shares in SpaceX is through buying shares in Alphabet.
Okay, that's a hot take for sure. That's definitely interesting to know. And earlier, I know you guys mentioned when YouTube. I guess so. Does YouTube classify what you guys put out as conspiracy, or the information on Flat Earth as conspiracy theory videos? Because I know they recently they stopped putting the conspiracy videos in recommended, right?
Yeah, a good couple of months ago, or so a good couple of months, the end of last year, Google, YouTube announced that they were going to be, putting a restriction on the amount of fake news. Some of the things that were mentioned were things like vaccines, Flat Earth, and a couple of other things. Just throwing all of these things in together because that's bad, right? ultimately now, what will happen is when you search on YouTube and you put the phrase flat Earth, what will happen is basically what happened for the first 4, 5, 6 pages is you'll just get, you know, ridiculous flat Earth claims or debunk videos, you know, 5 reasons to debunk flat Earth and this, that, and the other. Not content that's really provided by true flat earthers, I would say.
Yeah.
So you'll come across that basic clickbait. It's kind of reassuring to see reams and reams of pages and recommendations, you know, showing that the flat Earth can be debunked in, you know, one proof or this, that, and the other. So it's just clickbait primarily, as opposed to say this time last year where you put flat Earth into a search and you would primarily start getting, you know, good content providers who were talking about flat Earth. Eric Bay, ODD Reality, to name but a few. But yeah, there is definitely something going on with the algorithms and the search engine. There's also been, well, as the movement's been going and growing stronger, there's obviously been, you know, media straw men built up. There's a huge straw man, what we call a gatekeeper, which is called the Flat Earth Society. Now, the Flat Earth Society are the people that made the claim that the Earth is a spinning disk, and it's rising at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's how we have gravity, but space still exists, and all this type of stuff. They make a lot of, you know, straw men claims, and so when people go there, they have a good laugh. They pull the argument down in about 5 seconds and carry on with their day, thinking that the flat Earth is completely ridiculous. So we have things to deal with as well.
Sorry to interrupt real quick, but I have a quick favor to ask of you. Do you mind posting your YouTube or Twitch channel? We have a lot of people on our server that want to watch your Twitch, you know?
Okay, I'll just put it in the general chat. It's twitch.tv/neat_life. And yeah, to touch on that censorship, like that is extremely deadly or dangerous to any cause, really. And I can only speak on it from like we just had the drug users on here before this. We did an interview with them, and just something from that is when you Google like harm reduction things, like how to safely use a drug or something. Now, the only thing that comes up on Google is just pages and pages of these rehabs, these paid centers for people. So it's almost like that censorship is in a way like, for multiple causes, doing more harm than good, you know, because these are people that are already going to use the drugs or whatever they're doing regardless, and they're trying to look to Google for information or Reddit or anything, and all they can find is these pages just telling you to go to rehab. Or in your case, you're looking up these things, you're trying to get information on flat Earth, and you're finding just this bullshit or debunking videos, and it's almost like the cards are stacked against you, you know, against actually spreading information. Even I think censorship of any kind, especially that, is extremely dangerous.
You know what's quite interesting is I was just looking up, because Jose recommended looking up Eric Debay's History of the Flat Earth. Now, when you type in specifically, with no other words, Eric Debay, the History of Flat Earth, which is the name of the video, it's like the 8th or 9th link. Yeah. Every link above it is why history, why flat Earth is retarded. And then the next one is like explaining the flat Earth and brackets, obviously debunking it. And then and it's like video, and eventually you get to the exact thing you typed, and you just think, well, how is the algorithm giving me a bunch of stuff I didn't type way before the thing I typed?
It's just an insane amount of censorship. Like, it's just happening so much now. It's like we're getting into that position where are these I don't want to call them outlets of information, just like search engines, like Google as a whole, are they getting into a position where they're kind of able to choose what you see now, where it's not this freedom of information that the internet should be, and it's more so people are getting indoctrinated, you know, because even if they want to see something else, obviously you just said it, the first 8 results had nothing to do with what you actually wanted to see, and instead it was just information shitting on that. So it's almost like they're in a position now where they're choosing what is fact and what is reality, you know.
See, the thing is, at the end of the day, I think most flat earthers would agree with me when I say this, is if they're hiding it, why don't they just prove it? Why don't they just prove the spinning ball? Why don't they just give us the empirical scientific evidence, which is something that we'll get into later? Why can't they just come out and give videos that just prove that the Earth is a ball? They can't do that. They have to pour storm.
I just want to ask a question from the chat really quick. There's a question that says, what does the flat Earth even change about the world? I guess I sort of on that page, like, what does it change about, like, because I'll say, like, you want everyone to believe it. What if everyone does believe it? Like, what actually changes?
Well, I can answer that real quick if you like. This is my opinion, by the way. My opinion is that it changes your whole worldview, because if you believe in the heliocentric model, you're going to have to believe in evolution. Evolution makes you believe that you came from a big bang and that, we came from slime. And it kind of gives people a very atheistic, nihilistic worldview where nothing matters, YOLO, you only live once type of deal. So people are not interested in finding anything else because everything's been given to them. Now, what that would change, in my opinion, is if everyone knew that, this place might be even created, it might give rise to the idea that this place has some intelligent design behind it. Now, that's one of the reasons why it would change. Another thing that would change would have to be just the structure, the way everything's ran. Because if people are lying to us at the very top, that structure is going to have to change, right? It will. I see change coming if they ever get exposed. So there could be a lot of change. But if will your daily life change? Will you still go to work? Will you still have to do everything the same? Yes, of course. But at least you'll know the true reality of where you might live.
There's like a lot of crossover between Christianity and flat earthers as well. Like I noticed you mentioned just intelligent design. Like, is that a big crossover or is that not a big crossover?
I think it is. I'm not Christian. I'm not religious, but I definitely believe in intelligent design. But there happens to be a lot of Christians in Flat Earth because their book really supports an immovable stationary Earth with like pillars, dome over. It makes a lot of sense. But I'm not religious and I don't really follow any religious texts. But I definitely do believe that there's some intelligent design to this nature of this world we live in.
Yeah, I think.
Can I add in?
I think that the Sorry, go ahead, philosopher. But I want to add something after.
I was gonna piggyback off of the religious, spiritual side of it, because it does bring in a lot of Christians, but it also brings a lot of other people from other religions, and it also opens up the idea of other religions and spiritualities as well. Like myself, I was Christian, but since the Flat Earth has come about, I've looked into other religions and other spiritual texts and stuff that also teach a flat Earth, like Hinduism and Buddhism, Jainism. They all show that the Earth is flat in their religious texts as well. And I actually I now err more on the side of Hinduism than anything. But their flat Earth is called Bhumandala. That's the name of the Earth for them. It's like in Norse mythology, the Earth is called Midgard. But it's all still flat in all other religions. Sorry, go ahead, Crypto.
I mean, you more or less said what I was going to say, but I'll just I'll answer the question a bit more directly. Is there a crossover between Flat Earth and Christianity? I would say that that's not a wide enough question. Is there a crossover between believing in, say, a deistic or a theistic worldview and Flat Earth? Yes. That's what I would say yes to. I wouldn't say yes to specifically Christianity. Myself, I'm a deist, and I think virtually all flat earthers are either deistic or theistic in some regard. Very, very few atheists, but I wouldn't say that there is a huge amount that are specifically Christian.
If I could answer a little bit as well, back to the, we get this asked on the Discord server, what would they gain? Why would they lie? I mean, it's where has this lie come from? We've kind of, looked at a little bit of religion, the majority, if not all, of ancient cultures and religions of the flat space.
Gotta shout out Faded Console. He's our only subscriber, so I gotta shout him out. He said, "I just woke up. I'm here." Shouts out to you, Faded Console.
Much fucking love, buddy.
Sorry to interrupt you, but shouts out.
Yo, is Mid IHC with you guys, by the way?
Yes, he is. Bro.
Okay, do you guys want him up here?
Yes, please.
You guys are incredibly articulate for who I thought you were gonna be. Like, this is like, I'm kind of getting convinced. Like, you don't do this.
No, so I'm glad that you guys came like so well prepared. It is nice. Yeah, like I said, I think a lot of us were worried that it was gonna be just like some like YouTube. Just be like, watch the YouTube video. The fact that you guys all have different perspectives as well is pretty fucking great. I'm not gonna lie. I'm interested how you connected it to fucking Norse mythology and like Buddhism and shit as well, though, because it's like part of me just goes like, is what about the picture of the blue dot or whatever? Like, is that not considered any evidence at all? It's like the stream of light with the blue dot, and it's supposed to be Earth floating in like the whatever the fuck. Like,
no.
Can I do this one? Sorry, I love talking about images. because I try and bash this into people's heads all the time when they're like, we get these like really hardened globers come in, and it doesn't matter what you say to them, they just, there's no way that it's flat, sort of thing. And so I had this discussion yesterday with a couple of the guys, and they were basically making the argument that if you see something enough, then it becomes true. But then this is an argument I always say against it, is, well, if I give you a picture of an orc from Lord of the Rings, you know, do orcs exist in reality? Of course, you would say, well, no, it's just a film, right? And then, so then Jose gives you a picture of orcs, and then FE Jedi gives you a picture of orcs. At what point is us giving you pictures of orcs making orcs real? You know?
True. I mean,
it's like, but part of me's just like, damn, like, because these scientific people, it's like so much of what they're doing has to do with the search of truth. I just feel like it's like, how meaningless is your job if all you like Carl Sagan, right? Like, I mean, it's like part of me that's like it's appealing to human nature, but part of me's just like, damn, boy, how do you have a whole career doing some shit that's just complete fucking lies and not just feel super not fulfilled? You know, you're
actors, man.
But maybe he doesn't think it's a lie as well. I think this is the thing, is that we get this other question, which is, wouldn't look like, you know, tens of thousands of people have to be in on the lie? No, I think the vast majority. I mean, you guys believe that you live on a globe, and maybe some of you have never even really thought about it. You just thought, well, that's what I was taught, so it's probably true, you know, whatever. And you even see that attitude manifesting in some of the questions, where like, how does it affect me? You know, so it's an extension of that attitude of, yeah, it's probably a globe, who cares, you know, whatever. So maybe Carl Sagan believed it. Who knows? But he is just a presenter of a TV show at the end of the day. I don't know what qualifications he's got, but someone like Bill Nye, he's an engineer. Like, what would he really know? Has he ever been to space to check out what it looks like? No, he's just an engineer. So how would he have any special knowledge that anyone here doesn't have?
What about there's this clip that I'm sure you guys are aware of. It's from the Flat Earther convention, I think, and where the guy misproves his own theory, right? Where he sets up the lights, and I'm sure that's like a video that gets brought up a lot in your Discord. Maybe it's
Yeah, I think you're talking about the one where the guy shines a light and he goes, interesting. Is that the one? Yeah, that's actually I know those people, and here's how it went. It's not so much a parody. It was just the people that did the video, the producer, literally cuts and pastes things how he wants it and skews it to make it look like a certain way for the viewers, right? Now, here's the thing. The story behind that is he didn't disprove anything. What happened was he was supposed to go do a laser test, and he had these 3 big old, type of wood things with holes in it, right? And the point was to get them with enough space and distance, so like if the Earth is curved, there's no way the light should be able to shine through all 3 holes, right? Now, he had a laser with this, but what happened was right before the test, he actually melted the collimator on the laser, which made the laser, invalid to be used. So he used a flashlight. Now, if you're familiar with how light works and flashlights and beam divergence and all that, you'll know that a flashlight's beam divergence and its potensity of the light will diffuse, and it was actually not strong enough to make it through any of the holes. So what happened was when he raised it up, they were able to see it, but when he brought it down, the light wasn't able to pass through all 3 holes. Now, they took that as in he debunked himself, but in reality, it was an inconclusive test. And the producer knew this, but they painted it in a way where it's like he debunked himself.
I just know that I just brought that up because that's one of the videos that like everyone uses to like, oh, look at this guy, he's shit on himself, basically, like he disproved his own theory.
Yeah, and it's the same with the gyroscope in that same video. I don't know if you saw the whole thing. There's a man in there that claimed that something about 15 degrees per hour, and then they got a quote where it's like, oh yeah, we measured 15 degrees per hour. That's a problem because we know that like the globe Earth model is supposed to, have axial rotation, and it's supposed to be the sun's supposed to move about.
So I got to interrupt really quick. Faded Console just gifted 5 tier 1 subs to the people in the audience. Damn, this boy based as hell, boy. I swear to God, boy.
Yo, I'm gonna suck your wiener.
Oh, you got my premium snap now.
Yeah, I will too.
Sorry to interrupt, but you got my premium snap, boy. Premium snap for this boy.
I mean, I probably won't, but you guys feel free.
Interjecting quickly, Crypto, Jose, and you guys. One quick question: did you guys touch on what Mother Hubbard was? I was on a call just now, unfortunately. What does Mother Hubbard have to do with? Because someone asked me to throw that on the
Yeah.
roll. Flat Earthers.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh no,
Yeah,
just ignore that. That's just me being. I'm just a bit weird sometimes.
Now, when
I
you
just
said Hubbard, were you referencing the Scientologist?
no,
no, Ron Hubbard.
no. I was just saying Mother Hubbard because I didn't want to swear. So it's just like someone get me a roll, and I thought I'll swear, and then I thought,
well, you guys are
server, I can't
for
swear.
Mother Hubbards now, I guess.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, it's nothing to do with Ron Hubbard. Sorry.
Okay, but back to what Jose was saying.
Yeah, Jose.
So the gyro video.
Yeah, the gyro. So like the man made said something about 15 degrees per hour, and they took that in context that he had the gyro in his hand. Like they made it seem like this man literally proved the 15 degrees per hour, shift of the Earth's rotation with this gyro. Now we know this person too. This is from our Flat Earth community. What happened was this other man. It wasn't never in Bob's hand. That's the guy's name, Bob Nodell. It was never in his hands. He commented on something and misquoted, misspoke. Now, what really happened is the owner of that gyro actually recorded about 7.5 degrees per hour, which would mean that the Earth is spinning twice as slow. Because it's 7.5 plus 7.5 is 15 degrees. So that means the measurement they got was actually half the speed. So there is some movement, but now there's a big debate whether it's an ether. I don't know if you're aware of that. Back in the days, they used to believe in this kind of like movement of the ether, and that's another possibility that'd be causing that. But to be honest, no gyroscope test is really any scientific test, because if you're familiar with the scientific method, you need to be able to manipulate the cause to know, if to have that cause and effect relationship. Now, tests don't do that. All they do is infer data, and then you correlate the data to what you want it to be, right? It's not really.
Sorry, I gotta cut in again. This boy's gifting more subs. Fada Console throwing Sludgy a sub. This boy is balling out so hard in our channel right now. Thank you so much, homie. Sorry to interrupt, man. I gotta shout him out though.
Yeah,
this is a real one. This is a real one in the chat. He the VIP. Oh goddamn.
So with the gyro, he had him chain like. It's so basically all of it has been like a slop operation. Like anytime you guys have got involved with anything, it's something has been taken out of context and spun away that's made to actually shit on your cause.
That's what they tend to do, just twisting the truth. Like when you get some real facts in that bitch, it's like, okay, but yeah.
Yeah, interesting enough, like anyone that's familiar with like the topic of like how gyroscopes work and all that, they will know that that video is complete garbage. But for an average viewer that isn't familiar with how gyroscope works or how what 15 degrees per hour is to them, that's going to be like, wow, they debunked flat Earth, But it's the real people that actually are familiar with these instruments and how they work that can be like, that's bullshit, because no one's ever proved motion on the Earth. No one. There was a bunch of experiments in the late 1800s to try to prove that. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Michelson-Morley experiment. It's literally an interferometer where they try to find a phase shift of light dependent on the movement of the Earth, and they actually didn't find any. But what they did prove was the ether. But now then there was a big problem, because if the ether existed, then it proved that the Earth wasn't moving. So in the scientific community in the late 1800s, 1900s, they went with the path with, well, the Earth has to be moving, so the ether must not exist. So that's the position of mainstream science that they've taken. Now we have this theory called the general theory of relativity, and special relativity, which is what the mainstream science now, it evolved from like those tests, all these theories,
Yeah, I just thought I wanted to add on to that just to make it crystal clear. This is what the theory was there to do, was to discard the ether. It doesn't just ignore it or hope it goes away. It philosophically discards the ether, which it has no proof. It has no proof. The test found the ether, and they went, "Nah, we'll just discard it. We'll just come up with a framework that doesn't include it." So it's literally ignoring the elephant in the room.
So wouldn't this all get squashed if we could just fund a big ass spaceship to go up and be like, pop screenshot, got your ass, like.
Isn't there a guy that tries to do that?
Some dude in the chat.
I'm sure that sounds so ignorant of me, but like that sounds
trying to fund a spaceship.
Well, yeah, there's a guy named Mad Mike. I'm sure that's the guy you're talking about.
That guy's a troll, right?
Yeah, he launched stuff in a rocket and it went up to like 18,000 feet, which is not even higher than a plane.
Yeah.
No, but I just mean like actually, like, you know, Kyrie Irving's a flat earther. Be like, yo, bro, like I know SpaceX is eventually going to do like a commercial space flight. I just be like, bro, like put up the money and just prove this shit once and for all.
The problem is just to get into past a certain altitude, you need permission. That's the problem. See, like all these ideas of like funding something, like it could all be stopped because we need to essentially ask for permission just to go to a certain altitude. There's even permission just to send high altitude balloons now. Just look at the new stipulations for NOAA. They actually require for you to actually go and get approved before you do any of these things.
That's what I say, don't weather balloons go to space?
They reach up to
High
about
altitude balloons.
2 miles. Go ahead, FJ, go ahead.
No, yeah, they're just high altitude balloons. They just go high up to the atmosphere. I wanted to cut in because you're talking about two subjects that are close to flat Earth's heart. You know, how high do you have to be before you see the curvature of the Earth, and let's go to space?
Yeah.
Ultimately, it doesn't matter how high you go. We've got high altitude balloon footage of 135,000 feet that show an eye level horizon and an Earth extending into the distance, no curvature to be seen. So how high do you think you need to go? Ultimately, there are curve calculators out there. We're on the ball with definite dimensions. We can map the hell out of it and figure out the drop value between point A and point B. The thing is, you should be able to see curvature from the Earth and a relative, using high-powered optical equipment. There should be a prediction of things you shouldn't be able to see because of that curve of the Earth. But ultimately, we can talk about space. Why would we need to go to space? What is space? It's this controlled place, right? It's a place where there's other planets and the moon being a rock and the sun being some kind of nuclear furnace and blah, blah.
I do have a question about that. What do you guys feel about other planets? Do they just not exist or are they just in the sky?
Right, yeah. So other planets, no. Other planets don't exist because this Earth isn't a planet. That cosmology that I told you about, like Mars being a planet due to being a super gas giant and the sun, like I said, being in that nuclear furnace, is absolute bollocks. It doesn't exist.
Well, what are they then? Because I literally just saw Saturn and Venus.
Yes, well, ultimately, to me, you and everybody else down here, if we use our eyes or a telescope or high power, because we're looking at it, we can't reach out. And everything that you've been told about those lights in the sky, you've been taught. Everybody's been taught. We've all been indoctrinated into the system, whether that be educational, propaganda, films, TVs, what have you. It's that kind of cultural thing. Space a story about it. But ultimately, me, you, and everybody else will only ever be able to see it.
So what is it? I mean, definitely, if you're looking through a telescope, you can definitely see a planet. I mean, like, so what is it? What to you guys? What is the moon? What shape is the moon? Is the moon like a big potato chip or?
Well, here's the thing. Like when it comes to what planets are, the moon, like no one's denying that we can't see them. Like we're not like retarded, we don't think like, oh, if I pull out a telescope right now in my backyard, I don't think the moon's there or the sun or the stars or the planets. No, we see everything the same as any other person. It's just we've been sold the idea that they're planets and that we're planets and that they're terraform and they're just like us and that they're spherical. To be honest, there's no way to even determine that they're spherical by looking at them with an optic, because when you look through the telescope, that's a monoscope, meaning that you have no depth perception. That means you cannot perceive 3D, 3D shape with one eye. You only see one side of it. Now, whether they're globe, sphere, flat, whatever shape they are, it doesn't really have no bearing, because in the flat Earth cosmology, it's not like the planets and the Earth are on space. This is going to be the part that probably makes you guys like hate flat Earth, because this is the part that
no, we wouldn't hate it anyway.
Well, this is the part that was hard for me to get to flat Earth, because space isn't what we've been taught. Like everything is within the system, and those things that you observe in the sky are all within the system. They're not like trillions of billions of light years away. Now, planets, we refer to them as wandering stars, and that's what the ancients referred to them. Whether they're terraforma, whether they're just like Earth, that's actually a non sequitur fallacy, because we haven't proven this place to be a planet unless you believe in every NASA space agency that's been to space. If you believe in that, then I can understand why you would have that train of thought. But if you're coming from the perspective of like, hey, what have we proved on Earth? We haven't proven the Earth to be a planet or those things to be the X amount of distance that they claim they are. And we don't even know if they're terraforma, meaning you can't land on them. For all we know, it can just be a light in the sky,
Yeah. But I mean, when observed through a telescope, you can definitely see like surface on the moon. Like, so I guess what if we're not a sphere, is the moon a sphere? Or no? Or what do you guys? I want to know what you guys feel about what the moon is.
Ultimately, when we're talking about what lights in the sky are, we don't know, and that's because none of us can go there and test it out. We can't go to the moon. We can't bring.
So was the moon landing faked?
Yeah,
100%.
And right, I'm just going to add this, and I'll let everybody else jump in. Every single story you've been told about space, satellites, international space stations, moon landings, remote controlled cars on Mars. Pictures from outer planets from a satellite or a probe that's been slungshot around Mars through an asteroid field to give you pictures. All of these stories about space are not true because space fundamentally can't exist. It breaks natural laws. You can't have gas pressure without a container, which within the heliocentric is exactly what we've got. We've got gas pressure, atmosphere here, uncontained from the vacuum of space. Second law of thermodynamics will dictate that busy energy, air pressure, atmosphere system will disperse into the space available. It's akin to constructing a vacuum chamber, opening the door and watching all the air rush in because it's now uncontained. So what we've also got here is we're going to start going into a little bit of science, but what we've got is something that we can't demonstrate. In the heliocentric model, this spinning ball with atmosphere attached, you can't demonstrate your necessary antecedent for gas pressure. In every single demonstration, you require a container for gas pressure, whether it be in a tire, whether it be in your Coke can or just deodorant can, or whether it be in an oxygen tank that a scuba diver takes swimming. You need a container. Earlier, I said you needed to construct the vacuum. Yeah, you need to contain one pressure from another. In the heliocentric model, we don't have a container. And we do not have a demonstration of the necessary antecedent, which would be gravity.
So, just to touch back on the moon, as I lived in Alaska, and you can literally see the tides like coming in and out, and just the massive effect they have on the Earth. What is a tide then? If or is that just another thing that you guys chalk up to? Oh, we don't know what it is. So,
well, I love talking about the moon. I'll be happy to talk about the moon landings, but we can do the tides first if you want.
Yes, please.
Did you know? So. You say you live in Alaska. I grew up by the sea as well. I'm sure a few other people here have as well. Obviously, tides are quite a significant part of how the seas and the oceans work.
Yeah, very noticeable.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no doubt. There's parts of South Essex, where I'm originally from, North Kent as well, where you can literally walk from one county to another when the tide goes out. So
yeah, that's how Alaska is.
Yeah.
It's
crazy.
Yeah.
It's like
literally an entire bay that had water in it will be a mud flat at that point. So
yeah. So how does that compare to a Great Lake? Do Great Lakes have tides? The answer is, I think, no. When you look this up on Google, it will say they have like an inch of tide.
I think because I also spend a lot of time in Michigan, and I do believe that the Great Lakes can be seen having tides there. But I mean, the whole reason that the tide works based on the moon is because the water has somewhere to go, whereas the Great Lake, where is it really moving? You know?
Sure, but then this is the thing. You taking it back to a scientific perspective, the observations are very different, aren't they? So to give the same cause to two very different observations is, I mean, that's fallacious. You're not seeing the same thing. And, without going into gravity, this is another problem with gravity. You have multiple observations chalked up to one single cause, and neither of them have an experiment that you can actually verify the cause of. The cause for, sorry. So, yeah, I don't want to go into all of that really, but it's interesting because you've got these huge tides on the oceans and the seas, and these barely noticeable tides that I actually think don't exist on Great Lakes. Now, when I say they don't exist, what I mean is that yes, weather can affect the lakes. There's other atmospheric effects, but the moon's gravity, which is or just gravity generally, which is considered the cause of tides, I think fundamentally doesn't match observation.
All right, but so you, I can understand what you're saying. So, but what is the tide or anything like that? Like, so that's something like when I present you with the moon or the other planets, you can say, oh, well, we can't touch them, we can't see them, there's no physical evidence, and I can accept that as an answer. But with the tide, that you guys just simply have no answer for that. Then
and there's behind
tide is physical evidence. Like the tide is clear.
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's clear, physical,
and
measurable evidence.
Yeah, but was it measured? What is it evidence of?
Well, it's evidence of something gravitationally moving the water levels, because it's not that there's an increase in water, because we can't agree that matter is being created. There's only a set amount of water within the ocean, so it would have to be gravity moving it, because gravity is a set.
Unless someone's
we know how
pulling
water
a plug at the
behaves
bottom.
physically, right? Like the way water fits into
Well,
its
that's
container.
a rotation, though. Like, how do we know for sure it's a mass like pulling it?
But well, no, that's how gravity works according to our physics
we know
model,
that it's
right?
But then there's a whole new can of worms if we're talking about gravity. I'm sure.
But it's like,
that's why I didn't want to.
But it's like, well, how does your physics model explain that? Because they can explain, I feel like, tides through our physics model quite well.
Well, why are there why are there 2 tides per day if there's only 1 moon?
In some places there are 6.
Well, because the moon's on one side of the Earth and then the other, so it's like it's low
Well, I mean,
tide,
because
high
people
tide,
that believe the Earth is a globe also believe it's tilted on an axis, so that explains that.
Not really. You see, you've got tides on opposite side of the supposed globe, and you're saying that the moon causes the tide. Well, which one is the moon causing, and what's causing the other one?
Man, I smoke Reggie on the moon, boy. I swear.
No. See, that's the thing. Is that's things that we don't know, and that's why we like to have you guys on here to like.
Yeah. But I mean, but your only evidence is.
I do have to keep it real with you. Like, there is like an effect of what they say gravity from another mass to the pulled liquids that pulled stuff. If you'd let me finish. The thing is that's why like on these full moons and stuff, that the people with like bipolar tendencies, it's fucking with the fluids in their body, and like it's like shifting different things, and they fucking flip out. So like that's a big thing behind it too. But then that's
I don't think any.
I think that's nonsense.
No, Bet's bipolar, by the way, so he's speaking from experience.
That's fine.
Yeah, I don't think people's moods and decisions in their life have to do with astrology.
We just, it's just a
But
lot
how
of
would it have
correlation.
that effect? If everything is just sitting in the sky, so if it has an effect, is the moon just like this object that just like fucking spins around our disk?
We live in a very electrodynamic environment. Yeah, we've got compasses. They seem to point north. We seem to have energy ley lines. All of these type of electrodynamic phenomena. Lightning, for example, electrodynamic potential rising every meter. These types of things. So we obviously live within this electrodynamic environment. Maybe these lights in the sky, they impart energy differently. I'm talking about the sun and the moon, the lights in the sky, which appear the same kind of size, even though one of them is supposedly 400 times further away and 400 times bigger. But ultimately, they could, as they appear to be the same size, they also appear to be different. No one's denying that there may be some kind of connection or correlation between the energy output of the sun and the moon, which is related to the tides. I mean, we're talking about predominantly, as Crypto was pointing out, the salty seas, not the lakes, not the clear waters, the salty seas. And we should understand what happens to electrodynamics in salty solution, for example. So there could be an electrodynamic energy system at play. We obviously live within a very complicated environment. We've got seasonal cycles, we've got day cycles, we've got constellations. We've obviously got energy being inputted into the system primarily by the sun and the moon. So maybe this is the cause of tides. It doesn't have to be gravity, mass attracting mass. You can talk about gravity if you want to. I'll just quickly say this, just so we're all on the same page. Gravity, mass attracting mass was superseded in 1915 in favour of Einstein's general relativity. Now, the guy who abandoned the ether, they also abandoned this gravity because it didn't fit their model, this mass attracting mass, this magic at a distance. Now, the scientific rhetoric is the bending and warping of space-time. This is based on a presupposition. Both of these gravitational ideas are based upon a presupposition. Mass attracting mass, working on the presupposition that the Earth is already a ball, already existing in space, and gravity is the course why we're standing on the floor. Even got people standing antipodal to us in Australia. The general relativity is starting on the presupposition that the Earth is already a ball and we're in space, and this ball of mass is sitting and bending and warping the fabric of space-time, which is how we observe gravity. Both of these ideas have not got any scientific evidence or experiment to prove them.
They're theories. Yes, they are theories.
Yeah, but no scientific proof.
Can we go slightly into the moon landings? Because I feel
definitely. That was a hot take, boy. When I asked about the moon, so I definitely. That's like base level conspiracy theory, or what people would call base level conspiracy. That's like that's where you start, right? That's the first. Do you guys have a pill? Do you have like the flat pill?
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
It's just like really, really flat. It's like
let's get flat pilled, boy.
It's like a nanometer thick, but it's really, really like long.
The flat pill,
like a tablet.
It's a flow.
Yeah. You just have to take one a day.
Like all the other like incels have the black pill. You guys got the fucking flat, the Zan pill, dude.
Yeah.
Red.
I mean, it is a red. It is a red pill. I just wanted to like a lot of people say flat Earth is the ultimate red pill. So you kind of got to work your way up from the moon landing. You know, you get yeah.
So you guys are like top tier red pill. Okay, the flat pill, boy. Hit me with it, Ronald.
Top tier red pill.
I'm trying to find the lunar module because my god, it looks absolutely horrendous.
It does. It looks like it's wrapped in colorful tinfoil.
This is actually where I'm on your guys' side. Like, I think that when I look at like the moon landing, like the technology, when they say a calculator nowadays has so much more electronics than the fucking space shuttle, I'm like, boy, you're telling me we could do that when like literally like the fucking tablet I got sitting on my table right now for $60 has like a million more. It's so much more complicated than the fucking space shuttle.
You know, they use Stanley Kubrick to big dick the fucking Russians.
I unironically think that's a way better excuse. Like Stanley Kubrick had the skills. He filmed in he knew how to make space look good. And fuck, boy, like a calculator. You're telling me a calculator got sent to the fucking
like what?
I swear to God, but my TM-83 in high school, that shit was way more powerful than a fucking spaceship.
But yeah, I mean, you are right. You are right. But there's so many more problems. Like, yeah, Bino's just posted it. But there's one that's I'm trying to find it at the moment. It's an amazing picture where you can literally see the grey is there. It is. Thank you very much, Bino. Look at that shit, right? That grey is clearly cardboard. Clearly cardboard, right? If you look at the rods,
that's a space peanut.
They're obviously curtain rods that they bought at, I don't know, do you have Target or whatever in America? That's not high-tech space equipment that's going to the bloody moon, is it?
Don't forget about the golden tinfoil.
I can buy gold foil in my local shop.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff.
This stuff isn't. It just looks like a 10-year-old science project. That's not going to the moon. And anyone who looks at that and goes, "Yeah, that's legit," there's something wrong with you.
Hold on, is this a picture of it on the moon here? I'm guessing.
Yeah, this first one that Bino showed you, like they're trying to pass that off as this is us taking a picture of the moon, like us on the moon. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. So, like, that shit, I just like when you actually look into, you're like, excuse me. I mean, like now, but then again, it's like part of me. I do think we could go to space now, so it's like that's definitely the difference.
Well, let me ask you a question.
The thickness of the walls of that,
what about that Red Bull jump where the dude like went to
foil.
space and he parachuted, like he did the world's biggest space
jump?
The
red.
That Red Bull jump. Just quickly, that Red Bull jump. What you got to do is ask Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he will turn around and said, and he did it on TV, that you shouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth from Felix Baumgartner's jump. That shit is flat.
Oh, okay.
If you scroll back a bit, I posted that when we spoke about deGrasse a minute ago, 5-10 minutes ago. So if you scroll back, it is back there. Like.
Oh, that picture's from that jump.
Well, MIDI-HC has actually done a hot flat Earth rap remix. If you check that out as well.
Ooh.
Quick question. Yeah, maybe I should become a flat Earth rapper, boy. I got some.
16 minutes ago, so 28.
I want to know what this picture is here with this guy looking at a spaceship and see a wall. Who is that? Is that picture edited? Like, can I get some detail on that? Bino?
What picture?
I think that's
if you scroll up a little bit in general, it's right before the Red Bull jump gif. It's like a guy looking at a spaceship.
Isn't that Stanley Kubrick?
I've seen that. He jumped from like lower Earth orbit.
That looks edited, boy.
That's the guy that cooked my wife.
I didn't know what that was. It looked realistic, you know.
Oh no, it's not
the background.
It was the moon landing a cuck story.
Yes, bro.
Yes.
Yes.
The moon landing was the final nail in the coffin. As long as they got everybody to believe that space existed and we were on a ball, this lie about the Earth being, you know, a ball hasn't really been going on that long.
I think I'm getting flat pilled.
We got some background. Warren Von Braun.
Yo, Kayla, your mic actually sounds like you are sucking a fart out of a bendy straw.
Holy shit!
No, it's
so.
That's Von Braun. Yeah, of course.
Did you guys already get a chance to talk about the sun? Because I'm really curious about your perspective on the sun and what is revolving around what in that scenario.
Okay, well, the sun, like the moon, is revolving around and above the flat Earth.
Yes.
Now, the sun seems to revolve. It is smaller and local than what we've been told. So I don't know the size and I don't know the distance. But it appears to circle between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn throughout the year. This is how we get our seasonal cycles. So when it's circling the Tropic of Cancer in the north, it's obviously summer in the north because that's where the sun is closest to, and it's winter in the south. 6 months later, when the sun's across the equator and gone down to the Tropic of Capricorn, it's summer in the south and winter in the north. It's obviously how we get our day and night cycles because, you know, it's quite easy to understand moving a light is going to only shine a light on a certain portion of the surface you're shining it on. So the sun is moving, it only shines its light on a portion of the surface it's able to shine its light upon at any one time. So it goes around in a circle throughout the day and throughout the year constantly. And this is how we get our day and night and seasonal cycles. What it is, I don't know. Again, it's another light in the sky. It's intangible to us. We can't physically go there. We've been told a story about what it is. There's a little bit of pseudoscience to back that up. But ultimately, again, we don't know the size and we don't know the distance. But quite hard to understand the sun. We can just observe what it does.
Okay. So going into that, the next question that I had, speaking of that, you kind of touched over it, is that there is really no climate change that much on the equator as opposed to the poles, if from a globe perspective.
Yeah.
So, you know, obviously Antarctica, Arctic Circle, the cold side, and then you have tropical in the middle of what is considered, you know, a circular globe Earth. So in your case, how would you explain that climate difference between these locations?
Really simple. So you've got a central north where a compass is pointing, where Polaris is above. Obviously, Polaris is a star in the sky that never moves. So we've got this northern point, which is the Arctic Circle. Now, as I said earlier, the sun only goes as far north as the Tropic of Cancer. That's as far inwards as it goes. So obviously, it doesn't get as close to the Arctic Circle. So it keeps circling in and out between the two tropics. This is, you know, the heated zone, for example. Obviously, the equator is the hottest. But ultimately, it never goes any further north than Cancer. It never goes any further south as the Tropic of Capricorn. And this, again, is how we have our Antarctic Circle.
I just want to just interrupt really quick. This guy in the chat's got a pretty good point, I think. He's saying, well, he gets talking about the ISS yet. Like, what do you guys think about the International Space Station or, like, Chris Hadfield, like, guys who are, like, filming themselves floating in the ISS, supposedly?
Or what about that lady that just committed fucking cyberspace crimes, boy? Is that not real? Because space isn't real?
We've actually got a role.
Boy.
We've got a role on our server now. Every time some ridiculous space story comes out, we invent a new role for it. So we've got a space herpes role. I don't know if you guys heard about the space herpes.
No.
Okay, well we can post that up in a bit as well. But yeah, the latest role we've added is space criminal. So if anyone comes in and we just fancy just having a laugh with them, we just give them the space criminal role. But I mean, fundamentally, these stories that they come out with from the ISS, they're to sell you the story of the ISS existing, right? So, do you guys know much about Hegel?
No.
Okay, well, I'll try and be as like basic. I don't know what your audience is normally like, so I don't want to be like going like deep into this stuff. But there's a sorry.
Keep going.
I don't know. Yeah, like I mean, like basically we're just building the audience up. The point is just to get some good VODs and good interviews with some deep insight.
Yeah, yeah. You can go as deep as you like. Please, no filter with your stuff whatsoever.
Cool. Okay.
That's what we need.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. So there's a concept known as the Hegelian dialectic, right, which Hegel came up with, hence why it's named after him. The idea is that you present kind of two options, but that both options actually present a result that so you've got the synthesis, the antithesis, the thesis, the antithesis, and then the synthesis result. Okay, so for instance, let's say I wanted to convince you that dragons existed. I wanted FE Crypto Gangster wants to convince everyone that dragons exist. So I might put someone out there saying, yeah, dragon scales exist, you know, and then another person goes out and says dragon breath exists. So your two options are dragon scales exist and dragon breath exists. Well, the synthesis result is that dragons must exist because your two options are scales or breath, right? So obviously it's removing the option of no dragons existing, which is the point of the Hegelian dialectic in the first place. So you see this everywhere in politics, and you also see this in certain other concepts such as the flat Earth. The moon landing is a Hegelian dialectic. Okay, so you've got the moon landing happened versus the moon landing didn't happen, but it was to screw the Russians. Okay, so both of those sides of the Hegelian dialectic have the synthesis result of the Earth's a ball, which is the whole purpose of the Hegelian dialectic in the first place.
Okay. But
it's a little bit like this as well. I mean, it helps prove space. So this is why we get lots of stories about space. Did we or did we not go to the moon that's an object in this place called space that we could possibly get to? Yes or no? Doesn't matter. The place called space already exists. That's what they get you to do. Because half the time you don't realise that you're doing it. It's like the paper that the story is being written on. That paper is space, and you can take that away with the second law of thermodynamics. But ultimately, like I said earlier, they will give you as many stories as they can about this space, because we can all see it and point at lights in the sky. They call the stars, and they've already categorised them for us. But we can all see space, right? It must exist, that dark part in the sky that comes out every night where the moon is, where the sun is. It's just a lot of stories to make this place called space
So what about
tangible.
Interstellar? Are you telling me Interstellar wasn't a true story?
Well, Hollywood often does a better job than NASA. We joke about this all the time. You see like stuff from NASA and you think, fuck man, like the film Gravity looks way more realistic and it's admittedly fake, right?
Yeah.
Who would believe that the film Gravity actually happened? No one. But it looks more real than what NASA produces. So
I
what does
thought
that tell you?
Armageddon was a true story, to be honest. They saved the Earth with that giant black guy. That was fucking based. No, real question. Actually, like on the topic. So, I'm sure you guys are probably pretty used to answering this one. What is the edge of the Earth, boy? Is it an ice wall or what?
Oh, it's a sweet rave party.
That'd be lit.
Well, there's areas you
That's
can't
a concept.
This is where
That's a concept that you. That's a concept that you can talk about. The limits to the Earth. You mentioned ice wall. This isn't as far as we can go. That's just the container for the waters, the seas, and the ocean. Antarctica is a very mysterious place. There's a treaty that stops people from freely exploring this place, for example.
So you don't think we can ever get over, like cross Antarctica? Like
we can get. We've got scientific research stations. You can go down to Antarctica on a cruise ship and go and spend some time with some penguins if you want to. Like I said, the scientific research, there's activity down there, but ultimately it's just along the coast. What's further inland, we don't know. We're not allowed to freely explore. The place is on lockdown. But we're talking about a very extreme environment. We can't survive there anyway. We'd have to take resources with us. We wouldn't be able to walk there. We'd have to take a lot of fuel with us. We're talking about an extreme environment that could go on for thousands, if not tens, if not maybe hundreds of thousands of miles away from the circle of the sun. It's only ever going to get colder and colder and colder, and eventually it's going to get dark. You're not going to be able to see the sun anymore because you're too far away from it. It's going to set beyond the horizon. You're never going to see it again. It's ultimately, this might be outer space, a place where it gets cold and dark, a place where they are actually going. And
so that we couldn't go.
Yeah, we can't go there, buddy.
What about so do you guys believe in so aliens just 100% can't exist, right?
Aliens is a secret enough that wanted you to think they were keeping.
But
the
secret is.
I guess something really interesting for you to talk about.
What was that?
So for aliens, I'm not saying I believe in aliens or I don't believe in aliens, but I'll tell you what. Do you know who Aleister Crowley is?
Yeah.
Okay, so Aleister Crowley supposedly, he summoned a demon, and when he drew a picture of what he summoned, it looked just like a gray alien. I'll drop a picture of his drawing. So there's this theory that people believe that aliens are actually demonic entities and not coming from outer space, but they're interdimensional. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's one of the theories out there that I've heard kind of thrown around quite often. And I'll drop a picture of the alien he drew. And
the tall gray, right?
I heard that.
Yeah, it looks like a gray alien.
Someone recently saying
I've met a tall gray boy.
Get to the point of summoning something like that and thinking that it would only cause destruction.
Hey, I'm listening to the live stream, right? It's a little bit further behind and somebody was talking about interdimensional beings. Whoever that was, I want to talk to you, Brody.
Civilization.
That alien's got a obese brain, boy. That big watermelon brain.
I don't know. I can't quite subscribe to the alien idea. Like,
no, I definitely believe in aliens. That's why I wanted to get a flat earther's take on aliens.
boy, you've been
Like,
mainlining Chris. Boy, calm down, just play it.
No.
How can you though? Like, I don't know, dude. Like,
How can you what? I mean, because I believe that like space is ever expansive, and so that's how I believe in it. So that's why I wondered like a flat earther's take on it.
Boy, I've been
interesting though that you use words like belief. I believe X. I believe Y. I mean, I prefer to keep it to what's observable and what's verifiable and what you can actually.
I know, but you guys have literally said a lot of things that you can't prove as well. So you just believe that those things are the way
What we
they are.
said that we can't prove.
I mean, the tide. You can't prove what the moon is.
Hold on.
Saying what they are.
This is a good one. This is a good. Yeah, this is a good. This is where people are being honest. We can't, for example, go to the sun. So even within science, we couldn't find out the cause of that effect. I mean, it's science. The sun is out of the realms of science in this case. So we don't know what the sun is. So we're just being honest when we say we don't know. Tides. We've been told a story that it's because of moon gravity. That story has to be thrown to the wayside because the moon is not a rock. Its gravity doesn't exist in the way that we've been told. Blah blah blah. There's obviously another mechanism. We live in a complex environment. Maybe the sun and moon do have something to do with it in an electrodynamic sense. But ultimately, we don't know. I don't know. But we are just being honest. We haven't said anything that we can't back. We haven't even gotten to proofs of why we understand the Earth to be flat and stationary yet. Predominantly, we've been talking about space, a place that none of us can verify.
So what do you think? How does the sun move around us then? Or do we not? Do we move? That's what.
Again, I might just be giving you a story because I don't know what the sun is. Therefore, I don't know how it moves. It may be electrodynamic in nature. It may work on some kind of electromagnetism.
Okay.
There is quantum locking.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm not sure these guys. Do you know what quantum locking is, guys?
No, but I'll look into it real quick. Quantum locking, you said.
Well, I can bring up a video.
Oh damn! Why am I about to die? This hurricane. What about this hurricane that's about to smoke me, boy? What is that?
I have to go for a second, but if you guys could, for the VOD, talk about one of the things that I know for sure is that Antarctica is not accessible to most people, right? There's a lot of military involvement in that area, so I'm sure you guys have something to say about it.
Yeah, there's about 50 plus nations that signed off on the Antarctic Treaty that pretty much states that no one could independently explore past that 60-degree parallel south. So yeah, it's pretty much locked down. Now, we're not stating that people can't pay $10,000 and go like enjoy a little vacation with penguins at like Myrtle Beach or somewhere out there in Antarctica. What we're claiming is that it's inaccessible to independently explore. And now there's applications to sign up so you can do that, but they're so very difficult to even get by. You can't even take a shit in Antarctica. You have to pick it up. Like, it's like there's so much stuff and stipulations with Antarctica. It's pretty impossible to go out there and actually do some research. Like if we wanted to go and explore it, see how far it extends, whether there's a 24-hour sun, it's really hard to get that going,
Okay.
Would someone else like to touch up on it a little bit more? I know I kind of just gave a quick talk about it. Indio, maybe?
Yeah, I'll touch on it. Just like, okay, so the Antarctic Treaty is enforced by the signatory nations. So in the there isn't like an international body that's going to do something to you. It's the nation of which you're a citizen. So the United States has laws which in there. So the United States laws, if you wanted to go to Antarctica, you need an environmental assessment from the EPA. You need a permit from the National Science Foundation. You need approval from the United States State Department. You need an emergency evacuation plan in case you get hurt. You need, what else is it? I can't remember. There's another requirement. But all these requirements combined, I mean, the EPA assessment alone would run you $50,000. And that's just the cost of getting permission to go there. Then if you actually go there, then you have the problem of being there, which is you have no water. There's no rivers, right? So there's no drinkable water. You have to carry everything with you, all your food, all your water, all your energy. And like Jose said, you can't take a shit. You have to pack anything you pack in, you have to pack out, just like a national forest. So you can't just go down there and traipse around and just and there's actually a precedent for somebody going there unauthorized. The guy's name was Jarl Andahoy. He's a Finnish sailor, and he went down there, went down to the ice, took a snowmobile, rode around, and when he came back, he didn't have a ship anymore. His ship was at the bottom of the ocean, and the two people he left there were dead. He got arrested, shipped back to Finland, and then he tried again to go down there to I don't know, to retrieve something. And before he even got there, they knew where he was going, and they arrested him again and shipped him back to Finland. So you can't just go around and traipse into Antarctica and do what you want. It's a highly restricted area.
I found that super weird because even those the hollow Earth theory, that's one of those things. It's and they're like, oh, the entrances are in the Arctic, so you can't even go to them. What do you guys think about the hollow Earth? If you believe in the hollow or the flat Earth?
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I haven't seen any evidence for that. I've seen more evidence for a concave Earth than a hollow Earth.
Fair enough.
But
I guess if you believe in a hollow Earth, you have to believe in a globe Earth because if it's going to be hollow, it has to be a globe.
Well, who knows what's under the floor?
It's kind of like a globe, except for you're on the inside of the sphere, upside down or whatever. Mm. And the sky is a black sun in the center.
The other thing is as well is the Earth is provably hollow in places. I mean, does that make the whole thing hollow? I don't know, but again, we're talking about things we can't verify. The furthest we've gone down is a few miles. We've 7.6 miles, I believe, that we know of anyway. How are we going to know what's 20 miles, 30 miles, 50 miles, 500 miles down? No one can verify that. So it's just literally just people having opinions on it. So I guess this leads us into the core of the Earth argument. We're often asked, what about the core? The core can't be verified. So how do you know the core exists? Another thing that's interesting about the core, I don't know if you guys know what the Curie point is, what that idea is.
No, I don't know what that is.
Okay. It's the point at which metals lose their natural magnetism. So if you heat any metal up to a certain temperature, it then loses its magnetism. The problem with the core is that it's said to be the magnetic center of the ball while being several thousand degrees above the Curie point of every metal in the ball.
And
so
the mass of it is nickel, from what I understand, is the
metal. Nickel and iron, yeah. So nickel and iron, but nickel, I forget the exact numbers, but it's around sort of 700-800 degrees.
Yeah, for one of them. Really easy. It's not got high temperatures.
So they're both in the hundreds or possibly the low thousands, and the temperature of the center of the core is said to be 6,000 degrees, which again can't be verified, but it's just the model. So even the model doesn't work. The fact that it doesn't even comport to reality isn't even being considered at the moment. The model isn't even internally consistent before it's even being investigated. So yeah, there's all these problems with the core as well.
Why is it so quiet?
My bad. I just sat back down. So so you guys don't believe in that the Earth has a core either, huh?
Well, to have a core, it'd have to be a sphere, wouldn't it? And there's no measurable, observable, or practically used curvature.
So what do you believe is under us then? Or is that just another don't know?
Yeah, again, like Crypto said, we've only dug 7.6 miles down. The Ariana Trench is about the same distance. We've got a limit to go down. We've already discussed, the three fundamental limits of our reality. It's hard to go up, it's hard to go down, and it already looks like Antarctica is an extreme environment that you were dying. You didn't take food and resources with you.
Yeah.
So natural limits to our reality. It's hard to go up and dig down. But nobody knows, mate.
All right.
Boy, we need to get Kyrie on this shit. We need some funding, some evidence.
Yeah, what do you guys think would actually be a way to fully prove this if money wasn't an option? Because I thought it's there's a singer too, Wale or somebody, or maybe somebody, I don't know. Somebody definitely is a flat earther as well. How much would it cost to just get to the height you guys actually need to get to just fully prove it and be like?
We don't need the height.
We have something a little bit better than height, I think. It's just measuring the surface of the Earth. Now, the globe Earth has never been scientifically measured directly. They've inferred it. Have you guys ever heard of Aristophanes, the guy with the stick?
Yes.
Okay, so Aristophanes in I believe 230 BC, came up with this idea that if you put a stick in Cyrene at solar noon, where the sun is high above the sky, he would get no shadow there. And 500 miles away, he had a buddy, I guess, and I guess he must have sent them a text to check at the right time because I don't know how they communicated back then. But point is, his buddy at 500 miles away measured a 7.2 degree shadow. Now from there, they measured those angles and derived close to the radius and circumference that we have now. But that's not a direct measurement because that measurement has to infer that the light source, which is the sun, that those light sources have to travel in parallel lines, the light itself. Now, if we were to change this on change the two assumptions, which is the Earth is a globe and the light is parallel, if we change it to divergent rays and the Earth is flat, you can come up with the same angles on a flat surface. Now, what flat earthers have, we've done some tests. People in our community have done tests where they take a laser, a very high-powered laser, very expensive laser that they actually have to put like on this. It's called a satellite super aiming laser device. Now, this laser is about 2 meters above sea level, right? And they shoot it to pan at a couple targets that are about 6 kilometers, 12 kilometers, and 41 kilometers. Now, the distance between 2 points is over water. Now, in the globe Earth model, the prediction is that everything should get pulled to the center of mass. Therefore, the most curvature that we should be able to measure should be on water. Now, the curvature rate is roughly about 8 inches per mile squared. Just so you get an idea, at 10 miles, there's 66 feet of drop, meaning from point A to point B. Point B would be dropped 66 feet from point A. Now, the point of the laser is to use that as a straight edge, right? Like a ruler, like we're putting a ruler on a ball. That point from point A to point B, there should be a drop off, right? So the targets that are being hit by this laser are about 1.5 meters of height, and the furthest target was about 25 miles. Now, at this distance, that puts the lowest target to hit on the globe model is 90 meters of height. But these people are able to pan targets that are 1.5 meters, showing that there's no convexity to the surface of the Earth in these measurements, at least. So the globe predictions actually fell when you actually directly measure the surface of the Earth.
But you just gave us evidence from like what 200 some BC, and it hasn't been redone. I don't know. Let me say this. You said you have something better. You have something better than getting height and getting like a snapshot to fix my doubting Thomas.
No, he said he would want something better.
No, okay, he says they have something better, and it's measuring the curvature of the Earth.
So if I got really high and I took a picture and it had Bigfoot in the image, would you accept that?
Boy, I'm a doubting Thomas. I need to go up there myself.
No, with images though, imagery in and of itself is subjective, like the interpretation of.
Would there be a flat earther that you guys would trust that could go up and be the vessel to say, boys, it is in fact round or flat?
No, because then you're still going with trust.
Oh,
see, that's the thing. We don't want to have to trust anybody.
Okay.
If you take what Jose said, and he said in something BC, someone proved it, right? So why can't we prove it in 2019 to ourselves?
Yeah,
we're more technologically advanced. We're smarter. We're better. Whatever. Why can't we prove it? Why do we have to rely on some, stranger that we don't know to go on TV and say, yeah, I did this. Here, look at these pictures.
But it comes to a more fundamental.
Think about what they're claiming. Just if I showed you video of something fantastic, like someone flying, or elves, or ghosts, or aliens, or anything like that, you wouldn't believe any of that. So they show you images of people floating around, experienced a ball you've never seen floating, way up into space, something you've also never experienced. And all these kinds of crazy, magical, fantastic things that you've never experienced, and you have no way of judging, the reality of that image or video depicts reality. Why would you just believe it? You should apply the same skepticism that you apply to any other thing.
I'd have to stick my fingers in the side of Jesus. I'd have to be right there, dude. I have to be up there seeing it. That's what I'm saying.
That's the thing is, I know you guys said you get this a lot, but why? What does anyone gain from this? All this you gotta agree. There's just tons and tons and tons and tons of information out there about space and planets and all this shit.
I know.
What do they gain? What gain? What gain do people get from pulling the wool over your eye?
Well, like I explained earlier, what they've done is they've given you a new creation story. It's called the ontological primitive, the dichotomy of creation, how the earth got here and how we got here. In every single argument or debate about this, every single point will land in one of these two camps, point A or point B. Point A is that a creator, an intelligent source, created the environment, the earth, everything you see, and you to experience it. Or in camp B, nature created it. Matter created matter and sentient life from nothing regarding a Big Bang and billions of years. It's called the ontological primitive. By doing this, what they've done is they've given you the option of not creator. What they've done is they've, taken the obvious created environment around you, the earth, the lights and the sky, the clockwork nature, and the very dynamic patterns and structures we have here on earth. They've taken that obvious reality away from you and given you a more atheistic ideology. Now, the people that have lied to you, the historical argument, you can go back to religion for that. We can go back to, as far back as you want. We can go back to the Greeks if you want to. We're talking about the perfect sphere. We can go back to the Kabbalah with the Talmud. We could go back to the Egyptians. This kind of nefarious, we control the people, kings and priests ideology. The Vatican, for example. The Vatican Church were the ones who gave us, primarily through this kind of new science that they were trying to build in at the time. What they gave us then was the heliocentric idea, turned everything into balls, us revolving around the sun. In 1931, Monsignor Lemaitre, another Jesuit Roman Catholic priest, gave us the Big Bang cosmology. So they've literally taken the creation away from you and given you a new creation story. This way, they've made themselves creative.
The only thing that I've noticed is you guys actually have no working models or figures. You just say that these things can't exist. Look at the proof; it doesn't look real. But you have no proof of your own. You have no working model of what the Earth actually looks like. You have no answers for anything, really.
Well, hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this very quickly then. Let me say this.
Do you think?
No problem. The Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat stationary plane. When I mean practically used, it's built upon, navigated across, and travelled across. If it's observed that way, you will only observe a flat stationary plane. No matter the altitude that you gain, the horizon will always rise to your eye level, and you will, with high-powered optical equipment, see things in the distance, 10, 20, 30, 1,200 miles away with an altitude that you shouldn't be able to, so we don't observe the ball. We practically measure over vast distances of water between lasers and hitting target. This is a direct line of sight shot. This is impossible on a curved surface, thus demonstrating that the water below that laser line is indeed level. How water always appears. You notice how water reflects light, like a perfectly level surface. Cut glass. When you're driving down the road and you see a bit of rain, you see the lights in the road. It's exactly the same way that all large bodies of water reflect light. The sun's light. If you're at altitude in a plane looking down at the surface of the seas and the oceans, it's reflecting light like a perfectly level surface.
What is an eclipse then? How do you guys explain solar and lunar eclipses?
Back to the sky again.
Yeah, so basically, I've noticed that talking, like I'm trying to be very objective, not rude, but basically it's like having a debate with a Christian. Anything you can't prove, you just say, well, it's just a miracle, or it just happens, it just is that way.
No, well, what can you prove?
Okay, can I just?
No, I let him say his piece, but my thing is, Sketa. Here's the thing too: is like from where they're coming from, the only actual science-based funded shit is out of like control of like normal civilians. Like that's the thing is they lack the ability to do it.
I mean, but have you ever debated a Christian? It's much the same. You ask them anything that they can't prove.
All the time.
It just happens.
Talking about belief, bro. None of us have been speaking about belief. We're talking about.
But you do. You are talking about belief. These are things.
No,
you
actually,
believe.
I think this is fundamentally different. Can I explain to you why I think it's fundamentally different? Because you're talking about the God of the Gaps fallacy, right? But actually, we're doing the opposite. We're saying, sorry, Panto, can you mute, bro?
Somebody's echoing.
Panto.
Okay, you're good now.
Yeah, so you're talking about the God of the Gaps fallacy, which, yes, when you debate some Christians, if they don't have an answer, they say God did it. I understand.
Anyway, you have a misconception. Flat Earth is not a model. Now,
Yeah, you have no
not,
working
it's
model.
it's not. Listen,
Can I-
because it doesn't require a model, because it's not a physical theory, right? We're not trying to explain phenomenon. We're only trying to determine what is, just like you would determine like the shape of your kitchen floor, the shape of a table, the shape of your house. You don't need a model. You don't need a theory. There's no theory of the shape of your house, right? We're only saying, listen, we go out, we measure this, and it's flat. It does not show a convex surface. Now, why that is, who knows, right? But it's just an empirical fact that that's what happens, right? You believe that there's some that explains all the phenomenon perfectly. That's ignorance, because in fact it doesn't. So I'll give you a perfect example. In 1597, Barents, the Barents Strait was named after. They got their ship was stuck above the Arctic Circle. So as you know, when you're supposedly above the Arctic Circle, it's 24 hours of darkness. So they're waiting for the sun to come back up.
I lived in a place where the sun is like that as well. So yeah, I'm actually well aware that that's
for
true.
the sun to come up, so the ice will melt, so they can get their ship out. Well, just so happens the sun came up 2 weeks too early. 2 weeks. Not like a few hours, not like a few days, 2 weeks, right? And it came up every day for those 2 weeks early. Right, so there's an example of where the model didn't work. There's tons of examples.
Okay, that's like some hearsay bullshit. But I've lived in a place. I've
That's
lived in a place.
hearsay.
I lived in
That's
Alaska.
documented.
I spent a lot of time in Alaska, and the sunrise and set is measurable, and it happens on literally the same way every year. And that sunlight and the lack thereof during the winter is definitely measurable, real. So how do you explain that? Again, it's just something where you say, "Oh, we don't know." But the globe theory.
No, I didn't say that. You're putting words into my mouth. I didn't say that. No, we don't know. I just gave you an example where the model doesn't work.
But that's all you guys can say. All you guys can say is, well, this story proves that it didn't happen that way. But that's just bullshit.
Let's not say
because listen, hold on. Let me finish. Let me say this, dude. Because you're trying to make as if the flat Earth and the globe Earth are equivalent. That's incorrect. Ours is based upon measurements, right, of the physical world, whereas the globe model is a physical theory. It's something that's completely different. There's a theory. They don't go out and measure a globe Earth. What they do is they say gravity exists. Gravity is caused by mass attraction. Mass attracts mass, forms everything into a ball. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. That's a whole line of reasoning.
But all
to get
these
to the
theories?
Earth is a ball, which is completely different than saying I took a ruler and I went out and I measured a ball.
But the thing is, all these theories line up. All these theories.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
I just pointed out a point you were ignorant about.
They do. All these theories line up. And you guys, all you guys' theories is that.
Listen, I can give you more.
You're getting upset.
I can give you more examples.
You're getting upset,
I'm not upset.
Which makes sense because you're a sensationalist.
Listen, you're wrong. You're just incorrect, and your ignorance is showing. The reason you don't know where the globe doesn't work is because you never actually looked at any data. Which most globe earthers they don't look at any data. Like you never went to time and date and verified any of the data to see if it matches up, or the angles of the sun, or to see if the sun, observing the sun, those angles intersect at the same place. You've never verified any of this stuff. That's why you think it works.
You have no working model. You can't explain anything.
Because I explained why there's no model, because it's not a physical theory.
Here. I'm getting lots of feedback here from people DMing me saying that maybe we should I understand that you don't subscribe to it, right? Because you feel
I just subscribe to actual fact. But that's measurable
fact that you don't know that exists, right? Facts that you don't know that exist.
You don't have
Can I take this? Can I take this off in a slightly different direction? Because I'm aware that we're on a podcast. So
how many theories of light?
Yeah, perhaps the guys who are.
So when you look at a diagram for an eclipse, and they show the way the paths of light take, what is that? What does that look like? So those rays diverge, or actually they converge. But then when you look at, say, the Eratosthenes experiment, they say that they're in parallel. And then if you look at why the sun rises at the wrong time, then that the rays are refracted and they're bending in a curved line. So sitting here saying the consistent model for the globe is just your ignorance. There's a model. Not that you're stupid, that you don't know something, right? Because
I understand what the term ignorance means. I understand what the term ignorance means. So you don't need to explain that to me, big boy.
I don't
Well, I
want
mean,
you
you're
to
the
feel
one that
insulted.
the way that you're talking. I mean, and it's
All right,
it's
well,
the only thing.
let's just move
hold
on
on,
then.
hold on. The
Let's move on.
only reason that the only thing that you can repeatedly say with no provable model, nothing that actually lines up. When something doesn't make sense, listen to me. Be quiet. When something doesn't make sense to
Be
you,
quiet.
I mean, you're continually trying to talk over me while I let you speak your piece.
So I'll just sit here and listen to you lie.
I just listen. Listen.
So straw man for 5 minutes.
I feel like
I just allowed you to
eating
speak.
shit
I'm
about
just
the
going to
model,
go ahead and
right?
talk.
So
now,
I said there is no model.
I've been
and you keep
PMing
saying
with
that I already
Motivated
admitted
Bet.
there is no model.
I think
right?
that we
or did I
need
not?
to probably just
So why are
calm.
you
I just allowed you to speak to
It's
talk your
meant to
points.
be an interview, and it's not meant to be like a
Listen,
debate.
feel free, speak
so,
at will.
Should we?
And then you try
bring
to
it
talk
back to
over
the
me,
interview?
so
thing?
you actually are upset. So let me talk.
I don't know.
For a moment.
Does anyone agree with
just
me?
a moment. I
or-
just have a question.
Yeah.
If we can.
Okay, should we bring it back to the realm of interview and not debate? Like I
Don't
don't
do that, Ben.
because I'm happy to debate, but I didn't feel like that was the purpose of us being here. So we can debate another time if you want, or if you want it to be a debate, we can debate. It's up to you. But I don't know. I was brought in with the idea that it's an interview. So what do you guys want to do?
I want to ask if you have no provable facts, no working model. Anytime you can't explain something, you say it just is. I don't know why.
Why are you saying that?
Okay,
Hold on. Can I
make? He's left. Can I make the point I was trying to make about 5 minutes ago? Right. What you're invoking?
Jedi, go ahead.
With
you might as well just answer
Go on,
that, I guess.
Just go for a debate. He wants a debate.
No,
I'm asking you to answer the
here's my 2 cents. Skita, I understand that you have some questions, but like you have to understand the questions you're invoking are kind of conjuring up a debate, and I think it'd be best to continue back with the interview, and then later on we can come back and we can have a little debate, a little bit more, get a little bit more rowdy than this. Just to be nice to your viewers or the people watching this, just kind of give them back to the interview. Maybe they might be interested in that, and we can always schedule a debate.
All right, that sounds good, man.
Thank you, Skeeta. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you too, man.
Right, the thing I just... Go on, Chris. Karen, you've been
sorry, I've been trying to make this point for ages, so yeah. I'll just be very quick. You talked about the God of the Gaps fallacy, right? I understand, I hear what you're saying, but actually, that's not what Flat Earth does, right? When you say what causes that, a Flat Earth of the Gaps would say, oh, well,
if nobody else is going to talk, I'll bring up some evidence that the Earth is flat.
India can
so
hear me.
I'll list a whole bunch of things.
Can someone make sure India can hear me?
India, can you hear Crypto, mate?
India, I think you have Crypto Gangster muted. Can you double check to see if you don't have muted?
I don't think he is.
Yeah, let me see here.
He couldn't hear me talking, and then he said,
no,
if anyone's going to talk, I'll talk. No, I know, but I don't think India can hear me.
I'll disconnect and jump in the other chat.
Yeah, that's why I think I didn't think he would just want to talk over me. That's why I was getting a bit confused earlier. So maybe he just had me muted. Whatever. The point I'm trying to make, what we're doing is actually the direct opposite of what Skedder accused us of, which is the God of the Gaps fallacy, but the equivalent of. Instead of giving answers that we can't prove, which is what the God of the Gaps fallacy is, we're telling you we don't know, right? So it's actually the opposite of the thing you're accusing us of. It's the direct opposite. So we observe an effect. It's like, oh, what causes the sun to float? Well, if I wanted to give you a God of the Gaps fallacy, I would say God caused the sun to float. That would be a God of the Gaps fallacy. But I'm actually telling you, I don't know. So it's the very opposite of what you're accusing us of.
Can you guys move India back up to when you get a chance? Sorry.
Well, here's the thing: is what I think was going on there. There was a little miscommunication. Skedit felt like he was being talked over, unfortunately, and that kind of heated him up. This boy's high T. He's got that high testosterone. So what the thing is, what I really like to do, I'm the guy who came in, talked to you guys, like, yo, come through. We really appreciate this. But like that, yeah, there's just a little bit of a miscommunication. However, you can't expect us to like subscribe to this outright. Like we get that, yeah. But then
that's why the interviews. So that's why it's an interview, right? We've got different ideas, and you're here to
absolutely. And dude, this is like our third like big our big podcast, and we're getting there. But you guys are bringing the content. I'm loving it. Like it's just yeah. But I guess if you want me to go back, I'd love to just string this right on back in. Why do you think that we will never ever get an objective eye view of a flat Earth ever. Like, because I need to see something. You know what I'm saying?
It's not necessarily true.
Well, you don't think that could ever happen? Because like the guy before, he was saying we're gonna have to fly everybody up into space and personally see it with their own two eyes. Like you can't just have a picture, this and that kind of.
Yeah,
thing.
he's talking about verifiable evidence though, and I do agree with him on that point. Like if you can't verify it, then you can't know it to be true. But I think Jose then touched on that earlier, and he said, well, you can just measure the ground. So why not just measure the ground? That's something we can do from here on Earth.
And that's the thing. That's what we do. There should be, according to the ball model of 24,900 miles in circumference, there should be curve over water. It's 71% of the Earth's surface, yeah? So this is where we should primarily be able to measure the curvature of the Earth. We do this at drop value, the calculation, like I said, 18 inches per mile squared, from point A to point B at distance should descend so much. Yeah. Now we use lasers. We use high-powered optical equipment, P900s, 1000s with infrared filters, for example. This is the technology that we use to observe things in the distance that, according to the model, should not even be there. Now we're talking 1,200 miles maximum distance, and the mountains that are viewed in the background should be tens of miles beneath the curvature of the Earth. They shouldn't be there. You've got observations from 1 inch above the surface of the water.
No, I know the video.
Islands 18 to 20 miles away, the beaches.
I was just announcing that this
and
was
we
in
see
20.
the bottoms of objects at great distances across what is apparently supposed to be a curved surface. And when we go and measure this, we use lasers. We hit targets that, again, should be predictably hidden behind the curvature of the Earth and not be hitting that directly in front of us. So we have a direct line of sight, and we verify that with the laser targeting system. Now, practicability as well. We are able to use or not use the Earth's curved surface. Aeroplanes, for example, planing across the Earth. They go up, they get to altitude, and they literally fly level. They don't go up or down. You will never feel like you're going around the curvature of the Earth. For example, if I was to fly from Heathrow, London to Australia, I would get on that aeroplane and I would get to altitude. I would look out the window and I see an eye-level horizon. I'll probably be able to see 200 to 250 miles directly in front of me, depending on air clarity. The waters beneath me will be reflecting the sun's light like a perfectly level surface. Now, when I get to Australia, apparently I'm supposed to be upside down from where I first started. Now, you don't realize, you don't notice, you never see a ball. You will never see a ball. No matter the altitude that you gain, the horizon always rises with you. Think about it like this. The Earth's surface is supposed to be always curving down and away. That the horizon with distance was descending, the horizon would drop. It never drops. They tell us it should. The horizon is an apparent location. We witness it through the atmosphere. It's light and atmosphere. It wiggles around a little bit. Like most things at distance through 20, 30, 40 miles of atmosphere, it's going to wiggle up and down a little bit. But ultimately, we see the object because it is directly in front of us.
So I have a small brain question for you. You ready?
Yeah, man.
Okay, so let's say that there's a flat plate suspended in Earth, correct? In space. A flat plate that's Earth suspended in space, correct?
No.
What's its shape? Is it like a little concave, convex?
Well, we don't necessarily believe in that. We don't necessarily believe that we're a disc floating in space.
No,
it's
again,
flat Earth. I don't. So like a triangle, a pizza shape.
No. Think about it this way, right? Yeah, think about it this way. When you're walking around in your room, do you believe that the floor of your room is floating about in space?
No.
No, it's just the floor, right?
Yeah, it's stationary.
So the Earth is the floor, and everything you see around you is above the floor.
So there's no universe.
Well, not in the way that you would conceptualize it in the globe model. No, there is no universe in that respect.
Yeah, outer space doesn't even exist.
Kind of situation.
Yes.
I don't necessarily subscribe to the dome. I know that there are certain people who talk about a dome and they'll say, here are certain reasons why a dome would be logical, and a couple of those guys are here. They can give you those opinions. They can probably argue them more intelligently than I can. But what I do know is that if you're talking about a flat Earth, then in my opinion, it would have to be the floor, and everything that happens above the floor, i.e. the planets that you see, that ancient people used to call wandering stars. These are all happening in the sky above you. So there's an objective up and down, rather than a relativistic up is out from the ball and down is towards the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, on a ball, there's no even up and down.
There is an existence outside of this ecosystem per se that we're in. That's a flat Earth.
There may be. We can't leave the Earth, so we don't know.
So you think that existence, space ceases to exist in a certain boundary?
I mean, that would be the same problem with the heliocentric or acentric, is that what's beyond the edge of space? Because it's said to be expanding, right? You said earlier that you believe in an expanding universe, right? So what's it expanding into?
I don't know. I don't know what I believe. Like I think there's just so much information at our fingertips that it's like it's you know what I'm saying? Like you really can't get a grasp on anything.
You understand that? Yes, I know that that's another one of these questions that you can't answer, but actually, it's a question that neither conception can answer. What's beyond the known universe? Dunno. I can't tell you. Neil deGrasse Tyson can't tell you. Bill Nye can't tell you. No one can say. But what we can tell you is what we can observe and what we can verify.
Well, and this brings me to like my small brain question for you is like, so, man, that doesn't even work because like I always like see pictures of when I think flat Earth is like a disc, just like in the sky or something. But like, see that just throws me off. Yeah, that's crazy. And I feel like that's awesome. We can like we just said like, boy, there's too much damn information. Like all we can really do is just observe and theorize. Like there's really no solid fucking concrete like any evidence on fucking anything, and with everything's just been so diluted, it kind of makes sense where it's like, damn, we could look for an alternative thought process that makes sense in a certain way. That's really awesome. You guys are able to like do that, like come together as a group for that. So
the shape of the Earth is an observation and measurement question, isn't it? We're talking about the floor, so we observe it, like I said, long distance observations across the water, and we measure it across water.
Yeah.
There you go. The Earth is observed and measured to be flat. That's it.
Yeah, you understand. Like,
I feel like I'm too low IQ to like wrap my head around this. Like, it's.
Hey, motivated Ben. Sorry to cut you off, but you're not low IQ, man. I was exactly where you were when 2015, when I first heard about this. All these terms we're speaking of, all this like stuff we're talking about. I would hear guys talking like how we're talking now, and I always thought, damn, I'm too stupid to get this. But if you're really interested in looking into it, I guarantee you, within a couple of months of research, you'll get to understand a lot of the things we're describing, like when we're talking about certain laws of physics and all that stuff. It's not that hard. They've made us believe that you have to have a PhD, you have to go to Yale University just to like grasp this knowledge. But in reality, it's like so easy. You can just self-teach yourself these these principles and build from there. Now, the whole sky thing. Here's the problem. When we think of like a globe Earth, a lot of the proofs come from places we can't validate. I know we touched up on this earlier, but like we're told like how eclipses work. We're told, how distances of stars or how stars can't be seen all over the Earth, and that proves it's a globe. All these things are pretty great. They do support a model somewhat, but in reality, when we go down to Earth and we measure like the direct surface of the Earth, we don't measure the convexity that the globe presupposes, which is about 24,901 miles of circumference with the radius of about 3,959 miles. We don't measure this convexity in any of the measurements we've done. Now, I'm not saying that the measurements 100% prove the Earth is flat, but so far the measurements have proved that those areas, which to me, it does prove it's flat, because if you believe in gravity, you'd have to know that the water should have that curvature rate, that the globe presupposes. And we haven't measured any of this. So like, there's definitely a lot of room for new ideas, a lot of new room for a new alternative. All we're here to do is present our views, and I hope you guys are enjoying this so far.
Yeah, so we actually got Sludge Babe in the chat. We spoke to her earlier. She's from the drug Discord. She said she was in the chat actively kind of asking questions and talking. I think she's got some questions for you guys. You there, Sludge Babe?
Cool.
I just wanted to present what I kind of realized talking with the people in the Twitch chat is, how do I put this? It comes down to, like, I don't think we can actually disprove them by talking. I think they have an explanation for every single point, and it's a valid explanation at that. It's actually, like, valid points that they're making. So, like, what kind of made me realize this was that the whole gravity discussion we were having, like, gravity is technically a theory at this point, because Newton's... Man, I'm on drugs, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think I go. I think I see where you're going. Like
yeah, I don't know. Was I talking to somebody who's in this chat?
I was actually in the chat. I was under an alias, Duke Silver. That was like my old Twitch.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying. It was the Aether theory versus Einstein's theory of relativity, and they're both theories, and you gotta just choose which one to fucking pick. And it comes down to like arguing over pretty much which God is real. Like,
that's exactly it. But that's the thing is this forum like actually brings people together to like think about that shit. Everything is literally a theory when you think about it. You can't base fucking anything off reality, dude. You don't even know if like right now I'm fucking AI talking to you and you're in a matrix getting like.
Well, now we're getting into like philosophy.
Yeah.
So like I can blow this bitch out of the water, like really. But like that's the thing is we love having you guys in here and like to do this. But in all honesty, like if anybody has any other topics to bring up or something, we'd love to have you guys back on. Stick around in the Discord. People probably have questions. I'm guessing like. You know, if or something like that.
Hey, Motivated Ben, is this a current show you do daily, monthly? How does this work? Your show?
Oh, we've been kind of me, Skedit, Sid, and Kayla kind of get together. It's a daily thing. Like we just love to understand where subcultures come from because people are so deeply ingrained in a belief set that they subscribe themselves and spend multiple hours a day on these different Discords. We love to get people out and like kind of just bring together in like a smorgasbord of a community because in all honesty, like we can fucking scream and yell at each other all day, but like having all these people together, like that's not really done anywhere else.
Oh, Turbo Choco, thanks for following, homie. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So Motivated Bet, here's the thing. Well, on our platform right now, we have a bunch of diversity of cosmology, so I can promote your place. I can have some even concavers show up. There's some concavers on our server. I mean, we have enough content that goes on our server that we can probably have some people come over here and you can have them as special guests, kind of like us, man. We can
absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we would love to do that, and like in all honesty, like you're like, what is this? What is this going on? Where I think our ideology is because nobody knows what the hell's going on. All we know is that we just need human interaction and connection. And we just got to bring it together, boy. Like,
can I just ask you?
Discourse for?
Can I just mention something quickly?
Yeah, absolutely.
Give me 2 seconds actually, but I will. Sorry, you carry on for like 1 minute. I'll be able to talk one
minute. The OG fucking Faded Console gifted another sub to the boy Con Swizzle, who's like our #1 chat OG. Damn, we got some real ones today, boys.
I'm loving it, boys. I'm loving it. See this is moving someplace because we're able to like objectively look at different things that we've never looked at. Like I don't spend hours on researching the flat Earth and like hearing this kind of stuff and like being able to kind of connect the dots. It's like, okay, maybe that's a little bit more of a piece to the puzzle of like what the fuck is reality. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe that's a little too deep, but yeah.
Nah, I agree, man.
Console balling out, man. He just bought Duke Silver a fucking sub too.
See underneath the links that I posted for the server, there's a Google Drive link that's got literally like gigs and gigs worth of data. So imagine if you kept a hold of that. There's thousands of memes. There's a PDFs for the laser test. There's literally hundreds of links and stuff in it. So
yeah, I'm actually interested in this. Like you guys, in all honesty, you're the biggest Discord we've interviewed. There's so much wave behind this that this is a reality to people, and whether or not it's real, like it's not to be ignored. So
it's what we experience, bro. You really need the TV to tell you live on this ball flying through space. When it comes down to it, in your own experience, we don't see any of this. We don't feel movement. We see water seeking level and laying flat. Almost 3/4 of our surface is water, trying to find its equilibrium and lay flat. So if it's not being manipulated, it's laying flat. So how can almost 3/4 of a ball's surface be spherical but not observable or measurable? It's ludicrous.
Yeah, 100%. I just wanted to mention. I think you were saying about you're basically making the claim that how can you know anything? That sort of thing. I don't know if you've ever looked into sort of Cartesian philosophy, but he's got one thing that he's So I'm trying to break it down as simply as possible. It's called the evil demon, and basically the way this goes is that you don't know that anything's true because you don't know that an evil demon hasn't got control of your faculties, right? So how do you know that this evil demon isn't just and presenting you a false reality? What I find quite interesting though is that people don't look so deeply into what can be known when it's a ball, but as soon as you say, oh, the earth might be flat, suddenly people are asking these questions like, oh, how do I know anything? Oh, how can knowledge be attained objectively and all this stuff? And it's just like, well, why weren't you asking these questions before, when you thought you lived on a space ball in the middle of literally nothing? I just find it interesting how the mind goes there only after the paradigm's been challenged.
Yeah. Interesting.
Our community has brought together so many people that have so many different backgrounds and so many areas of inquiry and research that we've talked about so many amazing topics. So we've had such incredible conversations. So we want to bring people back and talk about more than just flat Earth. There are tons of topics that we've come together and discussed in amazing detail.
Well, definitely then. Yeah, we'll absolutely have to have you guys back on. This was a fantastic interview. And I think we should probably do another deep dive after maybe we've done some if we're gonna have maybe a discussion or more of a debate style thing. I think there's definitely more research needs to be done by people on our side. Maybe we could even just have some of the people from the other communities come in and talk to you guys. I'd almost be interested in seeing what the incels think about you guys. It'd be interesting to hear what their perspective is on the flat Earth. Maybe it'll give them something else to focus on other than the fact that they can't get laid. But yeah, I mean, this was fantastic, guys. I really appreciate your time. I'm just gonna end the stream and restart it just so we got a VOD. That's fucking awesome.
Is that it? I guess that was it. How's it going, everyone? Morning. Or afternoon, or wherever you are.
I guess it's over now. Yeah. Kill Cam. Hello.
What's up? Hello.
What brings you to the server?
Well, I saw the Flat Earth YouTube stream being recommended to me on my feed, or on my recommended, and I was curious, and I wanted to check it out.
Gotcha. Well, welcome. How much are you aware of the topic?
I'm not very aware of it, but I did have one question though.
Okay.
So, assuming that every assumption that the like a flat Earth claimer has they've made is true, and we're living on a disc, right?
What?
Let's say if the flat Earth thing is true, yeah.
Who said disc?
Well, living on a flat Earth, right?
Well, yeah, those two things are not necessarily mutually inclusive.
Okay. So who is going through the my main question was who is going through these great pains to hide that from us? Why is this being kind of
Well, it isn't great pains. It isn't great pains they're going through it. It's already been established. So it's not something that they're going through great pains.
They've already established this hundreds of years ago. People are now just believing it. It's not easy. It's not hard. The story has already been believed, and now there's organizations to kind of back up a story that has been told to you. So you now just are in a full belief system. There's no evidence. There's no evidence. You can't verify anything that they tell you. And I would actually challenge you to pick anything that you would think of, and then I would challenge you. How can you verify that thing you just told me? It don't matter what it is. What did they tell you? Space? How can you verify that? Planets? How can you verify that? Rockets going to the moon? How can you verify that? I can ask you anything, but you should ask yourself, right? Any of the questions that you think about, how can you check to see if that thing they're telling you is true? And that's where it starts, right? It starts with you challenging yourself to see how far of whatever they've told you, how much of it is true, or how much you can verify, I should say.
Okay. Well, I guess I would have to look towards like firsthand, sources and you know scientifically backed sources, right, or whatever. That's what I usually use.
Right, but then there's things that you'd have to be able to verify. So if some guy said something about what he thinks the stars are or the planets or whatever, then how can you verify? You can't just go to his work and say, well, he looks like he got everything checks out. He did everything good. That's not verifying the thing he's telling you about. You have to go and see how he knows that a particular planet has like diamonds raining in, like Jupiter raining diamonds, or that Mars has a rocky surface. Like, you need to, how can you know that information if you can't physically, it's not tangible to you. It does. None of the things that they say are something that are tangible. They're intangible. All the things that they talk about. So you can only take their word for it. And because they have some particular, they hold some particular office in academia, then you're going to hold that to a high regard and just take them for their word. So in other words, even if you can't verify it yourself, the story that they're telling you, you're just going to believe it. So it just becomes, again, a belief system. So you can never escape the loop until you can actually verify the thing they're telling you. And they'll always make you feel like you're inferior as far as intellect goes, so that you're not able to be smart enough to figure this out. So they keep people in like
like you're talking about the religion of modern science, right? Of people,
Yeah, you could think of it like that. I mean, obviously, some people actually do say the very words you said. It becomes like a religion because some people feel like they can follow it as closely as a religion. I mean, it comes complete with priests and their own rhetoric, their own doctrine, their own Bibles. And it's true. I mean, how can you unclench somebody from that belief? Well, there's empirical evidence, right?
Yeah, well, whenever you're raised from a certain age to be like constant to have a certain belief system constantly beaten into you, right? So you would want to not have to question your belief system, because questioning is responded to with like pain, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it almost sounds like blasphemy when you say that the Earth isn't a globe. So there's a visceral reaction you get from the people who have been really indoctrinated with the knowledge, and it's not that you don't want them not to know that the Earth is not what they've been told. It's that you know what to expect, because people have vested interest into the idea that the Earth is a globe. So maybe all their life they've wanted to be an astronaut, or you know what I mean? Like you're really, it's a tearing down of a paradigm that which they previously thought existed. So it's almost like the Matrix, the movie, where Neo was like actually discovering that his reality wasn't the reality in which he previously thought it was. He was shattered by the information that he was really just in a matrix. In kind of the similar way, that's kind of what we're telling people here. You're really stuck in a matrix. Like this whole illusion that you think you're living on the thing that they're telling you live on is an illusion, because you can actually figure out for yourself that it's not what they're telling you. And we're giving people the tools to figure that out. Now, whether or not the people actually want to investigate or not, it's really upon them. We can't force anybody to do anything they don't want to, but
If we're okay, but if we're living in like an illusion, am I am I accountable for my like own actions here, or what, or am I like missing the point here?
Yeah, you're missing the point on that
Okay.
one. Who said anything about living in an illusion?
Well, I meant like you were talking about the illusion of the or he was talking about the illusion of the reality that we're faced with, right? Oh,
Delusion.
Oh, okay, my bad.
There's a big difference between those two. We can observe reality for what it is. And you can also have a false belief about reality, aka delusion.
Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I can see that.
Because you can verify the thing that you live on, and they're telling you that your senses do not operate as you currently know them to operate on.
So for the record, I just want to throw this out there. Anyone that claims to have a belief in flat Earth is either ignorant, as in not knowing very much, or is an active agent of disinformation and misdirection. Anyone who claims to have knowledge that the Earth is not a ball should be able to proclaim that knowledge to you and demonstrate it to be the case. Does that make sense? So just to separate this concept of belief from what actually is.
What do you think about
Good
that,
morning, guys?
Morning, Elijah.
Interesting conversation. I'm loving it. I love the music box conversation too. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good old school convo. It was good.
It's 2019, man.
You guys. Oh wow. It's. I mean, time flies. You know. When I look at a post and it says 10 years ago, I'm like, no fucking way. And then I'm like, oh, it is 2022, 2012. Wow. What? You know, but anyway, I was when people obviously the why would they lie question is it's important. It's a reasonable question because it's like what are you talking about? What are you telling me right now? You're telling me that everything that I and everyone knows to be true isn't true? Like, so who's lying? What exactly is going on here? You know, but the simple version of that is like, why would they lie? Well, the first question is, who is they? And what are they lying about, right? Are you still there?
Yeah, he's in the chat. Kill cam.
Oh yeah. I was That was my first question as to what I was really wondering as to who are these people that who kind of benefit from the perpetuation of like this like lie of the Earth being a globe, right? Why would they want to lie about that, or how, or how do they benefit from this spreading this doctrine around? If the Earth is flat,
right.
Yeah.
Well, have you ever considered that the people who began this understanding or look into cosmology are the same people that are around today in certain systems and structures based on that initial belief in cosmology is still around today, and we're still under the influence. And what I'm talking about is this whole idea that we live in a heliocentric world where we're rotating around the sun and all of this stuff. From that, then you have the idea come later of, I'm not exactly sure when the vacuum of space was introduced, but the idea of the universe was expanded on in the last 100 years. Like, oh, there are other galaxies, Edwin Hubble and stuff. And that was in the early 1900s. The expansion, the Big Bang, George Lamont. But the point is, so who began this idea that we're moving, traveling around the sun? Why did they start telling people that? Well, that was Copernicus 500 years ago. That's what they've told us. That's what the history is. So who is he? Who was he backed by? What correspondence did they have with each other? And what was their justification for telling people that the earth was moving around the sun when their theology was biblical? How do I know? Well, it's history. Nobody's denying what I'm saying. This all has to do with the Protestant Reformation and all of that weird stuff that we kind of learned in school. Well, the argument was about heliocentrism and a load of other things that the church was doing at the time to the people. So as far as I understand, and I'm sure it goes further back, but as far as heliocentrism is concerned and the story about it, the justification lies with the people who claimed that that was happening in the first place. Are you following so far?
So you're saying that we have to look towards the people that are backing the the scientist Copernicus, who first introduced the heliocentric model, right? And look at his connection and see how we can kind of grasp like who, like a who and a how and why they're doing this, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I do know that it was right, like before it was always believed that the geocentric model was like the correct theory, and that was backed up by the Bible, right? And that was the church's official stance on it, right?
It's backed by observation and measurement. Really. But yes, when you read the Bible, you're also aware that well, the cosmology from here is different from the one that I believe in school. The schools that are run by the same people who 500 years ago ran churches and supposedly believed in the word and were the ones that were teaching it to the people, because most of the people couldn't read the word in in the way it was written back then.
Yeah, at that
So
time,
there's a lot of irony going on.
There's still a major language barrier situation going on. But oh boy. It seems to me that you may not be currently aware of all of the reasons why the globe Earth claim is invalidated. Like, you're not currently aware of the evidences as to why the globe is invalid.
Is Killcam still with us, or is he just pondering?
I'm just thinking about something. What's up?
So, am I muted or something?
Did you hear Gospel Bear?
No, yeah.
Killcam, hello.
Yeah, what's up?
Are you currently aware of all of the ways that the globe is invalidated?
No, I am not aware. I just know that the ways that it is validated. I haven't really been looking at evidence that refutes
Are you
that.
are you familiar with the concept of falsification?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. So if you claim that your can of Coca-Cola is made of aluminum, and I show you, no, move your hand, look at it, that there is glass. It's not aluminum. You're holding a bottle, not a can. And you go, by golly, my whole life I believed it was a can. Look at that. It is glass. Would you then go, wait, why would they lie about this here can being not glass? And maybe it is actually aluminum. Maybe it's a type of aluminum that is clear aluminum, like they talk about in Star Trek. The clear aluminum, maybe that's what it is. I'm being facetious, but the fact of the matter is falsification. Are you aware of the implications of falsification? Once it's been falsified, it's over.
Well, I assume that the people doing the falsification have they have everything to gain from doing that, right?
No, you're missing a major point here.
Not people.
Yeah, you can falsify it. I can falsify it. We can falsify it. They can falsify it. We can all falsify it. It's not a they. It's not a mysterious thing.
How did you falsify it?
That is the question, right? How somebody asked, how did you falsify it? That is the question indeed, right? That's the thing we want people to be curious about. Usually when we say, yeah, we falsified it, you can falsify it, they can falsify it, we can all falsify it. People usually go, well, why would they lie? Yeah, but we just told you we can falsify it. Do you want to kind of look into that? Yeah, but I kind of know how it is. Yeah, but we can falsify it. Do you want to know how? I understand all that, but I just want to. So, but would you like to know? Is what we're asking, or not?
Yeah.
I'd be, I'd be interested in knowing how. Yeah, I would.
Awesome.
Still there, Maggie?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. He would be interested in knowing how it's been falsified.
All right, so if somebody told you that the Earth is something, and you could falsify it, the easiest way to do it is to measure this Earth that you're standing on, right? In order for you to understand whether it's curving at 8 inches per mile squared from a distance over point A to point B, you could use a line of sight test to do such a thing. That way you can gather knowledge whether the information that they're giving you that the Earth is curving at a specific rate with the radius, diameter, and circumference, right? The circumference of 24,901 miles, the radius of 3959. And you'd be able to then understand the curvature drop rate from 8 inches per mile as each mile is going forward. You'd be able to know how much curvature there should be. It's very simple. There's a lot of information out there because you can actually Google the information to find out the metrics of the Earth. And you pit those metrics against, you get a Earth curve calculator. You can also find that online. You get an Earth curve calculator. You take you and your friend. You go somewhere like, I'll give you an example, like a beach, and you and your friend stand about 5 to 10 miles apart. You do a line of sight test, whether it be in the evening or later at night, and your friend and you might have a light or a camera. Make it a nice camera that can see at a far distance. You pick a day where it's nice and clear and visible. The best visibility. Like when the weatherman says, "Oh, today is going to be a nice visible weather conditions." So you go on that day, you do a line of sight test, you take the Earth curve calculator out, and you show how much Earth curve there should be between you and your friend, and you figure out whether you can see your friend with the line of sight test. This is how you falsify the information, right? Because if it's possible that the Earth is not curving the way that they're telling you it is, then it is not curving at that rate. So what you're doing here, in effect, is demonstrating to yourself in reality, in real time, how the Earth is not curving at the specific rate. So if you can see your friend, that means that the line of sight distance between you and your friend is not obstructed by the curvature of the Earth. However, if there is obstruction because the Earth is blocking you and your friend's line of sight, then they're correct. Their measurements are correct. You can write this down. You can make a data points on it. Whatever you do, make sure that you do follow up with writing everything down, documenting, put some video on it, like do as much, put as much information as you can, because we have been doing this for more than 7 years, and nobody anywhere on Earth has found any curvature with this demonstration. And so falsifying it is of utmost importance to you and to everyone that wants to find out, right? And so this is how we understand that the information, because we're not saying what if the Earth is bigger, or we're just basically just using the information they're giving us and testing it out to see if the Earth doesn't conform to this curvature. And if it is, then it is, right? We're not those who are just going to believe, like as Gospel Bear was saying. We need some empirical evidence. It's got to be repeatable. It's got to be peer reviewed. That means that other people have to be able to look into it and test the method out. It's got to be falsifiable as well. So if you can't do all these things with what they're telling you, then and indeed you are believing in just a system that they want you to look at. So it's not anything you can falsify. So if they tell you, well, it's just the calculations and you can't measure, well, then you're going to have to tell them, well, then how do we know if we had? It's like me telling you, well, my foot's whatever 12 inches, and you're gonna be like, oh, no, it's not. I measured it. It's 10. So then you can correctly say, because you've measured my foot, what size it is. So it's not a scientific question. A what is question. It's not a how why question. It's a what is question. Meaning you're asking. It's a simple just. They're saying it's a geometric shape, right? It's a globe, a sphere. Well, this sphere should have curvature conforming to the surface. So you should be able to do a line of sight test, once again, to falsify the information if indeed it is a globe. And therefore, by demonstrating it to yourself, you'd be able to provide evidence that it is not a globe or it is a globe. Either way, you're going to find out. But it's upon you to actually go investigate. Now, once you find out, the evidence will stand to be true. At which point you will discover that you can't say, well, I agree to disagree. It's not, you can't do that anymore. Maybe at some point when it was a belief in your mind, you could say that. But when it's actually known fact that you did a measurement, it comes out of the realm of, I agree to disagree, and into the realm of either you're right or you're wrong. Does that make sense? Like you're either right or wrong in what you're thinking right now. Until you go and do the measurement, until you actually verify and demonstrate to yourself that the Earth is curving at that specific curvature.
You're saying it's like a maybe like a binary system of thought, like it's either true or it's not true to you.
That's correct. So that's why when you come in here and people are like, well, you guys believe in the flat Earth. We don't believe it. It's demonstratively true that it's not curving like the metrics in which they give us. So the radius, the diameter, and the circumference, go look it up. And then you just, you do your line of sight test, and you take your Earth curve calculator with you. All this information you can find online. It's readily available to you. And you make sure you're thorough. I would say make sure that you're thorough. And so what you do is, like, your friend could have like a light, some kind of light, maybe a high powered light or a high power laser, whatever it is. But if you can see your friend's light, or if you can see at that far distance that your friend is there with line of sight on a clear visible day, then there you have it. That's all you need. All you need is demonstration that the curvature of the Earth is not a hump of Earth that's actually blocking your view from your friend. At which it would stand to you would have to stand to reason that you were wrong in thinking that it was an Earth, curved Earth, and you'd have to capitulate to that it's not curving anywhere. If you don't, then you're just standing in the midst of being wrong, and that's all there is to it. Like that's.
Sorry, Mickey.
Oh no! Hopefully that makes sense, Kilcan. If you're still there.
Okay.
The difference between looking at videos of things that no one's ever seen in like person and videos of observations that we can all actually do. Well, that is the difference. It's like, well, actually, there's many things that we can show you now until you're able to go verify this for yourself. Unlike me giving you some video from some space agency where it's like, okay, they're in a place that I can't get to, telling me that this is a depiction of where I live, but I can't verify that. Versus I'm showing you a video of someone at a beach that you can go to, or you can go to your own, but the principles, the geometric principles should stand if the Earth is a sphere, period, right? So right now, what I'm going to share with you is a video from it's called When Skeptics Meet Deniers, CFI Investigators. Basically, National Geographic set these people up to go out with flat earthers to the beach and prove, based on what we're telling you now, that the Earth is a globe. Now, they don't do that anymore. People don't talk about what we talk about anymore because they say, oh, you can't prove it from the surface of the Earth because X, Y, Z. That's what they'll tell you today. But that's not what they were saying 5 years, 4 years, 3 years ago. So this video, and there's a timestamp. Let me see if this is the right timestamp. Basically, he's talking about exactly what Miggy told you. He says that he's 1 foot off the ground, and they're doing that so that they know that the horizon is 1.22 miles away from them. That's a very specific way to say something. Like, that's weird. Like, you know what I mean? It's 1.22 miles. Why is he saying that? Because that's what the calculator tells him. Because that's what the calculator tells us, right? And so he's going to say the boat is going to disappear behind the horizon. That's supposed to be 1.22 miles. But in the video, even though they're clapping and saying, see, you can show flat earthers anything and they won't believe it, yada, yada, yada. But clearly in the video, in the observation, you can see that the horizon is well behind the boat still, way behind 1.2 miles. So, I'll share that with you. Obviously, it might take some time to soak in and understand where it is we're coming from, because this entire topic is not really centered in what we're talking about here. It's usually centered in other things that nobody can really verify or validate. So this might be new stuff, but it's good stuff. So I'll share the video in the chat, and yeah.
Yeah, it kind of feels good to get away from that whole mind whammy, dude, that we've been under. Like it leads into other different types of research that we're like looking into. Like, well, what else can they've been telling us that it's incorrect, you know? And it branches off into other things. But the first thing you have to understand is that the evidence presented in front of you has to be acknowledged. If you do not acknowledge it and you reject it, then that's upon you. That's, you feel like you don't want to accept truth, and you know that's on you. But like, you can't get away from that. You can't escape the fact that it stands as evidence. You got to present it. Either you understand that it's true, or you just start believing that you're going to reject that truth and live your life and thinking that the guys who are telling you the Earth is a globe are correct. So yeah,
Okay.
just get your mind.
So
thinking.
for me, if I go out and do it myself and verify that like I am being lied to and things are being hidden and falsified, this like it's being falsified and I figure it and I measure and I do like all the stuff, right?
Mhm.
What are the implications of that for me personally?
It changes your paradigm in that if you do not this is one thing that needs to be understood. If you do not have a radius, the radius value is of the utmost importance for the heliocentric paradigm. It's attached to like almost every facet of the heliocentric paradigm. It's used in the formula for refraction. It's used in the formula for how rockets leave the Earth because they have a parabolic curve going around the Earth a couple of times and then exiting Earth's gravitational pull so they can go to the moon. It has implications of like telling you the distance to the planets because they measure from the radius how big the Earth is to like it's a paradigm shift. It's a earth shattering, pun intended, right? News that you actually realize that without the radius, you can't use the R formula in anything. Like I said, refraction, distance to the planet, parabolic curves for the way that rockets leave the Earth to escape gravitational forces. Like so, and not to mention even the term gravity. All of this becomes that you're not living on a ball. It's not a ball anymore. It can't be a ball. You've just falsified it. So you really torn down the entire system with one blow, with one evidence that you have that you falsified. So the radius that's tied into everything else comes crumbling down, and now you can't figure how refraction could even happen because there's no radius. You can't figure how you can't figure how gravity's pulling things to the center of the ball Earth because there is no ball Earth. So there is no core. There is no like. It shatters everything you can think about. So now you got to redo cosmology. You start from scratch, right? And you go from the very basic what you can know. So it's real easy, right? It's not like how you have to give another model just to believe something else. You don't do that. You just go on the basic principle of what you can discover for yourself and you can verify. Now, things that cannot be verified, you put them in the realm of like we don't know, or it's a mystery, right? So if I point to the sun and I tell you it's a gas ball up there, you could tell me, well, how do you know that? Like, we just figured out that the Earth isn't a globe by verifying it. How can we verify that the sun is what you're telling me it is? And see, that's the thing. Nobody can insert something into your mind and tell you, oh, just trust me, the scientist figured it out. Well, how did he figure it out? Because did he go to the sun and get you a piece of the sun or figure out how it was tangible to him so he could verify this? Or did he find some other method? You know what I mean? Like you have to be somebody who actually scrutinizes the information given to you, and you become more aware. You become more aware of the things that are told to you versus your critical thinking actually accelerates. You start to think for yourself versus given information by second hand and then just accept and regurgitate. You don't do that anymore. That after you figure this one thing out, it stops. It's like a full stop. Now you're just like, all right, before you tell me to believe what you're telling me, how am I going to verify this thing? Because I'm not going to just believe, because that's what happened. That's how I got in this mess in the first place. I just believed that you guys were telling me the Earth is a globe. And I just believed that you told me astronauts can go to the moon. I'll go ahead and stop. Go ahead, Elijah.
So that's when you ask the question again. That's when the question, why would they lie, becomes more of a deeper inquiry. And that's when you do some research into history after you've validated or invalidated that the claim that it's a globe, by these metrics. Here's an Earth curve calculator. This is what you can use to validate it for yourself. This is like, it's very easy. Once you've done all of that, and you're like, holy smokes, it's not. So then what does that mean? Okay, so how did this all begin? So how can I verify it? Must be verifiable some way. I got to go back to the beginning. Where does this begin? Specifically, this idea that we're moving around this sun and the sun is what it is, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, it's been falsified. So now why would they lie becomes more edifying to you because you've already invalidated that the sun is what it is by exactly what Miggy just told you. Well, they told me based on me knowing that it's a globe that that's what that is. But since it's not a globe, then you can't make the inference that that's what that is based on the thing that it isn't. So now
Hey,
it's
Elijah,
like,
can I interrupt
well,
you real
then
quick to ask you a question about one of the points you just um touched on? Was I was curious if you knew actually how long, I can't remember exactly when it started, how long that lie. I mean, it's been
Copernicus.
100 years or 200?
Copernicus,
Yeah, but I can't remember the time frame, like, because that's
500
interesting
years ago.
too.
Like 500 or
Yeah,
yeah
500 years.
years.
So
Yep.
imagine like the forethought of the people that know and they continually push that lie. Like how, like, could you keep a lie for that long? You know what I mean? Like it's amazing.
Yeah,
That's a
if you
whole
say
nother like.
Well, at some point, it becomes delusion and religion for real. I'm not sure how many people are delusional and how many people are lying in the way that we think, because it's all kind of lying, but like in the way we would say, no, you're actually lying. Like, I'm not sure which is which.
In order to keep that going for like 500 years, though, doesn't it have to be true that there is then a very small number, and I don't know if that's 100 or 12 or 500 people that really dictate and control
yeah
our
Paul
day-to-day life?
yeah there's a hierarchy. There's a system of
Perhaps.
hierarchy. So, but the system of hierarchy always stands to be reasoned because you hear it echoing in today's globalist, right? Today's globalist will say, "I'm not a scientist." Today's globalist will say, "I'm not smart enough." Today's globalist would say, "They know, I don't know," and so that's the same thing that was happening back then is the same thing that's happening today. They're saying the very same things that they were taught that the people uh, are too dumb to really realize and understand this information. And the fact of the matter is, the truth was always right before us, but nobody felt like they were capable enough to realize that.
I'm sorry for the feedback.
Yeah, so it's
no, yeah, and I get that. I can't understand. This is one thing I can't wrap my head around, though, is that there's these people that are pushing this agenda, and they have an end game, but there's people for the last 500 years that have been pushing it, and they know they're not going to see or reap the benefits of that end game when they finally decide to end it, which is crazy to me. Like, I can't get. I don't know. Does that make sense at all? What I'm trying to say, like how you can push a lie and not, you're not going to reap the benefits, and you know you're lying, and you know there is a creator, and you know you're probably condemning yourself to
But
hell for what you're doing.
I think they are reaping it right now. They're reaping it because they have the hierarchy control system already set in place. They have the system of the worker bee and the queen bee. They have the system where who dictates and who actually is subjected to that dictation. That already is put in place, and you can tell because even the masses of people who can be free, by only realizing this fundamental understanding, don't release themselves from their mental prison. They don't do it because for fear of the hierarchy. They think, well, if I say anything, my friends would look at me like, like I'm crazy. My teacher would think I'm crazy. Like for fear of it, they stay in line. It keeps them in line. They don't want to think outside of their because what happens is they become ostracized. So because of everybody feel like the majority of people believing on this information, It keeps the person in line because they want to be conform to the the social circles. So long as they can be edgy, but that's way too edgy, man. I can't go there. Like if I'm saying the Earth is flat, man, everybody's gonna think I'm just loco, and they won't go there.
Yeah.
There's
What I
a lot
find frustrating too is though is like for me, like my father knew all this stuff and my grandfather knew all this stuff, but they kind of like they would plant little seeds in my brain, but they would never just come out and tell me the truth. And for years, let me just still, fall for the deception and be deceived for years. And that
Yeah,
bugs me
that's
because the hierarchy doesn't do that to their children. They're indoctrinated right away. They know the scoop. They're taught, and I don't understand why we do that to ourselves and to our own family.
because well, maybe I don't want to say. The bottom line is, here's the thing. We know who were the culprits, and we kind of can trace that to, okay, well, we at least know who to ask questions. Like, we're just talking about asking questions. You know how sometimes I ask questions and people start to pretend I'm hostile and get more exasperated and hostile because I'm just like, yo, look,
Passionate. You're
you
passionate.
repeated that 3 times, and I'm just
Yeah.
asking you a question that you keep saying you're trying to answer but are not answering. Well, now imagine somebody murdered somebody, they murdered somebody, and you're asking him directly, why'd you do this? Listen, man, I don't know what you're talking about. Da, 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 da. That's kind of what's going on here. The bottom line is, when this whole thing began and people questioned what was going on, there was a price to pay because the people in power were the ones saying, listen, this is what we're saying. The people like us that didn't have much power were like, well, I'm just asking you a question, sir, because I mean, I already look up to you and I've come across this information. It's just truth. I'm just trying to ask you something very simple. And you're met with, I just insert politics. Obviously, the diversionary tactics that go on there on all sides, never getting direct.
Definitely, right?
So that's what it is. So that's what it is. It's like, actually, no, we need to go and ask the people that are perpetuating this, hey, so we know it's not a globe, and so who's teaching this? What is the reason that this needs to be dogmatically proposed to my children?
In
What's
order to
going
do
on
what you're
here?
saying, though, wouldn't you have to start at like a lower level, like the local community level, and get on like school boards and try to gain
No. There has
control
to
of
be
curriculum first instead
listen.
of
There has to be a community. Like, what is a community?
Oh yeah.
Like,
Right.
so if there's no that, then there's no nothing. So the bottom line is, each individual can live the way they need to, in truth. And it's like, well, listen, I'm gonna decide against what people are doing in my society, to live by the truth. That's what I'm gonna do. Now,
Well, and I think that's where
if a community of people do that, then maybe you can question. All you gotta do is ask the right questions to take down these people. You don't. The pen is mightier than the sword, right? Like, that's pretty much what they mean. It's like, yo,
Yeah, but
I just need to finally
always start with
legitimize.
you always start with the
You
heart.
got to finally legitimize asking the question of like, imagine going to school and saying, and legitimately being able to ask, since we know it's not a globe, why are you doing all this? Because obviously, if
But
I
Elijah,
was
we're
to
not the
go in there
first ones.
today,
We're not the first ones since it started to be doing what we're doing now. I mean, people way before us have been railing against this for fucking, like we said, 500 years since it started, and there's been no
so the
change.
question
Like,
is
there's been
either
no
how would it
real.
happen, or it hasn't happened. It's either how would it happen, which the answer I gave you is adequate, or it hasn't happened. Well, again, it's the same answer because the proper people aren't being challenged. You got a fox in the hen house and no one's pointing it out. Of course, nothing's changing because of that fact. Duh. Everybody wants to get around accusing the ones that actually legitimately should be accused.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, how do we go around doing that? How do we go around no beef? I don't know. Y'all figure that out.
And that's what I thought about when I brought up like my own family situation, and I was so for years because I was lost because I knew certain shit was bullshit, but I wasn't told the whole truth. I had to figure it out on my own. And then when I did figure it out, and then when I came to like my dad, he said, "Yeah, son, I know that." So and so that kind of upset me because I was like, "Well, why? If you notice what happened to you that you kind of just gave up in your life and didn't fight anymore?" And I feel like that's happens to the majority of us. Is after a while, we just give up the fight. We get jaded, and we're just like, "I don't have time for this anymore. I'm old. I don't care." You know what I mean? I'm just gonna enjoy my life.
Because there's no community. That's why.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, Elijah. It happens because, like, you know what we have here in the 24/7 Flat Earth server? We have community. This is what we have here.
Right.
This is
That's
our
what I'm
community.
saying. When you don't teach your children the true knowledge and you give them little seeds here and there and tell them, yeah, moon landings, bullshit, blah 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 blah, but don't explain and break everything down to them. The community starts in the house, does it not? So, and then branches out from there. And I don't know. I don't know how to get that back because
this is what happens.
Because now we're so crazy. Like we can't even talk to your neighbor.
Yeah, I know.
This is what happened, though. I'm sorry. Let me just say this.
You go ahead.
You just have to look at politics because that's the closest thing I can look at to like the people who try to get involved in local levels, because this is what kills these ambitions specifically. When you try to do something, guess what happens? There's some event always that the media pushes that is true, regardless of how you feel. These people then look at, because y'all are telling the truth together, but in that instance, it's only convenient for them. Then there's going to come a time where it exposes that they're just going with the narrative still. When you're like, I thought we were breaking away from a narrative. How come it's that we're going into a narrative? Don't you see it? And they won't. And that is where you will depart. And it will happen again and again and again.
Yeah.
So the question becomes, how do we fix that? Because if we can't fix that, that's what's going to keep happening.
Yep, I agree. That's a great example. That's kind of like, okay, let's just say, for example, this whole thing gets organized. We change the hearts and minds of a lot of people. Everybody starts, falsifying the information. There's communities of people banding together. What's going to happen is just like in politics, right? There's going to be a rising up. There's going to be people marching. But what happens in those instances is the same thing as Elijah was saying that it's happening in real time, right? When certain people stand up for truth, you get insertions of provocateurs in the midst, and then you get the mob mentality. It's problem, reaction, solution. So what's going to happen is the problem is that these people who are marching become mobsters. The mob is tearing down the cities, and we got to do something about these guys. So the good and wholesome idea behind the truth and what you're trying to march for or organize for will be tainted by maybe a few provocateurs that are sent in the midst of you guys. So then it will completely dissuade the minds of people as to your purpose and goal or ambition for getting the truth out. See, this is how this works. In the political systems, it works the same way. You always try to fling as much mud on your opponent so that you can sway the minds of the people thinking of their agenda to be a pure and wholesome one. And this is a dirty tactic, but it's done so that they don't gain momentum anymore. You can topple their their communities, you can topple their ideas, their agendas, and you can do so by way of like creating it like it's, or fabricating it, I should say, as it's something evil, and so the intentions are pure and good, but the moment you start growing outside of like trusted groups of people, and it's just, now it's like a whole bunch of other people, now you get a veritable mix of like people that might feel certain ways if, like, let's say you guys are all marching and these provocateurs come in there, these agents will start disrupting the crowd, then those who are kind of teeter-tottering will start following along, and then all of a sudden you got a mob mentality, and then the whole thing that you are marching for just crumbling down, because now it doesn't matter anymore. They're looking at you guys like the bad guys. And there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do to sway people's minds back from that. So you know what I mean? Like it's
so
gonna.
yeah, but like you just said though, so there's nothing you can't do it politically. There's no way you can start.
But you can do it. You can do it with epistemology and teaching philosophy. The thing that they said was useless. Remember that? How you think is useless. We'll tell you what to think. That's basically what they say. People know the cliff notes of what some philosophers have said, but don't understand how their minds work because they weren't hungry enough to go read up on these people's lives. Neither have I. But I'm just saying, it's true.
But do you actually honestly think that the way things are now, that it is actually possible to gain control of the wheel and turn it around? And I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to be like nihilistic and saying
I'm just
that
telling you how it
can't
has to be done. I'm telling you how it has to be
But
done.
I get
like
that.
a
I get
weightlifter,
that.
but I don't think you get where I'm going with it.
No, what I'm
Like,
trying to say
so
though
what I'm
is I
saying
get what you're
is
saying, but my other thought is though, let me
you
get to that
don't.
real quick,
No,
and you'll understand better what I'm trying to say if I say this real quick. Is I'm thinking maybe at some point since we've been here, it's always been this. There's always been this conflict between whatever it is, and that is maybe the point of us being here. It's never going to be perfect, and we're always
no,
fighting.
it's
And
always
maybe the
been that
point of us
people have
being here
rejected.
is. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
We got to go to the lie. Well, what lie are we under now? Well, what lie? Where does the lie begin? Well, that this place isn't created and our morals are given us dictated to us by men who say they believe in a creator, but we're all under the impression that maybe there's not because science and whatnot. So bottom line is, under any society, under any situation where you reject the truth, the bottom line that this place was created and maybe uh, the laws of this place and how we ought to live and ought to be are dictated by something greater and things that we all actually realize but fucking lie and say we don't because it's all subjective. But anyway, that's that's the problem. The bottom line is, how do we fix it? Again, people like weightlifters, people know that they can't lift 300 pounds or whatever. They know that because there's a physical limitation. But people don't understand that they're featherweights with mental lifting. Because whenever something gets hard mentally, when you have to actually get through a conversation, things get heated, people will put energy into making it circular, but won't actually do the necessary thinking through to get to a solution. So since that's the problem, things will never be fixed if we don't have education on things that will help that.
Right, circular reasoning, and that's what usually you're faced with in this. Okay, the evidence of that is when people come into the server, it becomes circular after they feel that there's no logical reasoning that they can continue forward in a conversation. So what Elijah's elucidating here is that is the issue. It's the core issue of why people can't understand. It's not that they're not capable. It's that they don't want to. It's a mental apathy. They are just too lazy to actually look into it farther. Have they the energy and the fortitude to move forward, they would discover the truth. They would be able to. So there's a psychological barrier that as it's kind of like, this is what would be like the whammy, right? This is the whammy that everybody's got on top of their mind. The reason why they don't want to pursue farther is because they're too lazy. And I'm using that word in the sense of like, when they get to the limit of like, well, I could look into it. I could go and see if the earth is flat. I could measure, but why? It's the majority of people, it's easier to conform to the social standard, to the status quo versus
But yes,
sides, so it's.
But that's why I'm saying I think it's supposed to
Damn.
be that way. I think since the first, if we go back, not the from the globe lie, but go back to the first lie ever told to man, that right there changed everything. So it's always this test. So that became this became our proving ground, a test. You're either, I don't know how to pass a test, but I believe what we are doing, I think we're on the right path to be open-minded and to be receptive to knowledge, and not just take what we're told and absorb it and believe it and stick our head in the sand. And I think maybe, just maybe, it's always been this way since the first lie.
Since people rejected the creator, you mean?
Yeah, right.
Of course. Why would, or
so that's what I'm saying. So
a
to
more
say that, then
digestible
what
thing?
I'm saying
People
is,
have rejected
let's say
things
we
that are
unlock
obvious
everybody's
and true.
mind. This is why I think it's never going to change, because I think ever since then, that's how it's been, and it's always for some reason going to be that way, and it is some sort of test that we are put through. Why? I don't know the outcome. I don't know where it goes. But my point is that if we unlocked everybody's minds tomorrow and made them all see and think for themselves and be free from the shackles of their mind, it would be utopia again here on earth, right? And I think that's gone. I don't think that this is that place anymore. I don't think we can have Eden here anymore. Does that make sense? You understand what I'm saying?
Sure, but we're not supposed to have Eden. We're supposed to be waiting for. If you're going with, you know what we're supposed to be waiting for. If you're going with, you know. So
yeah, I know, but but isn't that kind of what we are all like? Isn't that? I mean, that's what I want. That's why I want people to wake the hell up so that we can actually live free and create and do amazing things and not be slaves. So, I mean, isn't that the point? Isn't that the point of exposing the globe lie, to unlock people's minds and help them become free?
of course.
And,
What if the
and if that
problem? What if the
happened,
problem? But if you look at the if you look at the scripture, right? The problem is people didn't want to. So it's not we're under this system. The system is like this because we made it that way. It's not that's pretty evident and pretty clear.
yeah,
It's
and
unfortunate. Yeah,
I agree
it's
with you, but and
unfortunate.
I don't think we can change it. Like, I think it's
Well,
important
we would
to
have to
try
be the
to
ones that would
expose
want
the
to.
globe lie. I think that's important, but maybe my hope maybe is different than yours. My hope is that sort of, that's the quest, that's the ultimate goal, right? Is to free people, and then once we do that, there
No,
there
but you're
could
talking
be
about
an
freeing people
actual.
that have shackled themselves. That's the point I'm making. Like we're like you're talking about freeing someone who doesn't want to be free. So when I say remember, we've created this existence. Not well. Those are
Right.
poor choices of words.
So
But
then,
the
why do
point
we
is, like,
have this?
I'm not. But so you're asking, well, we should want to make the world a better place, which is true, and you're also saying we should free people, which is true. But you're missing the fact that the problem actually is people reject truth and don't want to be free. That's actually the problem.
No. I 100%. I agree with you 100%. That's why I don't understand why we sit here in this platform and have the same conversations over and over again with Globers. What are we doing? We
No, some people
know two things.
do.
The
Some people
horizon,
do.
the horizon is not
No,
measurable, and there's
some
no measurable
people,
curvature. End of story. Like,
bro,
so now what?
bro,
Like, we know that, dude.
bro. Don't
Yeah,
sell
I'm sorry.
yourself short. We are here because we didn't know the truth, and now we do. That means something to me, bro. I don't care
No,
that
yeah,
I
you're right.
can't.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't care that other people don't want to be free. I didn't know I wasn't free, and now I know, and now I'm free. That means something to me.
No, you're right. That is important. That is
So
important.
when people come in here, like the guy who came in here earlier, that was one of the rare times where it seemed genuine, like a person was actually thinking and trying to digest what you're saying. Oh my God, that's all we want out of life, out of our spouses, out of our children, out of the people that we go to work with. And we can't get it. But that's all we want. And so some of us have come here realizing, hey, that's all we want is for people to tell the truth and let their word be their bond. That's literally all we're talking about.
So in that same sense, we are just like the elite in the sense that we know we're not going to see the end game of this game, but the important thing is if we can unlock one mind, we did what we were put here to do. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm not sure what if you have a grounded theology, you know what you ought to be doing. Now, I'm not grounded. Therefore, my answer is I'm still trying to figure out what I'm trying to do, even though I have beliefs. I'm still trying to figure out how much in chains my mind is. It's a hard thing to do when you know what to do and you don't do it on a daily basis.
But the
It's
fact that
worse
you
than
even
not
know
doing
that
it.
and can say that isn't that you're not chained at all because you know you know that you're always striving for knowledge, you're always striving for truth. And I don't think any of
But do
us
we always use goodwill and good faith to do what we're
well,
supposed to do?
yeah, no.
I
We're
fall
always
short
gonna
too.
because we're
Still.
flawed. Yeah, me too. I
So
make
that's the
mistakes and I do but I still at the end of the day, I always want to leave this place better than how I found it.
well, there's plenty darkness that light could be shed on. I mean, simply because that's what it's it's intrinsic. You live in a world that has to make sense. So if something's not making sense, obviously someone's going to point it out. Sometimes a pothole is too deep. Someone must do something about that. Well, I'm talking about things that are more metaphysical, places that people typically can't reach for some reason. Until we can reach those places, we are going to continue to live like this. I don't know why. I don't know why. I might never know why. and it's very personal to me because and all of us because well, actually, if I were to take 8 hours to sit down and devise a plan, and I mentally, you could create a mental map of everything you're supposed to do and literally not do something. Well, why not? Why couldn't you do it to a T? Now, there are things that happen. Maybe there's some day that you were supposed to do something, you get into an accident and can't do that. But I don't mean things like that. I mean things that you could have done but didn't do. We all have those things. The question is, why? The only persons that can answer those questions is us. Personally, I can't answer why you don't do what you don't do. But collectively, us not doing what we're supposed to do is why we have the society we have. For
Are you talking
collectively,
about like
this is what it is.
morality? Are you talking about like
Of
morality
course.
and yeah? So like, see, that's subjective too, and that's another thing
No,
that
it's
goes
not
back
subjective.
to the book
The
to the book
reason
because it's
people
even
believing that
when
it's
if you believe
subjective is what's causing the mental error. If you think that morality is subjective, that's in error. And
I don't
if
mean
the
that. I
majority
mean
of people,
morality. Like I'm talking about like there's it's difficult because we've set up this structure where we have these rules that were created by a higher class that we're supposed to follow, but they
okay,
contradict
so
themselves.
are we
You go
supposed
to
to are
war,
we supposed
you go
to
to war
are
and
we supposed
kill,
to
and it's
follow
not
that?
murder
Or
because no. I'm just saying it's
so why
difficult, and I think
why are
it's
you saying what's difficult? I literally just propose. Why don't we just do what we're supposed to do? And you're saying it's difficult. Yeah, okay, why? You're not even mentally going where I'm telling you trying to get you to go. Because you're just
no.
talking about
I'm
what it I know that it's difficult, but what is difficult, the it is actually exposing that the way we live is not conducive to our happiness. But everyone's pretending like it is, and that's why we're living like this because everyone on some level sustains enough interest in this facade. That goes the same for the people that are at the top and the people that are at the bottom. It's the same.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to argue with you. I think, I mean, I agree with you. It's just that I think that for some reason, I don't know, because ever since the beginning, like I said, that first lie that changed the entire where we are, it changed everything, changed man, it changed the whole dynamic of our existence, and ever since then, it's always been this struggle of good and evil. And then when you got these people that understood that and grabbed a hold of it and understood how to control and manipulate people for their own gain, now that adds a whole nother layer to it. So it's a crazy world.
It's still all the way from all the way back to all the way now, from the top all the way down. It's always okay. There was a lie, there was a falsehood, and everyone walked through that door willingly.
Mm-hmm.
30-something years ago, I was born. I knew damn well. But let's take, for instance, germ theory, right? Let me go ahead and spray some Lysol on my toilet. Now, you ought to clean your toilet, first of all. But let me spray some Lysol on this toilet and get these germs that are everywhere off. Hey, let me go into a shower and dry off with some Q-tips. Yeah, you're dumb. Your thinking is wrong. That's the problem, right? You fix your mind, you fix the problem. Anybody ever think about that? Get into a shower, dry off with some Q-tips. We're supposed to spray something down like that's going to stop the germs that are supposedly everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
That's dumb. We keep thinking dumb. We just have to stop thinking dumb and being liars. Now, if people choose not to be truthful and they choose to be dumb, and it might be harsh because when I'm saying that, people are thinking of their loved ones, their family members, and whatever. I love them. I love them all. Of course I do. And still, what I'm saying is true. Even true for me.
I'm really sorry for all the background. I'm outside and there's so much traffic. I gotta
I don't hear
get
it.
back in. Oh, you don't hear it at all? Okay, I've been super worried about it, but yeah, man, I am there with you. I'm just, I don't want to say I don't have faith, but it just seems sometimes I feel like we're just spinning our wheels, and maybe I don't know. We should be focusing or putting this energy or directing it another way. I don't know.
I agree. That's what I've been saying. We should
Yeah.
actually be. Where else are we? We can't keep sending people to the schools that are not helping. Like, say I wanted to actually ground my child in proper thinking and whatever that is, right? And then they go to school, and then the school is telling them to do the opposite. Well, if I don't do anything about that, and it's not just me, everyone's not doing anything about that. Well, there's the problem. I think, well, these professors and these cosmologists, they actually their numbers are public. Why aren't we calling them and having conversations with them? Why don't I have a perspective from the people that are actually the subject matter experts? Like, why hasn't it advanced there? I ask flat earthers that all the time. Now, I understand that COVID happened and all that, but again, we're talking about 500 years and plus. So again, I would ask, why the hell are we still going along to get along? There are people to ask questions.
But don't we already know the answers to all those questions? It's just a matter of
a matter of stopping the people from the. So if we know, why are we still living and being a part of the system? And I'm not talking about being nomads and not you. I'm talking about, but my child went to school today. What am I going to do about that? Nothing? Oh, well, okay. What am I willing to do? Teaching her and hoping that she can be the change. Well, that's all I'm willing to do. I'm not willing to actually be active and be the kind of hero that a hero would be in the movies that I've watched. Right. I'm going to do absolutely nothing. Teach my child
But
the best that I
isn't
can
the part of
and
the
hope that.
reason why what you're saying it doesn't always work? Because a lot of the heroes that I think about that have stood up, they're all dead. They're murdered. Like Ruby Ridge and like all these people that stood up and try to stand up for themselves and do what they believed in, they just are gone.
Well, you know why?
And so
You know why? Like,
well, yeah, because we
because
allow it. I
because
mean, it's
of
our
course we
fault. I'm
do,
not
but
saying it's
that
yeah.
like people like you and I are ostracized. You think people who are actually telling the truth were not? No. The larger public and their larger even within their own circles, people hated them. So again,
Mm-hmm.
the problem becomes again the people who just want to keep lying and keep doing wrong. Is that ever going to stop? I don't know. Maybe not. Am I going to do something about the educators that are poisoning the system? And am I going to do something about the TikTok and the news and the narratives that are being spun that I know are absolutely wrong? Well, I've tried to tell people, they won't listen. Am I going to actually? What am I going to actually actively do besides tell people? Probably nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna exercise my Second Amendment at all. I'm gonna talk about it, probably.
No,
Am I gonna do
no,
something?
because
No,
that's not
not
even going to
really.
get. Even if you did that, that's a trap too, right? Like they want us to do that so they can use that to take it away, right? I
Well,
mean,
I don't know. The bottom line is nobody's ever done anything about anything. So, but the question is why not? The question isn't why is the world the way the world is when we can actively see people all around us not doing what they ought to be doing.
so I wonder if it's. Well, no, I can't say that because even people that are raised with, regardless of some sort of religious structure, are still immoral as fuck. So it's not like you can't blame it on people that are raised without any sort of structure in that sense. So fuck, man, I don't know. I don't
They're
think
taught
it can happen. I don't.
they're taught to follow. They're said that they're following the supreme being, but they're actually just following people who think flawed, who are passing down that same flawed way of thinking. So we're saying, yeah, there are people who are religious, yeah, but that's not the problem, is it? It's people's way of thinking,
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately. Yeah, it's actually very easy. I was just talking about like how everybody complains about how hard bills are now. I realize, yeah, it's super hard if I'm going to pay a $1,600 rent and then take on someone and then have the idea that it makes sense because I'm going to be a man in this society because the idea of a man that I want to be that, but practically, okay, I want to be a man in this society, pay 1,600 rent, take on somebody who wants to transition into not having to um, participate in that because they may want to do um, other things that are actually valuable, like raising children and things like that. Um, and so, unfortunately, that becomes a burden on the one who initially had 1,600. So now it's like, okay, well, I have this rent and I have this family. Obviously, the point is to move into a house or do something like this. And it's like, but I'm doing that with less resources because I chose to do this and try to build a family. Well, the obviously it's the system that's broken. Why am I doing all this? Unless it was like back in the day where I could just go work some factory job, come home and sustain a whole family. Like if I could do that, then maybe the conversation would be maybe I would be thinking differently. But right now the problem is, well, I live in a world where I'm thinking into a position that depletes all of my energy and there's no sustenance, no gain or value added. And that's most people's existence. Some people do really well. There are a lot of people in here that do really well. There are people like
But that's
me
the crazy part
who,
about it, Elijah, is you don't even have to go back that far and do that factory job. You don't have to work in any facility at all except your own farm in your front yard to get the food to feed your family. And we know how to build fire. We know how to survive without modern convenience. But
I was just
even
making
if
a
you wanted
point.
to live that way, you
I
couldn't
was
live
just
that way.
trying
The
to make.
government would come.
No, I was
I'm
just
sorry,
trying
go
to
ahead.
make a simple point. The simple point is that way of thinking is it exposes how dumb it is when I thought, oh, actually, if I add just one person doing the same things I'm doing, just one person, I actually live beyond optimal now. So instead of my 1600, if it was actually 3200, actually now I'm living what the average person would describe as a good life for some odd reason. The problem is we can't even actually work together and think well together with two people to make that. Some people do. Some people do it, and people wonder, damn, how did they do it? Well, it's a little bit of budgeting. It's not really that hard. But guess what? And a lot of, and this is indicative of my failure, not anyone else's. I've partnered with people who I didn't see the need for teamwork in the sense where I didn't care if they worked or not. I didn't care that if they worked, they just spent money on whatever. It's like, oh, do whatever. I'm gonna hold down what I need to hold down. I didn't budget. Everything was, oh, carefree, feminism, blah blah blah. Do you be happy? We're happy with all this dumb shit. When actually, like, it's obvious that you need to budget and plan and execute. And for some reason, that's just not what people are doing. And people are poor because two people don't know how to think right together. Because even in this oppressive system, two people can live lavishly if they thought right for only 6 months. And that's the guy's honest truth. Even in this oppressive system. So the question becomes again, why can't we think right with two or more people? So again, the question becomes, well, what can we actually do? What can we actually change? Well, if 5 of our best flat earthers started saving up and then meeting up at universities, that's actually not costly. If we consider how long we've been talking here, and if I would have put $5 a day, I mean, I could probably afford more than that, but I'm anyone that could afford anything, $5, $1 a day for the time that you've been here, and you're like, yeah, this is what we're gonna execute, this is what we're gonna do. Those kinds of conversations, the sheep even can appreciate. Wow, how are these flat earthers doing this? Well, all they're doing is working together. Some of us are, and that's why they have the podcasts that they do. That's why they get the opportunities that they do. And then we cry about, oh, well, the better one should have done it. Well, the better one ain't doing shit. The better one should probably learn how to work together with others. Maybe he
But
would
if
get
you think
further.
that happened and those people went to them campuses, they're actually going to find somebody that will actually have an honest conversation with them. I feel like they just call security and run off.
Yeah, but when is that ridiculous? It depends, because if you have somebody like I don't want to give an example. Somebody
We
who
don't have to give
is
an example.
everybody knows who would be horrible for kind of like you're like, okay, we're gonna send a flat earther. Then think about the one that nobody wants to send. But we send that person. Yeah, that's the problem. It's like, nah. If you sent a reasonable person, well, their interaction, like how some of the Globers act here, would be exposed, right? Because they would have to
But it's
act
not gonna.
ridiculous.
If you did that, it's not gonna make whoever you're having, what the professor or whatever. If they had that conversation and actually got somewhere, that professor isn't gonna say, "Oh shit, you're right. I'm gonna start now teaching." No, that's not gonna fucking happen.
Yeah, but this doesn't exist. The problem is I can't simply, well, okay, I can actually YouTube one person. His name is Young Moses, Flat Earth Boxer. Well, he changed this. I don't know now. But he did it. He went to a university. It was an open forum, and he recorded it. And he asked the guy a question, and clearly befuddled. And the problem is people don't see that interaction. Why? Because not enough people are exposing the truth simply by asking questions. A lot of people want to do demonstrations that are detrimental to their movement instead of the simple things like what I'm talking about. Well, yeah, well, what would that really do? I don't know. We're not doing it.
Yeah, I'm not saying it would be detrimental. It just seems like what? Okay, you said that guy did that, but so what? They're not now teaching flat Earth at that university.
No, that's not the point. Somebody's still paying him because he still holds an image of legitimacy, right? So that's why people see value in things. What I'm trying to say is, you don't just like Batman and Robin go tie up these crooks. What you do is tell the truth, delegitimize them, and get them unfunded. Now, what I mean by that is obviously the system itself is not going to want to die. So the people, when I say system, the people that are actually linked into administration and making things go on, they obviously have feelings and lives and all of that. They don't really care about the deeper. They don't actually, they might care, but they actually are invested in some portion of how things are running. That's obvious. They're not going to want to change it. The problem is the reason that they can do what they want to do is because there are people, us, funding them. So when we, us, expose how absurd it is, maybe we, us, will stop funding them and maybe something will change. I don't know.
But isn't that been going on for years too? We do the same thing with politicians, and it's been so bad nowadays where it's expected for people to just accept the fact that, well, politicians lie to get where they want to get, and that's just part of politics. So people just accept.
You're saying the same thing that I said.
You know what I mean?
But why? That's the thing. You said, well, how do we? And I'm like, yeah, we stopped paying them attention and money. So you're saying, well, we've never done that before, and I'm like, yeah, I wonder why. Right? I wonder why we still pay attention.
It has been done before. Like people are constantly exposing lies, but it I feel like it's trickling down and it catches some people, but it's not. I feel like it's not enough. Like it's not.
It's not enough because not enough people want to tell the truth. That's the problem. It keeps going back to that. It's not happening, not because of a system, but because the people do not want to start telling and exposing the truth.
That's because
they're just going to continue to be. Yeah, go ahead, guys.
People want a narrative to believe in that leads them down the pathway of believing that they can be God.
Oh shit, that's a scary thought.
No matter how much truth is told, no matter what is exposed, it doesn't matter because changing people's belief systems is one of the most difficult things to do. You can't force it into people, can't force their beliefs out of people. So the fact of the matter is, when you have a recurring common denominator over all of history, all of the history of mankind, of this predominant belief, and I do mean predominant, that you can ultimately ascend, transcend, elevate, illuminate, whatever the buzzword is, it all points to the exact same thing. And people want that. That's what people want. You could ask questions about that. You can speculate on that. Why is it? Yeah, I see what you're saying. Why is it that people
So
want that?
people want to be lied to.
Well, no, I'm going a layer deeper and saying, regardless of whether or not people want to be lied to, they care most about what I believe to be the original lie, and that is that you can be like God. And why
But
do
we're
I?
saying people, but it's not. It's individuals, because obviously there's something then that separates us, because we're not that way. We might have been that way at one point, but something happened in our brains that unlocked something, and we said, I don't know everything that I thought I know. I don't know, and I need to know. And I'm not going to hold myself to any belief. I'm open
It
to
stands to
all
reason.
possibility.
Yep, it stands to reason that the catalyst for deprogramming that deception of wanting to be like God is the acknowledgement that you can't be, and the logical deduction that you aren't and can't be. It is illogical to pursue it. However, people are deluded. People have grandeurs of delusion. And
You might have to also unpack the fact that there is a creator. That might be important too.
well,
There is no creator, but I'm gonna be like him. But anyway, sorry. Please continue.
but my main point here is that I think that the catalyst for acknowledging certain aspects of reality, or beginning to acknowledge all aspects of reality, begins with the acknowledgement that you aren't the creator, and you never will be. But I hear already the rebuttals. Oh, nobody's out there believing that they actually created everything. No, not directly. No, but from an esoteric standpoint, that is the pursuit, that they will enter into a state of oneness with the universe and ultimately appropriate the position of the creator through their methods and processes and
So do you think that can be taken out of them, or do you think they're inherently like that, or are they taught to be that way? Can you change that individual?
I believe in hope. There are other people that would have philosophical disagreements with to answer your question, then they would say no. But I personally believe that while there's yet breath in a person, there is still hope. But each person's different.
So the whole argument comes back full circle to the book and the age old good versus evil, light versus dark.
Yes, and then again with appropriation, recognize the fact that there is a narrative that exists of light versus dark, good versus evil, the yin and the yang, and that is an appropriated false dichotomy of the Hegelian dialectic, whereas the white in the yin and yang, I don't know which yin or yang represents the white, but whatever, it's not the white or the light or the good.
Right.
It is actually a false light that represents the Luciferian dichotomy, Luciferian versus Satanic, which ultimately are, again, two sides of the same coin, a false dichotomy that lead to the exact same destination.
Well, and even saying, like, even for me to condemn, like what you were saying, it's not light, it's not dark, but the people that believe they're in the light, to condemn that other side, you can't do that, because there is no one side without the other. You have to have that. You can't have one without the other, and they are all one in a whole together. So at the end of the day, isn't it all the same thing? It's all.
Here's a minute and a half video I posted in the chat. General Flynn from last year, and Elizabeth St. Clair, I think her middle name Saint, whatever, Elizabeth Clare from 1984. Elizabeth Clare Prophet, whatever. crazy name. Yeah, and just the evidences and material out there to demonstrate the false light. And for anybody that's interested, there's near unlimited material. You can hear it from the horse's mouth. You can hear it from the opposition. You can hear it from third party outside, perspectives, if such a thing exists. And you can see for yourself and connect the dots. There is a false light, and it is what's being pushed right now. You've got the baby eating Satanist, sacrificing to Moloch, and then you have the peaceful Luciferians that just want everybody to have world peace and ascend to a higher plane and have a one world religion and a great awakening. And both of these movements are accomplishing the exact same end, the end goal of the original goal. You will be like God. Anyway, a lot of people don't like the topic. A lot of people are offended that anybody would say such things that they can't verify. No, I can just point to millions upon millions of evidences to support it.
No. I appreciate it, and I encourage it, and that's one of the things that I was trying in the beginning to talk to Elijah about, because it's like I get frustrated having the same conversation with Globers, because I feel like there's no argument. Why are we arguing with these people? We know there's no measurable. We know the Earth is flat. So now what do we do? Why are we wasting our time trying to explain shit to people that really aren't that interested? Most of them are trolls. And so I appreciate this conversation with you, a fellow like-minded person that will bring a different, because it's deeper than it.
It is, but then there's also simple things, right? Be aware of deception. Don't be deceived. But also, do you have a garden? What is your network like? Who can you, if your house burns down, who is the person that's going to knock on their door or call their phone to say, listen, I'm hoping to not have to live in a hotel for the next month or 2 or 3 or however long it's going to be. Can I rely on you? That my life just got flipped upside down. Who are the people in your life? And I don't have anybody. I don't have anybody that I call like that. Well, what are you doing? What are you doing with your time? Are you staring at feet? Are you staring at feet pics 9 hours a day, or are you connecting with other human beings and getting to know each other and sharing life with one another so that you can develop those relationships, not to be dependent on one another, okay? But to be supportive of one another. There's a difference between dependence and support and community. And so anyway.
What you said when you said you're tired of arguing with the Globers and why are we doing that? I again, you do know that I'm in here often begging all the flat earthers in here not to do that, and they do it anyway, right? So why don't you ask them why they do that?
I'm familiar. Yeah, I've heard you. I've been in here for like 2 years, so yeah, I respect you and I love your voice. So yeah, I'm not talking just you specifically.
No, but I'm saying I have the same problem you have. So the question is, even though that I've talked to, I'm blue into the face trying to expose the fact that we shouldn't be talking to any flat earthers unless there's an audience for some reason. But typically it's actually just not going anywhere. And I'm like, why would you do that? And they still do it, right? So the question is actually, why does that happen?
Earthers don't go nowhere? Is that what you said? I'm sorry, I thought you just said flat earthers talking to other.
I am actively in here telling flat earthers to stop arguing with people that are anti-flat earthers all the time. The thing that you said is a problem, I tell flat earthers in here is a problem, and guess what? They do it anyway. And I don't say don't have a conversation with people. I say, well, did you even ask them why they're here? And they say, I want to learn. Okay, well, they've demonstrated to you for like the past 5 minutes, regardless of what you said, that they're actually not here to learn, that they're here to assert their religious belief. So why are you still talking to them? I say that all the time. So the question becomes, well, exactly. We're not talking about some villain outside. We're talking about people right here that we all know the truth. We all understand that. Why the fuck y'all still doing that? I asked them the same question, and that's a good question. I would like to know why some of y'all do that.
Can I add something?
And there's been plenty of times where you've been in here, I'm sure, and we're having a conversation like we're having now, and somebody will jump and say, "Oh, well, where's the curvature? Let's get back to the curvature. Let's get back to the." It's like, dude, there's no, like, you know what I mean? That shit happens all the time.
Yeah. So that is because this server is a flat Earth server, right?
I understand that. But if there's no, you know, if there's nobody in the chat that actually wants to learn, like why can't no? And never mind. I already know the answer.
Yeah,
I know.
it is because we are live streaming. It's live streaming.
It goes
right?
somewhere
Going
we don't
off
want to get.
topic.
Yeah, we don't want to get
Going off
taken down.
topic.
Yeah, I get it.
Isn't that big of
No,
a
yeah,
deal?
I know.
Just us
I
flat
know.
Earthers
But I feel like
talking.
why? So that pisses me off too, though, because it's like we're conforming. I don't know.
There's another
No,
aspect.
we just sat here and talked about it for like an hour. Like, no, we do talk about it. It's when people don't know how to continue the conversation. It becomes argumentative and circular. That someone says, "Hey, let's talk about flat Earth." That's what actually happens. But people blame it on rhetoric. No, it's actually the fact that you're getting frustrated. You don't know how to continue the conversation because you actually don't know how to move it forward. And so you're doing it in this destructive way. Let's just shut it down.
So I want to add something, right? So you say, why do we keep talking to these people? Remember this conversation you had with Eagle? I think it was Monday, Tuesday.
What was it about?
Well, he was Sonny called on him, and then he was like, "Yeah, well, I thought." His first remark was that he didn't believe we existed, right? And then you asked him, why did you think we flat earthers don't exist? And then we went into explaining, and AI jumped in, and that was a great conversation. But he was AI explained why we are flat earthers and what he could do to check the globe, and he still went on and on to the sky, right? So at the end it went messy, but it the conversation was that good that I asked Indio to clip it because it helps the server, right?
Yeah.
It's also
Of
about
course.
the
So
ongoing
I
thousands of
just to
viewers on
respond.
YouTube.
Yeah, just to respond. No, I'm saying we should be having conversations that are genuine. Why do we have conversations that we know aren't genuine from the get-go? That obviously when conversations if you're like there are other people around and a point can be made, if you can make it, that's great. If you can have a conversation with an anti-flat earther and he's actually answering questions, then that's great. But when it becomes argumentative and no information is going back and forth, why would you do that for more than 5 minutes?
I agree.
But it goes on sometimes for, you know, it drones on and on. And it's almost to the point where, like, I understand some people have actually said that, well, the reason why they allow that is because, well, it just shows how dumb they are, and if there's anybody that's listening, they're gonna, they're gonna see their stupidity. But I'm not so sure if that's true, because aren't we coming off as pompous and like bullies?
No. This is exactly my point that I was making, right? So that was a young person. Eagle was his name, And after explaining why we are flat earthers, right, measuring Earth is not a ball, he constantly went back into the sky, right, the sun and the eclipses and blah. So when you take him back to the fact that Earth is what it is, right? If it measures flat, then everything you see in the sky does not matter to the shape of the Earth. Earth is what it is, right? And it's a great way to show people that if you reiterate that point 2 times, 3 times to that person, and he continually goes back to the sky again, right? Then it shows how people, and AI even told him, you have to wonder why. Why am I doing this? Am I programmed to do this? Why is my mind wandering off from the fact that Earth measures flat and wants to go to the sky? Am I a programmed robot, right? It was so good. So yeah, I believe that these kinds of discussions help the server, help people. My opinion. Gospel, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I'm just saying that the YouTube channel is ongoing over and over again. So all the repetitiveness is for the purpose of fulfilling new people that are constantly finding the YouTube stream. And it's not like it's not pointless to be repetitive. It's exhausting in some cases for those of us that like and want to hang out on a regular basis. Because, like, man, been through this 3,000 times now, and it's like, gee.
You know what? I wonder if my feeling that way is me projecting and feeling like I'm not doing enough. Like, maybe, you know what I mean? I feel guilty because I feel like I'm not. Should I be doing more? What else? How can I drive more people, I guess, to the stream? Because I don't have a social media presence. I don't believe in it. I don't have a Facebook page. I don't have a YouTube. Like, I don't have any of that. And sometimes I feel, I don't know. I feel like it. I don't know. I feel sometimes guilty that maybe I'm saying this just because, I'm not. I feel like I'm not doing enough.
No, man, you're good. I feel the same way, and everybody knows how I feel about that stuff. I ain't got no problem.
Yeah.
Stuff that don't go nowhere. It's ridiculous.
However, we get opportunities. I mean, the more you engage with people, when you do reach out to meet new people and you get to know them, stuff pops up. This eventually does pop up. I've had this opportunity pop up way more than I expected, and it's having some interesting results. We'll see. We'll see if North Dakota will be the first state to be the flat Earth state, the official FE state of America.
Yeah, I just posted that piece in the live stream. I timestamped it. It's like, I think, a half hour long, 45 minutes. It's really great. It's good stuff.
Well, anyways, guys, I really appreciate you guys entertaining my ramblings and my nonsense, and it's really good that you guys, like, I can reach out to people and get positive feedback, and even negative feedback is good too. But I don't have this outlet really anywhere in my life except, I mean, my father. I can't talk to him because he is aware of things, but it's like, he don't want to talk about that shit, and I don't know, man. It's a strange world, man. And I'm tired. I'm tired of. I don't want to talk to people these days. I feel like that are not on our level. Like I'm just too tired. I don't have the patience. I don't want to engage at all with people wearing diapers on their face.
Yep. I could explain, not in this voice chat, but I could explain that phenomenon that is not unfamiliar to very many other people that have become aware of all of the lies and the deception. Let me put it this way. That's because the lies and the deception are not the point. And if you focus, in general, my opinion, if you focus on the lies and the deception exclusively and you neglect to tell the truth, emphasis on that word, capital T, you will be empty. My opinion.
Right. And see, yeah, I know. And it's just, I feel
there's
like
messages of truth that are worth
it
everything.
is exhausting to constantly try to save people, and not save people. That maybe that's the wrong terminology, but I think you understand what I mean. Constantly trying to help people that don't want to be helped, and that will throw me to the wolves in a second for a nickel, or you know what I mean, or for just.
Have you seen how scary pigs can be, bro?
I mean, I believe so.
You know, the pearls and pigs, and how crazy it is that you can get knocked unconscious in a pig pen, and then
Oh yeah, and be devoured in seconds.
that's just saying.
It's kind of like that, isn't it?
I mean, that's why I get frustrated, because as much as I feel like I need to do more, because I believe that that's a part of our path, like what it says in the scriptures, that you're supposed to walk, you're supposed to try to follow in the footsteps of I guess Jesus. I don't really like to say Jesus, but I know people get offended and they hate. But I'll just say, walk that path, and it's I don't know. I'm not. I can't sacrifice myself. Like, what good is that going to do? And so, am I wasting my time? Should I be better off focusing my thoughts and my energies somewhere else?
Jesus never wasted his time on those who didn't want to hear. So this is what people here don't understand. Christ didn't go to people that didn't want to hear the word. He might have went once and that was it. You know what I'm saying? Eventually they left him alone. They just stopped. They stopped because he was a preacher. He preached to the people that wanted to hear.
Yeah, Samaria might be an exception to that.
Well, in Christ is Christ. I'm not Christ. So I'm not saving. Am I really saving anyone? I'm out here trying my hardest to speak truth and help people that I care about, because I care about everyone. I want everyone to seek truth and have knowledge. And
hey, Paulie, could I give you a little bit of advice, man? I've been listening. Speaking truth is like planting a seed. There's nothing else you need to do but plant the seed. When you start becoming the gardener and tending to the garden, then you're taking on a bigger responsibility that's above your pay grade. So what I mean to say is that the one who gives truth is the one who is actually going to enlighten the people who you plant the seed to. Your job is to plant seeds. And the one who actually makes the increase is the one who's going to give them the knowledge. But until that time, you can't keep forcing something onto somebody. You tell them what's self-evident. You show them the truth, and it's up to them to walk in that truth. If they don't walk in it, that is not your burden to carry.
Yeah,
you're shouldering too much.
So my problem is, I get
You're
my problem is I have a little bit of vanity in me, and I want to see that seed
you want to
grow,
see the
and I'm
conversion.
frustrated because
Yes,
No,
there
I
you
get it,
go.
dude. Yeah, thank You're right.
Yeah, you want.
I need
You
to
want to. See it.
fuck, man.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's the pinpoint accurate description of what you're feeling right now. It's because you want to
Yeah.
see that conversion. You want to see the swaying of the mind, and that shouldn't be the end
not
goal
for
for
me.
you. No, it's not. It's not for me. It's not for anybody in the server. Our mission and our ambassadorship is to speak truth and show people what's self-evident. Now, when it comes to like them being convinced, that shouldn't be our end goal. That should be their end goal. Whether they walk in that truth or not, it shouldn't be your concern. Does that make sense?
No, yeah, that makes total sense. You said it, and it hit me right away, as I think you could tell by my reaction.
That's true.
It's fucking hard though, because it's
I
not.
know.
I want. It's not that I want it for my own benefit too, but I want to see that light shine in them, like I felt in myself.
Yeah, but you just pinpointed it. You said I want to see that light in them, and you can't. That's not up to you. Yeah, that's not up to you. Your job, your mission. Yeah, the heart of your aim should be just to speak truth. Yes, you do want to see that, but it shouldn't be the burden on your shoulders to carry. That's dude, you'd be entirely exhausted carrying that burden.
Yeah,
So
because
yeah.
we whenever we're trying to control the results of this, like what was said here earlier, and I appreciate the conversation greatly because it is really important. But like my take on this part is that there are some literally that are not meant to get this. That's none of my business, whether they do or not. But if we're sitting here beating a dead horse, and they are clearly showing objectively that they don't want the information, then we need to just cut it off. Go to somebody who is, more inclined to listen. That's all I care. If they're listening, you can tell if they're listening or not. They're, if they're snickering or whatever, like that's fine.
Yeah,
sometimes we get through to them too, but you
the
can
thing
tell
is,
pretty
Sonny,
quickly. Yeah.
Like the thing is though, the going theme here is very few of those people we run across, and that's why all that other stuff comes up, because people get bored, so they want to sit there and badger somebody.
Yeah, that's kind of a nasty human trait, and I have it myself. I'm not immune to that, but it's just about trying to get better to further the conversation. And now sometimes talking to these anti-flat earthers that are so obstinate, sometimes those little clips, I mean, for a certain period of time is good for the server because the third-party listener can hear that. So as an expose, that's fine, but I don't think we need to spend 3 and 4 hours with them.
So can I ask you, how? Okay. What? Jesus Christ. So I've been, as you can tell, extremely frustrated with the burden of knowing what I know, and it fucking pisses me off sometimes. And I walk around and go to the grocery store and do just mundane shit, and I am constantly pissed off because of this. And I know there's nothing I can do to change it. And I even get to thinking, like, people that I love that even know how I feel don't ever want to talk about it, and don't ever. I feel like they're not taking it as serious as I do, or maybe that's my fault. Am I taking this shit too seriously? Do I need to let this shit go?
You're shouldering the burden, dude. That's what you're shouldering that burden. You're putting too much on your shoulders right now, and it's gonna listen. If you continue down that path, you're gonna have a mental breakdown. I'm being honest, because you're gonna be so angry, so frustrated that nobody's listening to what you're saying, and all of this was for a purpose, so that you can understand what your job is. And your job and your ambassadorship for truth is just to speak it. And now, if they're never going to accept it, it's not your job to badger somebody into believing. That's not going to turn
Well,
somebody.
another thing too is, like, I've been so frustrated for so long. I don't talk about it at all to anyone. Even when the opportunity arises, I don't say anything, because I just don't want to. I'm tired of it, and I I don't know. And then I feel guilty about it because I feel like that was an opportunity to drop a
Yeah, but
seed, but you didn't because
you can always preface your conversation with, "Look, I'm going to tell you something that's probably going to go against your paradigm and what you think, but I'm just going to say what I'm going to say. Whether you take it or leave it, it's up to you. Say what you're going to say, and if they rebuttal a little bit and they maybe challenge you, you can go and talk about what's self-evident. And then after that, if they keep badgering and they want to pursue, don't make it a debate. Just tell them, look, this is what it is, and you can take it or leave it. And that way, they have to deal with that burden because the burden of proof is upon those who make the claim. You're not making the claim, you're showing them that the claim doesn't stand to be true. So that's all you are doing. Now, it's their burden to carry if they're going to keep believing that that's true or not yours. So you should be looking at it in that way. Any opportunity you can to speak it. But always preface the conversation with, like, look, I'm going to speak about something that's going to be going against what your paradigm understanding of the world is. You can take it or leave it. And so when you tell somebody that, you're shifting the burden to them. It's not yours. You're never supposed to carry a burden like that. That's the reason why you feel the way you do, and then you become apathetic. You're just like, oh, what difference does it make?
So am I committing a sin if I
not
even just like if I say I'm not going to this family function because I don't want to be around these people
right,
because I don't like them. I don't like is that wrong?
Listen,
I don't want to associate with these people.
Let me get into that a little bit. If you are going solely because you despise the way they think because of their viewpoints of the world, then you're definitely misunderstanding. You should enjoy family at any given time, but you shouldn't make it a pursuit of yours to have them think like you do, because they're not. At their given time, they're gonna understand what you've already told them. If you have already told them, don't go any farther. Just enjoy family time. Have fun with them. Like, the thing about this is truth will reveal to their minds when it's time for them to know truth, not anytime sooner. You're not going to be the arbiter of them coming into the truth. And if you are, then rejoice. Be like, that's great your eyes were open because I said something. But if that's not the case, be like, dude, just have a fun family time. Like, there shouldn't be an agenda on your mind. Be like, oh, these guys are just all satanic ball or worshipers. Like, if you view the world like that, you'll never see the good in all the people. That, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's good in people.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, what scares me is the climate of the society right now. It is so
toxic. I know.
Temperamental and on edge. It's like a powder keg, and I feel like at any moment it's going to ignite. And if I said the wrong thing to the wrong person, and they know me to be who I am, they can use that to gain leverage to help themselves and bury me. So I just rather stay alone because I'd rather if I I'd rather put I can't if you commit if I commit a crime by myself, I can't testify against myself. I can't tell on myself. So I don't.
It's a bit different if the environment is that as soon as you say anything for what you stand for, they're going to come against you. Then it would be kind of like a not a good place for you to be. On the other hand,
isn't that kind of where we are today, though? Where we have they're creating this structure of a tattletale system where they have children turning in their own parents and relatives. You know what I mean? We're at that point. I think there's just one. All it's going to take is one spark, one thing to bring it to that point where I don't know. And it's not that I don't love, like I love everyone, even Globers. I love people. I love humanity. I love everyone. And that's why it hurts so much too. Because
you shouldn't hurt you. It shouldn't be hurting you. That's the thing about it is like life is going to happen the way it's going to happen, and if you shoulder any of that concern as if it's your burden, you're carrying too much. You're carrying way too much, and it shouldn't be your burden. You live life, be the light, be the ambassador for truth, and live life according to that. And that way, you carry the burden of just like knowing truth, and be peaceful, be humble, be all the traits that it would be to be like somebody who speaks truth. But at the same time, it's them that are frustrated with the truth, not you, because you stay calm, just be reasonable, and if they don't want to talk about it, just say fine. Let's not discuss this. This is probably too much that you can't. I don't want to talk about this, and you keep saying if they keep bringing it up and they're hostile, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk. So you don't engage if they're being very visceral about it. If they want to get a reaction from you, because the moment you do, you give in to your anger.
Yeah. It's so
So
much
don't.
deeper though too than even this topic for Discord, flat Earth. It's so much deeper when you get into the culture and television and movies and television shows and
I know the
like
world's
the
going to hell in
Johnny
a
Depp
handbasket.
trial and shit, and people are so wrapped up in this shit. And I'm looking at people that I love and care about, and they are so invested in this bullshit that has
I know.
nothing to do with them. I don't know what to say to them.
Yeah, you
Nothing.
can't
You know,
change Paul.
Don't
You
speak.
can't change them, Paul.
Yeah,
I want to say
don't.
something.
Yeah, don't try to change. I was gonna say just like Sonny said, don't try to change that part of them.
yeah. I
So,
don't. I don't anymore. I don't. Like I said, I stay quiet. I don't say shit, and I just look at them and I pity them,
Paul.
and then I feel
So,
guilty because I feel like am I wrong? Should I be trying to at least? I don't know. I don't even know how to talk to them anymore. I don't know how to drop positive
hold
things.
on, Paul, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah.
you can I agree with what Miggy's saying. So listen, these people that you love, you can just love them. You don't have to engage, but what may happen as a result is they see, wow, Paul is like really jovial and lighthearted lately. I wonder what happened to him. Like, why is he so loving like lately? Why is he being so great to everybody and being just a good guy and not
Hold
like
on. Let
being
me interrupt you real quick because you
contentious?
know that's not reality because I am that way, and the truth is no good deed goes unpunished. So whenever that's my constant existence. I am trying to live that what you're saying every day, but I am getting beat the fuck up for it constantly. It
Well, you're going to have to choose your
always
battles.
comes back
You're
to
going
me.
to have to choose your battles, and you can still love these people without trying to, change them and being so invested in like what they're going to hear from you, or that you have this responsibility to be a crusader.
No,
It's
you're not hearing
how
me
long?
though. I'm not. I don't talk to them at all. I don't tell them anything. I'm
Me
not trying to
too. But
change them. I'm not trying to. I don't say anything. And
I
and
get it.
sometimes that's
I
that's
get
why
it.
I feel guilty because I feel like should I be saying something? And even if I do say something, I can't. There's nothing I can say that's gonna snap them out of that hypnosis.
That's true.
No,
It's true. So look. So you're going to have to I'm going to say this as gently as I can. Your anger and those kind of things and your desire to want them to see the truth is really noble, but the part that is not working for you is your ego is involved because
Yeah,
you are investing yourself in the outcome, so you're getting
yeah.
upset if the outcome isn't happening, so you're going to have to just put yourself aside, man. I'm telling you. So listen,
But
the anger is a projection of fear. All of those negative things that humans have are human emotions. There's positive ones and there's negative ones. The ones that are negative, that are anger, like all those types of things, it's fear. It's some type of fear, and I don't know what the fear is for you. You'll have to figure that out. Maybe it's that you want them to, because you see things that it should be this way for them. Like, but
well,
you can get
if
into
I think
their.
about it, what you're saying, I think my fear, I'll tell you, is that I don't I don't enjoy their fucking company, but I love them, and I want I want to, but I can't. I sit in a room with these people, and I'm disgusted.
I get it. I
You know
totally
what I mean?
understand.
Yeah. I'm
Listen, some of them you have to love from a distance. You have to learn to detach. So now, if you can detach in a setting like that, you're going to learn more about yourself than you have in several years in that one setting. If you can go into that environment where you feel totally disgusted and not work on them, but work on yourself. Why am I so upset? I got to start looking at myself. I got to start taking responsibility. It's not them. None of it was them. It was always me. So I need to stop being self-centered, thinking that I know what's right for them. I don't know what their path is, what it looks like. It's a different timeline than any of us know. So you can't tell when someone's ready. You might plant a seed. They might find out a couple of years later because of what you said, just by saying it.
You just told me I'm an asshole. Now I got what's exactly.
Listen, we all.
No, I do. No, I get it.
We all are.
No, I get it.
We all,
Yeah, I know. It's. I don't. It's fucking impossible though.
Listen, man.
I don't understand why. And the fact that you said that, like, I didn't even realize. It's funny because I think I'm so good at shedding ego. But I just realized that I'm not at all.
Well, you now know what you need to do, Polly, and then that's all that matters is that you know what you need to do. Bad company corrupts good character, man. And so if you're gonna set yourself in a place where you're gonna be constantly bombarded and you're never gonna be happy because your joy is rooted in finding the truth, and if they're not gonna give that to you, then you, like Sonny was saying, sometimes you have to detach, man, and find joy and peace and being having good friends that you want to surround yourself with positivity. At the same time, you do care about them, like you said, you love them, and that's good. That's good that you do. But you be the light. So if you're going to be the light, you can't have like what Sonny was saying, the ego that comes along with it, the vanity of wanting to see them change their lives, and by something you said or by maybe seeing a video or that's too much burden. You can't carry that. Just leave that be.
Yeah.
Let them be, because you've already said what you needed to say. So they know who you are and what you stand for. So now that they know that, just say, look, I love you guys. I just can't be around this right now because you guys are opposed to the things that I view in life as what's really truth. Just make a statement, and be real. And then after that, if they want to have you over because they're going to be like, look, we're not going to talk about this. We just want you here, like, to have a barbecue or something, and then just go. But let them know who you are because you stand for truth. Not this like personal vendetta against like the world because they believe things of the world and therefore they're, you know what I mean? Like you shouldn't just, where you stand. If you need to detach and just, do your own thing, then surround yourself with positivity, with people that are going to uplift you and be around you and celebrate in the same truth that you do. And yeah, that's all I'm saying, man. Like it's really a value that everybody has to come to in this search for truth, and we all do, all of us. If we're making it our personal mission in life to convince somebody, then you're in the wrong business. This is not the convincing business. We're not here to convince people. We're here to show them the truth. The convincing part happens to themselves when they look into the information and improve it to themselves. That's what we're doing. We're showing them the way. They can either accept or reject that way. That's it. And so like maybe it frustrates you with these anti-flat earthers. To some extent, the droning on has to happen for a little bit. It has to kind of continue into the weeds just for a little bit. And then at some point, we actually know, the ones in here will say, all right, you're not getting it. Thank you for your time. And they might be left with unsatisfied answers. But we're like, look, we can't get into circular reasoning. It's just not conducive for. They've already heard you go around this topic 2 or 3 times, so we're not going to continue to make it seem like we're badgering you. So it's not.
No. I don't feel that way at all. Don't say that. No.
No. Listen, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying the anti-flat that's in here.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Like if we're talking to those guys and we're making a declaration to them about what truth is, then we can't continue to go around the same argument like over and over again, because they understand our viewpoint. They've heard it a couple of times. We don't need to say it anymore. So at some point we have to withdraw. When it goes on for like an hour and 45 minutes talking about Coriolis or something, then that's not supposed to happen. Nobody's going to benefit from that. They're going to continue to viscerally hand wave, dismiss everything we say, and no one's going to get anywhere at that point. And it seems like when we say we're going to withdraw at that point, like we're giving up, and it's not that. You can't reason with somebody who's so delusional that they're not going to see any value in what we're saying. That's the only thing that we are talking about. So hopefully,
but I'm not alone when I say that I felt when I became aware of certain things, I thought it was a blessing, and I was so elated and so happy because it just it unlocked something to me. It made me so happy, and I understood my existence. I understood why I was here all of a sudden, and I felt it hurt at the same time because I realized how much time I wasted in my life. But I was so happy that now I know. But now it feels like a fucking curse to know.
It's not. So like I said, the you have to rewire your mind to think the correct way. Like it's not up to you. You're not in the convincing business. You're in the planting of the seed of the truth business. That's it. So Paul, you from this time forward, you have to rewire the way you think. You have from your ego to the vanity of wanting to convince them to see the truth. It has to be where it's not up to you anymore. Look, I'm just going to tell you this stuff. That's the way you're going to propose it to them, right?
So is that why? That's why then my grandfather, he was constantly planting these seeds in my brain since I was knee high to a grasshopper. But he never exposed the entire truth to me. He planted the seeds, and he didn't get to see me
the fruit.
bloom.
He
Now
didn't see the fruit of the tree. He didn't see the fruit. But now the
that shit
fruit
makes me sad though.
Yeah, but it's not.
Why couldn't he just do all that, and then when he was still alive, we could have had these discussions.
Because if he would have told you at the time you were not ready to listen, he knew that, and so he knew that he could only give you what he could as far as the seed planting goes. And if he pushed it any farther, you would have reacted in a way that would have probably made him really not detached. He didn't want to detach from you. He loved you that much. So think about that. He probably cared for you so much that he didn't want to speak truth that you'd be viscerally reacting to him and probably not want to talk to him or see him or tell him that he's crazy or something. You know what I mean?
Man, no, I don't. I disagree because I loved him so much. I believed every fucking thing he told me, and he was telling me crazy shit. But I was the only one in my entire family that would sit at the table with him and listen to his ravings, and that's what I was told. He's a crazy old. Everybody in my family thought my grandfather was crazy, but everything he ever said, it was fucking true. And so he died a bitter, lonely old man. You know what I mean? And so he was mad all the fucking time. And I understand why he died mad and why people hated him. Because he was pissed off. He'd be quick to punch somebody in their fucking mouth for saying some, I understand. He was fucking pissed because he knew shit that I don't know how he knew what he knew. And I'm not gonna get into the details of what he has told me because we ain't got enough time for that shit. But and you can already imagine. I mean, and I was the only one. Do
you feel like you're turning that way?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so what's the remedy to that though? Because nobody's ever talked to him and told him the remedy to that was he doesn't have to shoulder that responsibility. And I think if you don't hear that, people tell you, look, that is not your burden to carry. It's the person who actually believes this lie burden. It's their burden, not yours. You've come to the truth and the joyful, like you've already told us how joyful you felt and the feeling that it was to actually finally realize it all. That's your joy. You can't let them steal your joy. Because when you do that, you lose the value of what you learned. It doesn't mean that it was freeing. It means that now it becomes a prison for you because you know this truth, but nobody else wants to know it, and it's like a personal mission of yours to make sure that they understand, and it shouldn't be. Let them carry on as they should, even though they're people that you love, and that's the hardest thing. When you love somebody so much and they're just steeped into like what the world's lies are.
Yeah, but that's the hard part too. Is they are creating my prison because of their ignorance, because of their unwillingness
You're
to
creating
see.
your own
Dude, all
prison.
right, dude, this is dragging on too much, bro. You're projecting, dude. If you have personal issues, dude, you gotta seek help for that, man. We're not here to We're not here to be a psychiatrist. So seriously, we're not here to be a psychiatrist, dude. You sound like you got issues.
No, you're right. Yeah, okay,
Yeah, you
you're
know what I'm
right.
saying, dude? Come on, bro.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. But I'm not the only one that
The
feels
fact of the
this
matter
way.
is, you don't have to respond with visceral anger to people's ignorance. It makes lots more logical sense to have compassion for people's ignorance when you know the truth, not anger. Anger is an irrational response. So consider those words, think about it, work through it, and you'll be all right. But yeah, I agree with Fraud.
No,
This
you're right.
conversation gone on a really
I
long
apologize.
time.
I'm sorry for letting this drone on so long.
No, it's
I'm
all right,
sorry.
Paul. I just wanted to ask Paul, how long has it been? How many years has it been since you discovered this?
Oh, what is it? 2022? I think since 2016
So
is when I first.
that's a long time, you know. So there is a process of this, and it's pretty much the stages of grief, and that's what you're experiencing. So you just got to go through the process. I would suggest spend the time trying to develop yourself in the quiet moments when you have some spare time, instead of ruminating on these things that are causing you disturbances or unbalance. Try to do something little by little. It doesn't have to be monumental, just something 10 minutes a day where you're doing something different, like maybe just free form writing. I'm just going to get a notebook with an empty page. I'm just going to write. I'm not going to plan it out. I'm not going to think about what I'm going to write. I'm just going to write whatever's flowing through me right now and just start writing. Or pick up a musical instrument or start drawing or something like that.
I appreciate that. I will dedicate myself to that. I'm gonna try that.
Yeah, man, because we all have a long ways to go. I mean, we need to learn how to garden, how to build, how to produce energy. Like, there's so much we need to do still. So worrying about these people that aren't going to come around, maybe they will, maybe they won't. Who knows if they will? You know, like I can't worry myself about that condition of the entire world. Like, it's not it's not our job. We could do just our own little part in our own little area that we exist in, right?
But that mentality, that's not why we're failing. That's not why we can't overcome.
It's a personal thing. If we can't overcome, it's not because of what's going on outside of you. It's what's going on inside. This whole entire thing, Paul, is your experience, your internal experience. It's not about what's going on out in the world. It's about what's going on inside of Paul. All of it is.
Yeah, good point. I'm sorry. Let's get off of fucking Paul. I apologize. I'll start it off. I'll change the subject. Did anybody witness the lunar eclipse the other day? Because I have to tell you that my experience and what I witnessed was not what I thought it would be and what I was told it would be. And the mainstream narrative of what was happening was it all what I witnessed. I mean, if you have a shadow, the Earth supposedly is blocking the sun, right? And the moon shines its light, gets its light. It's a reflection from sunlight. So if the Earth is in between that light, well, why the fuck is there still light reflecting from the moon even through that shadow?
Refraction.
Hey, you know what's even funnier? If anybody paid attention, what direction was the shadow covering the moon? Can anybody respond to that?
What direction was the shadow covering?
Yeah, so you saw the moon,
right? It went from east, southeast to I think southwest.
Yeah, but
Okay.
isn't it going top to bottom?
Yeah, well, think about it like this: we're with the in the heliocentric model, plant the moon, the Earth, and the sun in a position where that would be even conceivable, because the moon was supposed to be going east to west, right?
Yeah.
Is that okay? The moon goes east to west, and the sun was allegedly, right, in the heliocentric model, going around the Earth and is going from west all the way to east. So it was behind the Earth at this particular moment that this lunar eclipse was happening. Like, for instance, right? So if the shadow was actually moving across the surface of the moon from east to west, what's the issue here? What's happening in the heliocentric model? Can anybody go into that? Like, if they're all spinning, like, okay, so the Earth's rotation, according to like what they're saying, right? But you're seeing the sun go from east to west, the moon's going from east to west, and in the shadows going from east to west. It shouldn't be going east to west. It should be going from west to east. Shadow. Right?
Yeah, I have to see those kind of things visually. It's hard for me to just like think of those three bodies unless I see it,
yeah.
like,
The problem that was the problem. The three body problem was that if they were moving in the directions that they are, because if that was the case, then the shadow would be going from west to east. It would be going. Well,
no,
think about it.
that's actually what makes the Selenelian so impressive. Which this one was not a Selenelian, because in the Selenelian the shadow is reversed. This
Wait a minute.
is
Whoa. What? I'm sorry. I have no idea what the fuck you just said, and I'd really appreciate it if you repeated it.
Miggy, the light, within the model, within the heliocentric model, the light is getting occulted in the opposite direction as the direction of travel, and that does actually make sense within the heliocentric model. That's what makes the Selenelian so profoundly impossible, is because the shadow is where the light is supposed to be shining.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but isn't the moon traveling as well? That's the other issue, right? Like, you got the moon traveling from east to west.
Which should only slow down the process of the occulting, really. But it doesn't change the direction of the occulting.
But am I retarded to say that when you say shadow, and they say shadow from the start, when it first, whatever was happening was starting to cover the moon or blanket the moon, it was never a shadow. Not a shadow that I see here on the ground. I've never seen a shadow or my own shadow, and then an opposite light shine through that shadow to where it wasn't even a shadow. It was like a fog, like a smoke. It wasn't a shadow.
So pointing to a shadow here on Earth and comparing it to the moon might not be the most or the best way to compare the two things, because if you're going to say that shadows here on Earth you don't shine light, well, that's not true, because otherwise it would be utter blackness and you wouldn't see anything. But that's not true. There's such a thing as ambient light and all that sort of thing.
Okay.
So in regards to the shadow of the one that happened a week ago or whatever, I think it all makes sense from the standpoint of the heliocentric model. The Selenelian, the shadow appears where it couldn't possibly appear. It's inverted, which basically never happens except when it happens, and it is the impossible eclipse, which means that it requires a different explanation. It is the falsification. It's a black swan event. It's a falsification of the claim. So that means that there's something else that's explaining what's going on. What that explanation is, we may not come to an answer, but something else appears to go on. I initially looked at the blood moon that we had, the eclipse thing, at about 30%, covered. And let me put it this way. I could pretend it was an optical illusion, but I saw two circles. And the only thing that that I can say about that is, oh goodness, I guess that was just an optical illusion, which is basically what the mainstream narrative would tell me to believe, is that it was just an optical
What was
illusion
your
that I saw.
geographic location from your
48 lat.
observation? Where were you? I mean, in the States, where were you?
The top of North Dakota, 48 latitude
Oh, so
north.
you were okay. So I don't know if anybody else noticed this, but when I was looking at it, when it was about, I think 3/4 of the way covered, and I'm in South Central Wisconsin, and I was watching it. Something told me, for some reason, to turn around and look behind me when it was about 3/4 covered. And what I witnessed at first, I didn't understand until I looked it up, and I saw what they call Starlink for the first time, which I thought was extremely odd that I would see Starlink directly behind me while this phenomenon is happening. And then at the exact same time, the power in my house went out.
Spooky.
Did anybody else, first of all, see Starlink in the sky while they were witnessing the lunar eclipse? And did anybody else's power go out?
Negative.
No.
Okay. I guess it's nothing there. I thought that was interesting, and I wanted to share it with you guys. Thank you.
Did you check with your neighbors?
Oh yeah, I actually asked my folks, because they lived down the street from me, not that far, and they said they didn't lose power, and they didn't. Nobody turned around. Everybody was focused on the moon, so nobody thought to turn around and look behind them, which would, for me, would be a northerly. I turned around, and northerly, it went from northeast. It traveled northeast, but yeah, nobody else I've talked to saw it either. Anyways, what would make the moon turn red? What is the shit? Doesn't make fucking sense. What
time were you viewing the eclipse to where you saw the Starlink satellites?
I think it was about 9. I want to say like 9:40ish something.
Okay, so not too long after sunset, would you say?
I could actually narrow it down a little further, because as soon as I saw it, I ran in the house to try to grab my camera because I wanted to take a picture of it. But of course, it was gone by the time I got out. So I'll look at my camera and see what time I took my first photo of the lunar eclipse, and then that'll give a better idea of the time. But I thought it was 9:42, but no, that can't be right at all. No, she just said that because sunset's what? Like the sunset's at what, 8? Where am I right now? I don't know if I know.
I don't know where you're at. It depends on your location. I was just wondering because
I'm in South Central Wisconsin.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, I'm gonna look at my camera. Just give me a second.
I was asking the question because these Starlink satellites are claimed to be about 340 miles above the surface. And based on the globe or heliocentric model, the position of the sun, and the time in which you're seeing the satellites. The claimed light from the satellites is a reflection of the sun off of the satellite. So based on the geometry there, since we're talking about shadows and, the eclipse is something similar, right? So if we're thinking about the Starlink satellites, if you're seeing those at something like 10, 11, midnight, how is the sun illuminating these objects that are only 340 miles above the surface? Which sounds like a lot, but when you think about it, isn't very much.
No, that makes sense. Exactly too, because and like I said, I turned around. Something in my head said, "Turn around and look behind you." So that would have been, like I said, that's what north. It was like a north, not due north, but more like northeast. Hold on, I got my camera. I'll be.
Have they ever done one of these 180,000 feet high altitude things at like 1 a.m., 2 a.m., or the midpoint of nighttime?
What was that a question?
Yeah, yeah.
What was it again? Can you restate it? Sorry.
I wonder if they've ever done any high altitude observations in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I think what's that guy that always sends balloons up top? Let's see if I find him real quick.
I've heard the claim that high altitude balloons being done in the evening or at night, that allegedly they get to a certain point or a certain height and the stars kind of disappear. But I haven't confirmed that, nor have I really seen any footage of that. It's really just a claim that I've heard.
Okay, fellas, there's no way. There's got to be something wrong with the time. The first picture I took, it says it was at 5:24:42. There's no way. Is that correct? Was that
5:24 p.m.
No.
You should still have sunlight.
No, I'm talking about. It's got to be AM. There's no even in AM. There's no way. Yeah, that time has to be off.
Yeah, check the time on your camera. That might be incorrect.
Yeah, that's got to be. So fuck. I don't even know. I can't give an exact time because this is obviously off. What was the date? It was let's say the 20th.
I've linked the channel. I was gonna call you God Rock and Gospel Bear. He does a bunch of high altitude balloons. He also puts the whole raw footage in there as well.
Nighttime?
Nighttime, yep. Nighttime, daytime, does it all times.
Thanks.
So it looks like the eclipse started at 9:32 Eastern Standard Time. So it would have been around 8:30 that it started for you in Wisconsin.
So then that would have been about correct what I said originally, because I said it was about 3/4 covered, and it was like 9 after 9:30. It was like 9:40 something, and it was completely dark out. There was no. So yeah, that sounds about right. I don't know why my camera's time is all fucked up, but it might be user error. I don't know. I don't know how to use this dumb fucking. I don't play with it enough. And I was pissed too because I was trying to get no. That's the other thing that made me mad is no matter how many pictures I took, every picture I took did not at all depict what my eyes were seeing. It looks completely different in all the photos. And I'm using this is a Canon 24-105, whatever the fuck that is, or Canon EOS. But I also have my Nikon P1000. I was trying to use that, but my girlfriend was using it. She let the battery die and didn't charge it back up. So that was a dead issue and pissed me off. But
Yeah,
yeah,
astrophotography is pretty difficult. It never renders the same as you're seeing it with your eyes. It's pretty difficult to get the objects to appear similar to what you're viewing with your naked eye. It's difficult from a photography standpoint to get the correct settings to make sure that you're not washing out the image, because you're trying to capture a fairly bright light in a completely dark background, and it's not an easy task.
Yeah, especially when you're an amateur like myself. But nevertheless, I did witness what I witnessed, and I can't believe that I'm the only one. Well, actually, there's another guy in here that is in Wisconsin. It's a shame that he's not in here right now. That might have seen Starling too. It just seemed odd to me that at that point in time, and I turn around, and that's the first time I've ever seen it. And I didn't even know what it was at first. And I don't even know if I believe it was what they say it is, but nevertheless, it was fascinating. And then the power went out, which was awesome.
Yeah, you're trying to capture these lights in the sky that are moving, even though they're moving slow. But you're trying to capture it with a fairly slow shutter speed in order to get the detail. But it's hard to time the shutter speed to where the movement isn't also slightly blurring the object as well.
Right. And see, that's what I thought too. Somebody had told me that once before because I thought I was slick one day because I had my the P1000 on my tripod on the back deck, and I was seeing like what we're told are satellites moving around, and I actually was able to zoom in on one and take a shot, and it looked exactly like the stars looked the same, like wagon wheel type image. So I was like, I thought I was onto something. But then somebody explained to me that it don't mean shit. And I can't explain it to you the way he explained it to me, but yeah.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm not a huge fan of a lot of the images or videos that people put out of the stars where they're extremely zoomed in. Some of them seem to be captured in focus, but lots of times, lights in the distance are weird. To be able to capture the correct focal length, and you can get what appears to be a fairly detailed image, but it's really an out of focus image. So it's not an easy task, and a lot of the professional astrophotography that you see is multiple, and when I say multiple, sometimes hundreds, if not thousands of images that are stacked on top of each other, meaning they're using a higher shutter speed to capture as much detail as possible. but then in order to get the luminosity that you're looking for, you have to stack image on top of image on top of image to get the brightness that you're looking for, the richness of the photo. So
Well,
most
it doesn't matter
astrophotographers
at the end of the day either, right? It makes no well, and it makes no difference either, right? Because we're not up there, we're here. We're standing what we're standing on. We're on a solid ground. We're on rock. It's not the Earth is not a light in the sky. So regardless of what we make of what's up there, has no bearing on what we're on or where we're at. It has nothing to do with it at all. It's fascinating that we still to this day, like, because I don't know if that's because that's instilled in us this wonderment and this we want to be in awe of the sky and admire it and or is that do they put that in us? Like if we didn't have the schooling that we had and were taught what we were taught, will we still yeah, I guess we would, because they did it even back in the day. They stared at the stars and mapped the stars and they focused on that all the time, right? That was their like television. That's all they had to look at.
Yeah, I think it's a natural instinct or reaction to be kind of awestruck by the beautiful stars in the sky. And the thing is, I feel like everybody has a natural propensity to be kind of in wonderment of these things, which really opens the door for somebody to come in with a really cool story and implant that into people, so that when they are
That's
looking at
probably
these
why
objects, they're coming from a skewed vantage point from a story that they've been told. Because people are, I mean, I feel like everybody has a tendency to notice a full moon and it catches your eye and it's just awe-striking, right? Same with sunsets, things like that. Like, we just have a natural tendency to be drawn into these objects or look at them with such wonderment. And I think that's why the stories that we're told are so powerful and can get implanted so easily into us, because it is a thing of nature that we always look at with such wonderment. So it's very.
Isn't that foretold in the Bible too? It doesn't say like, you can gaze upon the stars, but don't spend all your time wondering or thinking about them like that, because at the end of the day, they really don't mean shit, right? It says something like that. I mean,
Except
the shit part.
Not to worship them.
Well,
yeah. Not to look at them in some sense of worshiping them, right?
Mm-hmm.
As if they are gods or things like that. And it's very funny that all of our planets are named after, right?
Greek gods, yeah.
Yeah. But, if you refer to the Bible, it's these celestial objects are there for signs and for seasons. It's there to keep track of things that are very relevant to the human life and the human nature, things that we've kind of been drawn more away from, or at least most people have, because understanding the seasons gives you an idea of when is the best time to plant, when is the best time to harvest, all of these things that go a long way in helping human beings in the long run, right? Planning for the future, knowing when to plant so that you know when to harvest, and knowing when to harvest so you know that you've got the best nutritional value from your food that you are harvesting.
Do you think that was that something you think early men knew inherently? Or did we have to be taught that? Or was it, you know what I mean? Like, when did we lose? It's because we lost that knowledge, apparently, somewhere down the line and got told all these stories. And we started believing all these stories about planets and all this bullshit. So I'm wondering.
I would say it's tough to know definitively because if you look at other creatures in nature, right, they seem to know when to do things. And did they initially figure that out through trial and error and pass that down to their offspring, or is it something that is built into their constitution so that they understand and can survive? I don't know for sure. I don't know if I have an answer to that, but it's an interesting question. Because you could say it's the ones that have survived because they did certain things at certain times. But I feel that there's also influences, maybe energetically, that take place in different seasons that affect the way that we act and the things that we do. Because I don't think the birds need to be told when to mate or when is the best time to mate, but they seem to all do it at the same time in the spring, so that they know that they have a good food supply, things are going to be fruiting, they have the ability to feed their young, bring their young up. And
I wonder if we ourselves had that same insight, but when we, I guess, in a biblical sense, lost a part of our humanity by being tempted. You know what I mean? Maybe that's possible that it changed things, that we used to have that too, and now we're stuck with all this questioning and this doubt and wondering.
Yeah, I mean, think of it this way: the female reproductive system seems to have some link to moon cycles as far as ovulation is concerned, and it would lead me to believe that the male human species probably has some sort of added sexual drive that comes around that time as well. And I feel like these are subtle energies that aren't always on the forefront of our mind or our understanding, or maybe used to be, but we haven't been tapping into that. And along those lines, if the celestial bodies are much closer than we're told, it stands to reason that these energetic light bodies that we see above us, their energies have some sort of influence on us, even more so if they're much closer. I mean, think of the energy coming from a star that's, however many trillions of light years away. Is that energy really enough to influence things here on Earth? Or does it stand to reason that if these energetic light bodies are much closer than us, then their energies may have a much more of an influence over us?
It's just in. Monkeypox proves evolution true.
Bruh, everything proves evolution true. I mean, if you just say it proves evolution,
I'd throw that out there.
It proves evolution.
Yeah, precisely.
When you realize that space was fake and there's no such thing, the planets are not a place that we can travel to. When I realized that, I actually was in more wonder of these lights. it didn't discourage me. It actually made me more curious and more interested and, elated to the fact that, yeah, of course, I inherently know there's no fucking way. Nobody's going to Mars. And so I wasn't discouraged, but did you have the same like epiphany where you were like, it didn't hurt you, and at the same time it made you wonder even more about their purpose?
Yes, definitely. It brought back kind of more of the childlike curiosity that I had when I was younger about the world around me. Because I feel like, we've grown up in a world where we've been given, or at least led to believe, that we have all the answers. And when you have all the answers, you don't necessarily go looking for the answers to the questions you think you already have the answers to, right? So when the cosmology thing, what we've been taught is basically stripped from you, it places back into you kind of the wonderment, or at least the curiosity of, what is this place? Why are we here? What are the things around us? And I would say, for me personally, it has increased my appreciation for the beauty and the complexity of the system and the world in which we live.
Yeah. And for me, it just solidified the fact, which, like, I already felt like I knew it when I came to the realization. It was just like I knew it all along, but that's hard to explain. But I was at peace all of a sudden with everything, and I immediately knew my purpose, because I already knew what I was told my purpose is supposed to be, because I was raised in a religious household, but I didn't believe in it at all. I thought it was hypocrisy and bullshit, and I constantly rebelling against everything. But I realized that, and not organized, it's not, I don't hold any true faith in like a certain organized religion, but I know for a fact that we were built by design, and that we are the center of that design, and we are the main purpose and focus, and we are what makes this place special. It is us. I mean, without us, there is no Earth. It doesn't. We are important, and it sounds like it almost sounds like vanity, or like, well, like somebody earlier was saying, like, people think they're fucking gods, and it's not like that. But we were built and manufactured, and everything around us was put here for us to explore and discover, and it's all on us. Everything rotates around us, and it's without us, none of this would exist, is I guess what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. And, for me, when it comes to so it's kind of flipped the script on how I viewed the world, in so much as, before coming to this understanding, I was constantly trying to search for the proof, or the evidence, or the empirical, something I can put my finger on as to what the creator was, and less so trying to figure out what the creation is and how it works. And after coming to this understanding, I'm more curious as to how the creation works and the inner workings of the world around us. and more at peace with understanding that I will never fully comprehend or be able to put my finger on the nature, the constitution of the creator.
Yeah. Same here. And I even think, actually, I get into arguments with people sometimes on here because I don't necessarily believe that when I leave here, when my I guess soul leaves, where whatever happens when I die, I know there is something else, but I don't believe that it's when I die, all answers are going to be revealed to me. I think that I'm not going to care anymore. All those cares and all those worries and all those thoughts are going to leave me once I leave this flesh. I don't think that's not going to be a thought. Like, not all the mysteries of the universe are not going to be revealed to me when I die. That's not for me. I don't. But so many people believe that, and I don't understand why they think that. But I mean, this is me. I don't believe that personally. I think I'm not even going to have a thought in my mind about anything that I feel now in flesh on earth. Once I'm gone, it's going to be, yeah. I think you shed that. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. And I feel like if that does take place, right, if you are shown everything of how everything works when you pass or whatever, it's going to be kind of the same, or I would see it as similar to, there's these puzzles that people will try to do, or these little trick things that people will look at it, stare at, and try to figure it out for hours and hours and hours. And then once somebody shows you how to do it or to solve it, you're like, oh, that's easy. I just have to twist it a little bit more that way and use this and it goes right in there, and boom, solved it.
Mm-hmm.
And once you see that, it's like, oh yeah, duh. And I feel like that's probably what would take place if all was revealed at death. It would probably be like, oh yeah, duh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You're not going to sit down and it's not going to be a class for okay, now here's why this is, and I get what you're saying. But I don't think when it doesn't seem for us to know, everything we've been talking about, and even in my own experience of my vanity and me wanting to see the light in somebody else's eyes when they wake up, that's not for me. Like everybody, you guys taught me, that's not for me to see. And I don't think that all the mysteries, that's not for me. That's not my position. I don't think that's what happened. And because I think those thoughts are in the same the same realm as this, is us all being vain and wanting to know all and wanting to be like God and wanting to know what God knows. But I don't think we can ever know. The angels, I think they don't know what God knows. They're yeah. I don't know. It's a cool topic to fun to talk about, but it's not flat. I don't want to get off on a tangent again. Get away from flat Earth. So
yeah, no worries. And I just wanted to say, when I referenced earlier that I have more curiosity as to how the immediate world around me works, right? And kind of a wanting to know. I think that is, at least for me personally, that's more so driven by wanting to find a way or an understanding of some of the more fundamental processes of this world, to possibly utilize that information in a beneficial way for human beings. Like maybe we understood this information at some point in time and then it was a clue from us. And that's how this system of slavery is foisted upon us, is by certain people having this information and holding it back from us, because I feel like there are certain things within this world that if we understood them a little better, could at least free us up from some of the bondage that we have to the system that we're in, or at least have the ability to live almost as comfortably as we currently live in society without the shackles, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, and it does feel that way. It does feel like our true history is hidden from us, and I don't know when or how it started, but there does seem to be things about even just ourselves, not even about history and about civilization and about certain like societies and stuff, but even just within ourselves, there's knowledge that I think is in us that it's just locked up somehow, and I think it's in everybody's brain, but I don't know. There's some kind of stranglehold. There's some kind of thing holding. It's just like when you get like what's the word, like when you have these like premonitions, or when like what is it when you'll be walking outside and you'll get that spidey sense, and you'll like there's a rattlesnake in front of you, like, or something. Not okay, no, that's a bad example. Like there's danger ahead. You didn't see the danger. You don't know what the danger is, but you get this weird feeling to be cautious all of a sudden from out of nowhere, and you don't know why, but it's always correct. Or like if you're in a situation where no matter what, we've all been in a situation where we've had a choice. We go left or go right, and something told us not to go down that alley, or and not, I don't want to
It'd
say
be a
alley
bit of
because
a
that
stretch to say
relates.
it's always correct. Would be a bit of a stretch, but you may be interested in looking into the Project Mannequin, Project Stargate. Give me one
Project
second.
Mannequin.
Project
What is that?
Mannequin, Project Stargate. There's one more, Project MK Ultra, obviously, but there's another one. I thought there was one more. Probably Stargate would be the most. Where's the blood? No, yeah, Project Mannequin. Project Mannequin and Project Stargate are the two main ones that I'm aware of that discuss actual government programs or projects that sought out hypothetically abducted and or extracted people from their physical position. Maybe that's not kidnapping, but whatever the case, they took different people and then tested them. In fact, 5 digits. So we're talking about no less than 10,000 people, I believe, multiples of tens of thousands, and studied them for the purposes of evaluating whether or not remote viewing and other versions
Hold
of
on,
the
but all those
extrasensory.
studies happened started in the '60s, right? All those
What?
studies started in the '60s. All those studies, they kind of started
40s,
all in like the
50s,
'60s, right?
60s.
In the '40s. Well, even still, you can go. This has been happening way before that.
Yeah, I know.
Has it
I'm just
not?
I'm just pointing out something that you can look into. That actually, because some people like poo-poo it, right? So I'm pointing out how tax dollars have been spent, which aren't always for valid reasons. I get it, right? But in this instance, why have millions of dollars been poured into the concept of remote viewing, extrasensory perception, thought implantation via mind, not via some mechanical means, astral projection, like the movie Inception by Edward. No, not Edward. Oh, gee.
Christopher
Michael
Nolan.
Christopher Nolan.
Christopher
Yeah,
Nolan.
I mean, 10 years allegedly to write that script. Anyway, that whole concept of implanting thoughts into people's brain has been a subject of experimentation or something mimicking experimentation at the very least for many decades.
It's a weird form of mass hypnosis, right? It's basically.
Oh, did I mention Marionette? That's
I'm
another one.
I'm
So
not sure.
Project Marionette, Project Mannequin, and then Project Stargate. Those the three that I'm aware of. Marionette. But anyway, wow. But this is why people go, all right, so flat Earth, because these topics make people uncomfortable too.
Yeah.
And we're talking about stuff that you can read about in declassified government
but see,
documents.
that's what annoys me too, though, buddy, is because these things are mainstream knowledge now. Like the information is out there, it's declassified, and even if it's bullshit that they just put out there to send us down a rabbit hole, they're still putting it out there.
Yeah,
so
the
even
main
the fact
thing
that
here, the relevance. I'd like to mention the relevance of these things to tie it all together, because the purpose of this this server, this voice chat, the live stream and everything is the discussion of flat Earth. However, the relevance of these sorts of things is helping present or expose might be a really good word, shed light on the question that gets asked more than any other question. No, the most popular question you would wish was, what's your evidence for the Earth being flat? That's the question we wish was the most prevalent, but it's not. Why would they lie is the number one most asked question. And as a result, these tangential topics, such as operations that the government have been putting on and stuff, point to not a okie dokie Andy Griffith government that people are under a delusion exists.
Yeah.
See,
Seriously.
on that point,
go ahead.
On that point, I have a sense of people looking at me often in life, and then I'll look, and then from the direction it feels like I'm being looked at, there's like the confirmation, because I'll make eye contact or whatever, and that's happened, I don't know, thousands of times in life. I mean, it's like something almost I can depend on from the feeling I get. And then another one is the why would they lie?
That's just the energy, but that's because we're built out of energy, and we all.
There's some phenomena
that's
happening.
One explanation, right? You have to acknowledge
it's
the fact
just
that
an example. Yeah,
well, no,
it's just an example.
I'm
But
not
that's not like
replying
a
to
government.
what. Oh my
That's
God!
not
For the
like
love.
government.
Hey, hello.
Oh, sorry.
I was replying to what Paul said, not what you said, and then you guys were talking over me. That's why I'm freaking out here for a second.
No,
Sorry.
you're okay. I'm
So
sorry.
Paul said that,
No, you're okay.
that's just the energy. Again, yeah, maybe, right? But again, it's important to recognize when you're making a claim, whether or not that claim is plausible or actually proven, or it has the ability to be falsified and has not been falsified, for instance. But at this point, I think it's a plausible claim, but not necessarily
It's not verifiable. It's just my experience. And then the next one would be a recent Obama thing I saw and I sent to some of the people. I don't know if it ever got discussed, but I'll try and do quoting him as best I can. Now I know political celebrities are, just kind of saying stuff too, but this one's so he went on to say that you just put enough raw sewage out there, enough conspiracy theorizing, where the citizens begin to doubt their government, each other, the potential for truth. He finished with saying on that line, And then he said at the end, the game is won. So what I'm thinking is because like things like evolution and a lot of the mainstream narratives, that is the source of the conspiracy theorizing, and he knows it. And because of all the lies that are put in the information, and what we call truth drops, or just things like NASA making fails on their videos, or all the claims of the globe, or all the claims of evolution, claims of reasons for wars, and you know what I mean. But at any rate, that's what he said recently. I sent it to a bunch of guys, and I think it's a big truth drop in a way that might be worth like putting on audio around here. But anyway, that's all I have to say. And yeah, nobody's ever measured Earth curve anywhere ever on Earth. So
you make a good point. The only thing that I would caution against is, regardless of who, like, it's not Obama, because Obama doesn't write the speech that he recites. Somebody else is doing it. He's just an actor. So it's not Obama, it's not Biden, it's Oz. You know what I mean? It's not, and it doesn't matter who it is. They are all reading a script.
Right, right.
You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
I agree. It was just a really, for me, it really was intense to hear.
And the other thing
not
too
that
is,
I put a lot of faith in the
you gotta think
mainstream
about
or
this.
the narrative, but
Sometimes, see, I get so caught up in disinformation that I fool myself sometimes, because I'm so paranoid when I hear them say anything. I think, okay, are they telling me this because they want me to think the opposite? Or you know what I mean? I get so, like, the lines get so blurred. So you don't know, you have no clue. Nothing they say means, I don't think, what we can't decipher. It's a fucking game to them. You know what I mean? That's like, that's why I don't like listening to YouTubers. I don't like listening to, so personality like, Alex Jones, or Joe Rogan, any of those people. I can't jump into any of their bowls. I'm not going to do that, because I don't know what the fuck they're talking. I don't know these people. I've never met them. I'll come in here and entertain with you people, because you're not in here. Nobody in here is making money. None of us are gaining or profiting off of these conversations. So I indulge in this, and I appreciate it, and I love the back and forth, because at the end of the day, we are all just about one thing, and that's being honest and truthful and having real discussions without any, we're not trying to game anybody. We're not trying to profit. I'm sorry, I'm rambling.
Yeah, dude. I forgot what I was going to say.
I did think about that the other day in regards to who has not been in this server. The people that haven't been, that don't make themselves available. It is, they're the people that don't open themselves up to scrutiny. It is a little suspicious.
Are you talking about people that are actually members of this? Are you talking about people in here?
No, I'm talking about people that have never been in this server. People that are in the space, have a voice out there, but they hide behind content production, and they don't put themselves out there in a human way.
Say, on that line, just a little effort I'm going to continue to make, but I've probably put out no more than one request to each individual, but all their emails are public. So probably like 30 or more professors in physics to come here and talk. And then over time, it'll be hundreds that never came. And it will have dates and stuff for the we can make a montage screenshot or something of the people have been requested, no reply. Yeah, they get the name in the email request, and it 100% of the time it is entropy is what I'm trying to get them to come talk about.
You've never gotten one response?
No responses. This has been going on. This is day 5 of it, and I'm going to do another university later today.
Be careful, man. Don't be careful.
Right.
I
He's just
appreciate.
contacting universities. I write emails
know.
to the records department of the government and trying to get them to send me information. Just asking questions isn't a crime.
I know, but I don't know, that paints a big target on your back, and you're not gonna. We're not gonna get what we want. I understand. Yeah, I mean, fuck. I don't. Yeah, it is the right thing to do, and we all should be doing it. Matter of fact, I'm an asshole for not. We should all be doing that because they can't ignore us all, and that's the fucking problem. Is always one man trying to do something, and I'm sitting here agreeing with you with my thumb up my ass, and I should be doing it too. Yeah.
Asking questions
it's
is
fun to ask. Yeah, it's fun to ask because you can kind of put in the question that they're numpties.
Does anybody have the name of the person or the document that lines out the history of when they put the spaceman in the space costume in the vacuum chamber? I need that source.
I don't.
If anybody
I
has
don't have it.
I mean, I can Google it. I'll look it up. I don't know if I'll find it. You said the history of the first, basically, astronaut that they put in a vacuum chamber.
They put an astronaut in a space costume in a vacuum chamber and his tongue boiled or whatever, the water in his tongue boiled, and they had to emergency, get him out of there, even though his suit was pressurized. It's I just need the source for that story.
The time a NASA experiment gone wrong almost killed someone for YouTube. I might have some.
Thanks, List.
So what kind of evidence they have, when they put those in the movies that when you're out in space you start freezing up? Like you freeze or you blow up?
Material.
Like your head blows up or stuff like that? Is that a theory? Or they have actually evidence for that? Like if you actually do go in space, you freeze up
your
or you
body
blow
would
up?
expand. Well, the temperature, but your body would entropically expand and explode, and all your H2O would boil.
Isn't that kind of what they say when you go too deep in the ocean, that your body implodes the same way if you go too deep, or no?
No, it's pressure on your body in the water. You're trying to equalize in a vacuum, so you're expanding out instantly and boiling because your H2O is trying to develop triple point of water. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, so it crushes you. It doesn't. Yeah, you don't explode. You go too deep. It crushes you, right?
Yes.
Correct.
You'd be squished to smithereens.
Did you guys see that article that's going around on Google? This mainstream article about some sinkhole in.
Yes.
You saw that bullshit?
I didn't see the post. I saw JWTV do a thing on it. I'll post his video. Just a minute. Where it is? Sinkhole forest. Here it is.
Yeah, they heard it. Yeah, giant sinkhole with a forest inside. See, I don't know if are they trolling us? Are they just trying to piss us off?
Did you?
Sometimes I see.
You said those
sorry,
words before I even posted it. Did you look it up?
No, because I feel like I don't know what. Regardless of what I read and what it says, how can I believe the? Who you know what I mean? It comes from somebody named Stephanie Pappas. Who is Stephanie Pappas? I don't know. And it comes from Live Science. I mean, I can't. Who are these people?
Yeah. Have you seen JWTV's channel?
No, I don't. Like I said, I don't. No, I don't follow. I don't do that stuff. I don't. Just because I don't. I'm sure it's great info, but
Well, not necessarily. I was just asking a question. I got the answer. Thank you. It's interesting to me because this guy is quote unquote. I don't know if it's fair to use the word pretending, but pretending to go down the rabbit hole. I don't think that everything on his channel is on point by any means, but he comes across as a innocent spectator, third party researcher, blah blah blah, and some of the stuff that he points out has been interesting, such as like purple street lights and different things like that. Kind of interesting.
his channel must be monetized, right?
I don't know. He's only got 70,000 subscribers. Fairly small channel in the world of YouTube.
The only reason why I quit following anybody and watching anything, and I mean, once in a while, like what you just said, like I might look into it, but I'm just so tired of listening and hearing all these things from all these people on YouTube, and it really means nothing. At the end of the day, the only thing that matters is there's no measurable curvature. There's no the geometric horizon, all that shit. That's all that matters. We know it, we can prove it, and everything else is just speculation. So
Do you guys know why that BitChute video would be locked? I checked other videos on there and they're fine, but this one will not play.
The first one or the second one?
The second one.
Clicked on it.
Play for someone else because I checked another BitChute video also about flat Earth and it played, but this one it just keeps
loading,
like it's cycling. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing happen, but that's not the first time I've seen that happen on BitChute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too. I've seen it.
Yeah. So who knows why, but that one in particular.
And I'm not really interested in the video. I'm more interested in, I want to hear it from the horse's mouth because typically I'm trying to curate material and evidences for normies.
Wasn't it Mattingly? Isn't that
so? Normies don't care about videos. Normies don't care about evidence, and stories, even though they're believing the story. But they only want to believe. So if I can give them the hostile witness of the one whom they are trusting in to tell them that they're a liar, then I've accomplished my goal, and that's why I look for hostile witness method truth drops. So, Jim LeBlanc survives early spacesuit vacuum test gone wrong. But again, that's spacesafetymagazine.com, right? I want it to be thermal vacuum testing, test preparation. So there are NASA has like branches of its website that discuss these. Hold on. Thermal electrical test team.
Yeah, it looks like the first one's playing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's see what else. I just did a search on BitChute.
But if I can find a NASA paper, basically, or some government.gov document, then that would be ideal, because otherwise they'll just hand wave it, right? And so I always try to circumvent. Huh?
Go ahead.
I just always want to circumvent and preempt the rebuttal. Like, I want to say things that don't even have a rebuttal.
One thing I did find is in 1968, where did that go? They said they tested the backpack passes. Wait a second. That was on a NASA site. Hold on. 50 years ago, Apollo suit backpack passes vacuum test. But they didn't say the person did. They just said the backpack passed the test.
Yeah, it's like big deal. You put a piece of plastic in a vacuum chamber and it didn't, collapse?
Yeah, where's the human test?
Yeah.
So they got him all suited up, but they said only the backpack was tested, and he only has a helmet. Yeah. Yeah.
So the thing is, this story exists, and it's written about on many websites. But where is this origin? It wasn't hearsay. That's not how this works. So where did this story originate? Where is the source material? It's annoying.
JCS history. Let's see. NASA Johnson Space Center. JSC. Sorry. Oral History Project. Transcripts from that. We're looking for Mattingly's statement. So here's the site where supposedly this exists. Is on.
Oh, Napalm. Looks like Napalm found it. Thank you.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Thank you, Napalm. Page 16. I'm at page 12. Page 16. Okay, page 16. The human body needs a pressure suit. Yeah. Within 1 minute. Oh, go ahead.
This was LeBlanc, but the claim there is that something went wrong on a spacesuit prototype with some hose or something that exposed him to the vacuum, allegedly. So I don't know about Mattingly, but that's what I could find about LeBlanc.
So this all stems from me wanting to curate a highly targeted question list for the astronauts from NASA that my friend is going to be interviewing on the radio.
So that would be a good starting point. I would say a question like, we know that LeBlanc went in to test a spacesuit prototype within a vacuum chamber, and there was a mishap with a hose, and he was exposed to the vacuum, nearly killing him. Do we have any subsequent tests that were done on the suits that were used? And if so, who were the individuals who tested the suits? And where is the data or the information regarding the subsequent tests after the mishap with LeBlanc?
Yeah, because my primary question that I put together on this topic was, why is it more advantageous for astronauts to train in water than in a vacuum chamber? And I know their response. I can already plan and expect what their response is, and their response would be, mark my words.
0 G.
Exactly. It's easy to know exactly what they would say. So it's because it provides the closest low gravity environment that we can work with. And then I would respond with, okay, how is it correlated to be within a dense medium as opposed to a non-medium? How is that beneficial then for training purposes? And their rebuttal would be either I don't know, or well, we don't utilize our physical This is what I thought about it for a while. I was like, what would they say if they had to come up with an answer? I think what they would say is, well, we don't use our physical movements of our body in order to move around. We utilize the suit to move around. And the suit has propulsion techniques that can be simulated synonymously or analogically in the water environment as in the space environment. I think that their answer would be.
Well, it would be the pressures on the suit, right? It would be the exact opposite effect in water, meaning the pressure would push in on the suit, so your movements would be completely different underwater as opposed to in a vacuum, right? The vacuum chamber would try to expand the suit as opposed to contract the suit.
I think it would be a useful question in regards to exposing some inconsistencies, and how they answer that question, I think, could be helpful. It's relevant. To anybody that's ever claimed to do what they call a spacewalk and all of those sorts of things. I think it's a very relevant point that they would be able to answer.
Yeah, didn't even the Mythbusters or somebody like that do an experiment with basically an exact NASA suit arm that was inside a vacuum chamber, and they pulled a vacuum and then tried to like tighten a bolt or move. They could barely even move like a finger or the arm within this vacuum that was pulled that's not even close to the claimed pressure or lack of pressure in space.
And I don't know what their claim.
Move.
I don't know what their claim is of the actual PSI or whatever metric they're using at the ISS level of altitude.
I think it's to the negative 14 or something.
No, that's what they claim. Actual
17.
outer space is.
Yeah, but it's going to 17. But I think at that level, it's like negative to the 14th or 12th or something.
Oh, okay. So tomato.
Well, either way, that much difference in pressure has never been shown on Earth in any kind of example anywhere near.
What,
like
3 orders of magnitude?
Yeah, they're like, well, by massive order, all the way from 6 to, let's even give them to 10 or something. Because I think it's higher than 10 is the claim at the ISS. And yeah, it's the difference in pressure that has the potential for force. Again, think of it as the gas expanding due to exploding in a cylinder of a car. That's a lot of force. And that's only a little bit of pressure difference compared to the difference claimed of space. It's massively. It should be able to be defeated in argument if presented properly. For sure, your friend should do well.
He heard air leaking from his body and felt the water on his tongue begin to boil. Maybe they just worded that really awkwardly, because wouldn't you be hearing the air leak from the suit and not your body?
It'd probably start getting pulled out of your sinuses and everywhere that there's air. Because like your
Yeah,
ears and stuff would there's little pockets, it would be pulled out.
yeah,
So he
it's
probably
just
heard it going through his ears.
maybe. See, they call them low pressure environments.
Yeah, it's nowhere near the vacuum of space. Also, the boiling. Is everybody here familiar with triple point of water? Have you seen it? Like go boil, uh, freeze, boil, freeze, like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got a video that shows that. Uh, Here it is. Yeah, copy link. Yeah, there's a little video on the triple point.
Mattingly was saying he couldn't move his hands. He had to do all kinds of exercises like balls and squeezing things because he couldn't move his hands in the gloves. He said,
Yeah.
So LeBlanc is the only one that we have a statement from because Mattingly, he goes through everything except the vacuum. That he doesn't mention anything so far. I've read through almost the whole thing. Let me see. 1 second.
I'm
And
gonna
he
go
said
find out what they claim.
he was questioning it only had 30 minutes of oxygen in the suit.
Thank you, Napalm. 10 to the negative 9 Tor. Or 10. Yeah, 10 to the negative 9.
Okay, that's important to have right. We've only on Earth with 7 feet of steel and concrete been able to make 10 to the negative 6 by plane. It's in Ohio. And then the tests that they were doing, it would be good to know the claim of the value, where the guy couldn't move his hand and the other guy almost died. Them values would be good to be able to cross-reference to the claim at ISS.
Yeah, all it says is within 1 minute of vacuum exposure, but I don't think that they specify.
No, and not the amount of time, the pressure inside of
I know.
they had the failure. Okay, they don't say. Okay.
Yeah. What is happening? What? Oh, whoops. Sorry, guys. A video was playing in the background. I have too many tabs open. I don't even know what happened to that guy from earlier. That was the Glober that was asking the "why would they lie" questions. What ended up making him leave?
What's up, gospel bearer? My flizza.
Howdy, howdy.
How you doing?
Okay. Does anybody know why that guy left? Nobody. Well,
I wasn't listening at the time.
the dude that was in here that was no, it was like 2 or 3 hours ago, I guess.
It was just right before I came on.
Gotcha.
I came on when Elijah and you were speaking.
Oh yeah, I guess the conversation had happened already at that point. Just like always, people they get the details and then they have to run away.
I can't find anything from Mattingly about the vacuum. There's no mention of it. I could be wrong, but I didn't see one.
Yeah, having a value for the pressure would be great to get an official claim. That'd be wonderful.
You seen the test of the? I know it's kind of a side topic, but you seen the test of the LEM, the Lunar Escape Module on Earth? It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And the one they actually sent looks worse. Like totally is a tweaker shack, you know? It's really crazy that even in those days that they didn't think that anybody would notice, like the gold foil and those rods and tape. Like, are you real? Is it?
Wow, the way that NASA defines air pressure is really funny.
They have to confuse that issue.
Oh, they
have to.
They're
yeah. Committed to it.
If something produces drag on their satellite, wouldn't there also be heat being imparted to said object?
Yeah.
Yeah. And thus I'll put my "Why Don't Satellites Melt" video in the chat. Funny stuff, man. Just use NASA's information about temperatures.
Yes, using a version of the world map designed by a 1,000-year-old Persian scientist.
I got to start spending time trying to figure out how to work this peanut.
Where's that satellite? There we go.
There and how could
Sciencing. What a weird name for a website. Let's do some sciencing today, kids. We are not going to use any science at all, though. We're just going to use fantasy. People used to believe way back, even up until 2022, that gas pressure could contain gas pressure. Now we know that's silly, don't we, kids? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they made the claim of the value of the pressure too, man. They're totally stuck with it, just like the radius.
Yeah, and then they try to freaking gerrymander the Atmo and make it further out. Why did they do that again? I heard a reason someone mentioned, but I forget. Because flat earthers started talking about it.
Oh no, but
things around. It's very strange that they would move things around. Like they have that's settled science. They're always saying we know all this stuff for sure. Yet we're gonna move the Atmo all the way out to the moon.
Beyond the moon, they're crazy, man.
Beyond the moon, they're gonna just keep going because gas pressure can't exist in a vacuum.
I like
Might as well
this
just
new
take it all the
GIF
way
I
out.
have. It's the dude in the vacuum chamber passing out.
Yeah, look at that. Boom. Great job.
Because of the testing that he was a part of, no astronaut has ever died from vacuum exposure.
Yeah, and they've never gone to the vacuum of space either. It doesn't exist. Yep, so they might as well move the Atmo where it actually is, all the way out up into the firmament, where that's where the luminaries are. Yep. All that stuff in the Atmo until you get to where the lights are. The light show shining through. Yep. What a dream.
So, Gospel, do you think that's just another way of saying because of the test, nobody else has ever gone into a vacuum chamber in a spacesuit?
Yeah. What year was that one?
59, I think.
Wow. So
No,
then
maybe
in
not.
68, so in 68, they're only saying, yeah, we tested the backpack and it works fine. With 30 minutes of oxygen.
I'd say they could build a steel barrel for the person to be in, and the claimed torr value, if it's anywhere near, say, to the -9, that there would be a failure in the steel. They could just about
right.
weld it shut and have a half inch of steel. I think it would still fail.
1966.
I think the steel would rip open. With pores.
Another question would be, have they even taken sections of the ISS into a vacuum chamber to test all of the seals and all that kind of stuff? Has that even been done? Do we have any documentation of that?
Well, how else can they validate that really good engineering?
I mean, common sense.
No, that's a good question. Thank you for that one.
How would they know that? Yeah, exactly. So
common sense would lead you to believe that they would test it here on Earth before they went up
so the
and started constructing it.
So the testing we have is we have actual video and pictures of them in a swimming pool. So that's how they're testing it. Make sure it works in a swimming pool because that's so much like the vacuum of space.
Say in manufacturing, for example, either high pressure or vacuum seals, they're robustly built for valves, and the valves will fail in both directions, either high or low, and they're really expensive to build. and it isn't anywhere near the pressure difference value, which is where the exponential increase in force happens, is when that pressure gets as different as they claim. The human body can't adjust to a vacuum of any value, really. You know what I mean? Like, so they can't claim that there isn't much of a difference, because inside that suit has to be somewhere in an area that humans can live in. You know what I mean? And all them seals that would hold the thing shut is just, it's never been verified to be able to, nothing's been verified to be able to do that in
Well, I
actuality.
mean, they let us know back in, what was it, 2016 or 17, when allegedly there was a quarter-size hole that was found in the ISS, like at 10 to the negative 9 torr, a quarter-size hole in the ISS. Everything. It would be good night, game over.
Yeah, it would have ripped open from that point and gotten real big, and all that. Yeah, everybody would have been dead. It would have been lights out.
I mean, think of what happened on the Southwest flight where a window came out and somebody was almost sucked out of the window. That's just at, 20,000 feet or whatever. The amount of pressure that would have to be in the ISS, and when that hole is opened up, I mean, that would violently, instantly evacuate. Instantaneously.
Like, imagine a cylinder in a car having to withstand to the fourth power increase in amount of force that's going to happen at the time of explosion. That whole engine would blow up. Well, that cylinder would be destroyed, and there would be material pushed probably through the frame of the vehicle. It's ridiculous.
I mean, the claim when they allegedly had this quarter-size hole or dime-size hole or whatever it was on the ISS is they just worked to patch it up, initially putting your thumb in it and then some, basically bubble gum and duct tape. Like, are you freaking kidding me? The pressure differential allegedly between the inside and the outside is so great that any puncture, there would be a violent exchange within the ISS.
Can you guys imagine, like, at a machine shop, if you got the air nozzle, but that controls the amount of air. If you open up one of the major valves, the amount of force, if you open it up completely, the amount of air coming out of there, will, like, if you were to hold like a coffee can in front of what you open, you wouldn't be able to hold on to it. It would blow out of your hand. And that would be an interesting, like, slow-mo view to get too, I think, because like how instantaneous and quick at the point where the air's open. It'd be a good visual. I've had to do that, and it will surprise you if you open it up too much at one of the major valve points. There's a lot. If you do it too much, too fast, it's not work. You can't even be around it. It feels like the dang pipe is going to wiggle its way out of its frame.
Yeah, these are just examples of the ridiculous claims that people will believe as long as it's coming from an authoritative source like NASA. People will do mental gymnastics to try to affirm what NASA is saying, even though it's impossible.
Demonstrably false.
So just
Not what
thinking
you just
about
said, what they claim.
right. So just thinking about something like the hole in the ISS that allegedly took place, right? The construction of what the ISS would have to be made of to be able to not implode upon itself in a 10 to the negative 9 torr vacuum. Just that in and of itself is enough to understand that that's not up there. And then couple that with all of the anomalies that are found within the streamed footage of astronauts in the ISS. I mean, how much more of a preponderance of evidence of fakery do you need to start at least going down a line of inquiry as to whether or not these things are legitimate? Like, how much more does one individual need? How much more evidence does one individual need in order for whatever switch gets flipped in the brain to make you start to question what the narrative is? Because there's how many hours upon hours of footage of just fakery from the ISS that can't be explained by the explanations that were given. Their admission of the ability to utilize technologies like chroma key to be able to beam in stuffed animals and manipulate them in real time. That right there should give the average person at least some sort of doubt as to the claim of astronauts being in the ISS. The fact that not only is that technology out there, but is quite obviously observed to be being put forth by NASA through just that one clip of the female astronaut grabbing a stuffed animal that was beamed in, that was not in the picture, and was magically beamed into the picture, and she was able to manipulate that object as if it was in front of her in real time in 0G. How much more evidence does one need? I mean, I just find it funny that in a clip like that, I've been told that, oh yeah, NASA admitted that, that wasn't real and they were just doing that for kids. So they were doing this manipulation for a live stream that was going out to kids, and they admitted that that stuffed animal wasn't there and it was beamed in, and they were using a technology to be able to do that. So their admission to using this technology and having the ability to utilize it in the way that it looks so real somehow in the brain of an individual since they admit that they did it that one time? How does one's brain not think back as to all of the other images that were provided and the videos that were provided from the ISS and not at least wonder as to the objects that are claimed to be moved by astronauts in a zero-G environment are not the same exact situation as the stuffed animal? How would one not at least be skeptical after that admission?
Slow by this mental illness or something. Flat phobia, maybe.
What was that?
Flat phobia. I'm sorry, I thought it was funny. My tripod's out for delivery. If it's a clear night, I'm gonna go check outside.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't catch that. Yeah, it's crazy. It's literally like showing somebody a video of their wife cheating on them and them not believing the video when it's shown to you from the source, the phone that captured the video, the time and the date in which it took place, and the fact that she was not at home at that time and date, and that she gave you some story as to where she was going to be. And here is this evidence right in front of your face. And looking at it and saying that can't be possible. I mean, think of the amount of love and admiration that people have to have for this governmental agency that's lying to them, for them to look at all of this preponderance of evidence and say, no, this couldn't be true. Why would my wife lie to me? Regardless of the fact that I'm seeing her cheat on me right in front of my face.
Have an open relationship with you.
I mean, really, that's the mentality that you're dealing with lots of times when Globers come in here and try to defend NASA for some reason. It's that level of like love and admiration that they have, to the level of wanting to devote your life to somebody, devote your whole entire life to one individual. It's that amount of love that they have and admiration for this agency. Where does that come from? And how do you expose to them the nature of the lie if they're that invested and have such admiration for this agency?
I thought of a way to ask a question of the person going to do the interview, and this might be helpful, is asking if there's any evidence that a human has ever manufactured a way to contain a 10 to the negative 9 torr vacuum, because it would have to be contained from the body. So, and there's absolutely no evidence of that. So that would be a good question, because there's nowhere near that even claimed to have ever happened on Earth, except, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, what is the strongest vacuum that's ever been pulled on Earth?
It's in Sandusky, Ohio. It's that vacuum chamber, and it takes days to clear out the air, and it's got 7 feet of steel and concrete, and looking like a door with it's a huge door with a big, like a bank vault, and all the seals need to be, I mean, pristine, clean, everything's, that thing probably cost a fortune to build.
So what is the vacuum they pull there?
Oh, sorry, to the negative 6. Torr.
So they can't even get to negative 9, which is what the
No, there's no
thermosphere is alleged to be.
There's no evidence of a human being able to manufacture a way to contain that value.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but from negative 6 to negative 9, would that be the equivalent of 3 times stronger?
No.
No.
To negative
No
9
difference.
would be, no, it's exponential, so it's more zeros. So like if I had to the positive 2 in my bank account and I have 10,000 right now, that would be 2 more zeros.
Where can I post a picture in this era?
Or if it's 9 more zeros, that's a big difference than 6 zeros, right?
Right. It's orders of magnitude greater.
Exactly. They're way the heck off.
Where can I post a picture?
I don't know if you have image perms, Treelicious. Do you have any commentary?
The thing is, like, a torr is really, really small, and 1 torr to 0 torr, the difference is negligible for a vacuum system. In terms of containment of pressure.
Negligible.
If you're doing a high
negligible, so right.
extreme testing for, let me continue, please. If you're doing extreme testing for optical testing or semiconductor manufacturing, that kind of stuff, yeah, it does make a difference. But 1 torr is a thousandth of an atmosphere, so it's
we're talking
about going from negative 6 torr to negative 9 torr.
Negative torr?
Yes.
Not negative.
What?
Negative as an integer, but to the negative place value of zeros.
Yeah, exactly.
So
okay.
you know that's a big difference than 1 torr.
So do you agree that absolute 0 torr is less than,
unachievable?
No, hypothetically.
No. That's the destruction of all things. That's like that would be nothing, and there is no such thing as nothing.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's like saying that if my paycheck got 3 more zeros added to it, that would be negligible.
Good analogy.
No, because you're going up. If you were going down, yeah. I mean, imagine if you have 1 cent in your bank account, and you divide that by 1,000, you still don't have anything. Like, it's still nothing almost. It's either 1 cent or 1,000th of a cent. It's nothing.
Right, but you
are going 3 orders of magnitude down, but the difference is 1 cent, which is
True.
Yeah, but
I know
we're
orders of
talking about
magnitude. The
pressure.
biggest way to describe something is negligible. You're saying you're not making sense.
okay. Orders of magnitude. Okay, like the bank account example, or a cup of water, or I mean a cup of water, no, but a pool of water. Let's say you have 1 milliliter of water in that pool, right? Now imagine if you reduce that by 3 orders of magnitude.
So let's stick to an example of
So you
pressure.
have 1 cubic.
So my tire on my truck, let's say 30 psi is what is the required or the recommended maximum pressure. So if I did 3 orders of magnitude higher than 30 in my tire,
Yeah,
what
it would
would
be
that amount?
annihilated.
What would that psi be?
It would be, the thing is, it's what do you call it in English? Fuck. Let me just.
Well, it's a question, right? So
No. I'm looking for the English word.
What would the amount of psi be if it was 3 magnitudes greater than 30 psi?
So, okay, I found a word. It's English. In English. Okay. You're saying that, but orders of magnitude are exponential functions, right? So the value of.
So I have 30 psi in my tire, and I want to increase it by 3
No,
orders
the
of
thing is,
magnitude.
we are talking about negative orders of magnitude of torque, not positive.
Yeah, then you can't conceptualize. It's the difference that creates the force. So it doesn't matter if you're going still a positive number, but negative in integer from 0. Yeah, it's still orders of magnitude, and it still is a
Yeah, it's order of magnitude. It's an exponential function. So between minus infinity and 0, it's still less than 1.
Okay, here, check this out, dude. Do you know what a howitzer gun is? That's a itty-bitty
I know.
vacuum that shoots a round that is heavy to carry for 10 feet. Miles. Okay,
Yes,
just
I
a
know
little
what a
tiny.
howitzer is.
Okay, well then, all right, justify your claim that orders of magnitude aren't noticeable. My God.
Why would it change negative to positive? It's the same thing, just in the opposite direction. And when you're talking about pressure,
it is. You're a liar.
So you're telling me there's no difference between the vacuum that's pulled at Sandusky at -6 torr and a vacuum chamber that would pull -1 torr. There would be negligible effects on, let's say, gaskets that were being tested at -1 torr, and that very same gasket being tested at -6 torr.
Okay, there is no thing as
why
negative
even test
torr,
it, right?
There is no thing
Because
as a negative torr. The limit is from 0 to infinity.
I understand.
Just say
that.
2 to the negative.
10 to the negative, which is represented by a decimal point with many zeros, as many zeros as the exponent. Yes. So what we're talking about here, though, right, is the difference.
Please look at the exponential function and
hold on. Hold on. What we're talking about here is the difference between a certain number of molecules of gas per cubic centimeter, per cubic inch, per cubic foot, per cubic, I don't know, acre, per cubic mile. So the difference between, let's just pick a number, let's say 1 million, because The difference
sure.
between 1,000,000 air particles per cubic inch versus that same 1,000,000 air particles per cubic mile could be calculated to be portrayed in torr. Okay, and the difference between those two is also significant because the implications of more or less particulate matter makes a difference. To pretend like it's no difference is
Yeah, in some cases it
weird.
does. In some cases it doesn't.
Okay, what's your some cases it
For
doesn't
example,
example that you have in mind?
Okay, for example, if you have a chamber of, I don't know, very low pressure, and inside that you've got a chamber of another pressure, and you don't want those gases to mix, it doesn't matter that much. But if you have a container in a vacuum, doesn't matter how okay, let me just reformulate my sentence. Okay, if you have a container in a vacuum and all you want to do is keep some pressure, you don't want exact pressure. I mean, you don't care about one mass in, I don't know, a week or so. If you don't care about that, no, it doesn't matter at all.
I just want to say one thing. You're the first human I've ever heard say orders of magnitude are insignificant.
Could you repeat?
Orders of magnitude below zero are insignificant in this context.
You're the first human that I've ever heard say orders of magnitude are insignificant.
I didn't say orders of magnitude are insignificant. I said the difference between minus infinity and zero. I mean, in orders of magnitude, not absolute integer scale. In this case, I mean, for one torr or either one torr multiplied 10 to the power of minus infinity is insignificant. That's what I said.
You got a lot of garbage going on now. Infinity, claim a value placement for that in some way.
Okay, let me just type it down. I think that would be easier. I can't articulate what I'm thinking really well in English.
You just claimed infinity is something to consider. That's kind of ridiculous. Oh, and you did claim orders of magnitude are insignificant when considering behind the decimal point for some reason.
In this case, yes.
That's ridiculous. No, not in this case. No special pleading fallacies.
How do I get image permissions?
Just find somebody you want to send the image to, and they'll send it for you.
Okay, thanks. Actually, I don't think I needed the image. I can describe it in talk. So you have a container, and it has a seal or hole, or I mean, let's say a seal, right? Inside the container is one pressure, outside is another pressure. So what matters in your case is, because the surface area of inside and outside is the same in this case. I mean, this example. I mean, in another example, if they weren't the same, you could use the surface area, but whatever. Pressure, when you want to convert it to force, you just multiply by surface area, correct? And when you have 10 kPa pressure on one end and, I don't know, 5 or 0, whatever, the difference of the force is the difference between those two pressures multiplied by the surface area of the container or seal or whatever, correct? Do you agree or not?
if we're going to talk
No, not
hypothetically about a
hypothetically. That's in
seal,
reality.
hold on. In reality, okay, even better.
Every seal.
Okay, hold on. There's never been a human that's ever made anything that's been able to contain a vacuum of to the negative 7 torr. So you have a problem with actuality in that we're talking about to the negative 9 torr, which is orders of magnitude more significant to the negative 6 torr. So the seal itself and the human potential for building it has never been shown by example or demonstration to handle within to the negative 6 torr. So we're having a problem believing they've made it suits that sustain life and contain air pressure within a vacuum of to the negative 9 torr. I thought it was a different number earlier, but that detail is still irrelevant because to the negative 9 has never been demonstrated to have a functioning seal valve, any kind of system ever built on Earth to anywhere near that value.
So if I find you a product
if we're
which you
going
can
into
buy,
demonstratable, we're talking about to the negative 9 torr. And any history of any human ever building the potential to contain that is if you're talking about real life.
so if I provide you with a link to a product that you can buy that can pull 10 to the power of minus 11 torr, more than
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, CERN apparently makes claims of 10 to the.
No, I mean the product that you can put an order right now and receive it, I don't know, in about a month. Would that be satisfactory?
It's always
How
nice
are they
to cut
even going to
people off in the
quantify
middle
it?
of their
There's
sentences.
no. Oh, I apologize.
It was not you. It was you after the fact, but it was him. So anyway, CERN makes the claim that they've done 10 to the 11. They had an original expectation of 10 to the negative 14, but they couldn't reach it. Somebody allegedly did 10 to the negative 12 torr in a titanium sublimation pump, allegedly. I don't know. It really doesn't matter because what we're talking about here involves containers.
That's why I chose that word.
The elephant in the room. Be neat if somebody could do a graphic of a pink elephant-shaped container. I don't know how you'd blend the idea of the pink elephant and like a Ziploc Tupperware container, but I think it has potential.
I would say it's the elephant that is the room.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any valve or any kind of way to measure what the claim that is being made of the 10 to the negative 11 or whatever. I don't think there's any way to it would have to be a calculation, not a measurement, because there's no way to measure that.
-1, -11, doesn't matter. It's insignificant, allegedly.
Well, it's besides the point. Container.
Yep.
I don't want to press my saying this because it wouldn't follow what you'd have to say about it.
What was that cryptic statement?
I know these presumptive statements of, I know what you're going to say, so I'm not going to say what I'm going to say because I know what you're going to say. The fact that you said those words
No,
is counterintuitive
listen.
and illogical.
No, it's because I've had that argument before, and I don't want to have it again.
Therefore, I'm going to mention the fact that I've had this conversation and talk about the things that I know that you're going to say these things because I've said these things, and therefore I'm not going to have a conversation about what I don't want to talk about. I make perfect sense. I am a logical person. Look at me.
What? No. Literally, because all I had to say to the subject is literally something you do not believe in, and therefore I shall not mention it because you would not believe in it. And I knew
I'm going to talk about something that I know
You
that
know what, man? Will you just stop?
Did the chat just die?
Yeah, I think he died or something.
He got a phone call. But his point still stands. What was your? Why would you say that? Why would you even open your mouth and
All I
say,
literally said is that I stand by what the person was talking about, but I do not want to be a part of the disagreement or agreement because I don't want to be a part of it.
Then,
but
why would you open your mouth?
What he's, why am I not allowed
If
to?
you don't want to be a part of it, then don't be a part of it. When you open your mouth, you're becoming a part of it.
Well, I know that you're wrong, but I don't want to talk about it. I know that your whole worldview is a lie, but I don't want to talk about it.
Bro, will you just...
I don't want to talk about the fact that your worldview is a lie. Like, I don't want to talk about all the evidence that I have that's counter to
Will you
your
rub it any
worldview.
more in my face, man? Come on, rub it more in my face. Do it. Fucking
I don't
do
want
it.
to.
I don't care.
I don't want to.
Oh, he doesn't need to.
Well, then why are you doing it?
We can take turns. He doesn't need to be the only one. So, yeah, there's that.
I'm just exposing the
help.
absurdity of your statement.
I'll help rub it in your
The
face.
absurdity of my statement. All I did was literally support what he was talking about, but I didn't want to be a part of it. Else than saying that I support it.
Why are you
Can I
running
just
from
add
your own
3
claim,
cents?
Lucas?
Hold on real quick. I'm going to assume the word that you were going to use, Lucas, is gravity. Can I get back on track? Is that correct?
I'm not going to state anything about that because I said I wouldn't.
Okay, well, I just want to put that for the record because when somebody says, and Gospel Bear obviously, making this very apparent how serious this is. When somebody says, I'm not going to say something because you won't agree with it, whatever your statement was, it's actually the opposite. You see, gravity means weight. That's actually a flat Earth claim. Your claim would be bendy space-time balls flying around each other. So yeah, gravity is actually a flat Earth proof. Thanks.
Excuse me?
Oh, you can't hear now? So Globers have a hearing issue? Yeah, gravity would be a flat... Yeah, gravity's a flat Earth proof. Things go down. That's weight. Things weigh different. That's gravity. Whatever terminology doesn't matter. That's only possible on a stationary plane of existence. So that's our claim. Thanks.
No.
Yep.
I was going to say, you want to know what I was going to say? I was going to say,
no, I've already
gas also has a fucking force of mass.
No, the gas goes up. Gas goes up and goes in all directions. Even smoke, even particulates and matter go up
because
in all directions,
of a density.
Gas. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Gravity is a flat Earth claim. Things go down that are heavy. Thanks.
That's not what I'm talking about, though.
I know. I'm talking about reality. That's what I'm proving to the audience. That's our claim. Man. You don't even have a claim. Exactly. You can't even tell us what you're talking about. There's no claim.
Man, calm down. All right.
You'll never give a claim. You're already freaking out.
No, what do you want about? No, I'm not freaking out. What I'm just saying is that you need to calm your goddamn sense off because I can't even get a word out before you say anything. So you're
still doing it.
You're cutting me off constantly. Right now, you're cutting me off, and I will not have it.
You're basically just attacking the person now. Exactly.
No, what the hell are you about? No.
All right. I'm back. I'm back. I got a phone call. So check this out. Did you ever say the thing
No, I can't get to that because now the guy won't fucking stop.
Okay,
cutting
say it
off.
now. Say it
Say
now.
it right now.
All right. Well, I was gonna say, fucking atmosphere is not just it's also a mass. It's just a form of density that causes it not to be going out to but fucking space. Because gases still have a density.
Okay, you familiar?
And that also hence say that it's attracted to the larger mass below it, but you do not believe in that. So that's why I didn't want to fucking talk about it earlier, because all I would get is a bunch of other stuff I do not want to fucking talk about, because you would either...
all right. Hey, listen, I'm just going to mute you because you're annoying, first of all.
Yeah.
Okay. You. It's so sad. Boo hoo. Everybody's crying for you. Listen, I'm gonna give you an example of something to help falsify your basically help you not have the misconceptualization that you currently have with what you said about the density of gases. Look at all of the demonstrations of sulfur hexafluoride. Did you know that sulfur hexafluoride is more dense than the air around it? Did you know that when they put sulfur hexafluoride, they can pour it into a container? Did you also know that within that container, it will stay there for a time? Did you also know that after that time has passed, the sulfur hexafluoride will go elsewhere, despite the fact that it's more dense than the surrounding air? It will still escape the container. Did you know why? Because all gases, in order to have gas pressure, require a container. That means in order for gas to be contained, it must be contained. Hopefully you understand and you can look.
That doesn't disprove what I was talking about, because that is on a minute scale, and on atmospheric scales, it's a wholly different fucking matter.
Anything, Lucas. Lucas, you haven't proven anything. You're talking about beliefs.
I heard about.
Yeah, you're talking about belief system. You're talking about your belief system here. You have no proof at all. Why don't you come to your senses? Because you don't have proof of gases containing gases. You don't have proof of gases obtaining any shape at all without the assistance of a container. Do you now? Can you show
You're in
me
the chat saying there's growing disagreement with facts. What facts? You haven't brought any, Lucas.
Lucas, can you show me any example at all of gases obtaining any shape without a container?
I'm saying. But
here, hello?
Yeah, what?
Do you have proof of gases obtaining any shape at all without a container?
I don't need
Do other
that.
gases
It's
count?
not relevant.
Hey, let him answer. What'd you say?
I said I don't need that because it's still not relevant, because as I said
you don't need it. It's not relevant. Okay, how is it not relevant?
It's not relevant due to a gas in a container is only necessary when it's under a pressurized vacuum. No, not vacuum, but pressurized fucking.
So like the atmosphere, you say that would require a container. Then.
Honestly,
just like here on Earth.
Yeah, under the pressure of the atmosphere
on Earth, because we have pressure. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but for there not, bro, listen. For there not to be an atmosphere, bro. For there not to be an atmosphere, that pressure would, of course, dissipate into nothing.
Then stop saying atmosphere.
Yeah, but it's on minute scales.
Stop being a moron and stop using oxymorons.
What do you mean, being a moron? You will
take the shape of the container. They don't have an inherent shape on their own.
You will not be willing to put yourself in my boots for a split second and think about how it would work together in that way.
We were already in your boots, bro.
No, you weren't, because you were constantly putting against it. Constantly.
We used to believe the same thing until we decided to go look at the facts, and now we don't have to believe. We just go with the facts. You're still in belief.
No, bro. You know what? You can have a fucking great day. Honestly, I do not want to have you having a bad day, but I do not want to be a part of
So
this
you're
because this is
afraid of
gonna make
me
my
having
day
a
better.
breakdown. I don't live in a fantasy spinning space monkey
I
religion.
don't either. Have a good day.
Yes, you do.
Okay, now that he's gone, can I ask him?
Bye bye.
He's in the chat whining about people being in disagreement with the facts. And look at him.
They say container shape. Do other gases count?
All gases, they.
No, I mean a gas contained within another gas.
You don't have gases being contained by gas anywhere.
Actually, I remember an experiment.
Okay, what experiment?
I mean, it hadn't been done in this exact shape, but I think it can be changed.
We're not talking about shape here, bro. We're talking about gases.
No. Not in the exact same manner. Not as in just okay. Get a box or whatever. I mean, you don't even need a box. Just
a container. Okay, you don't need a box. Go ahead.
You need a stick and like somewhere with really still air, very little wind.
In a pressure system, because wind only occurs in a pressure system.
No, I mean whatever. I mean,
so we're in a pressure system. Then what?
Yeah, and you need a what do you call them? Neodymium magnet, really strong neodymium magnet, and a spectrum. Fuck English. A spectrometer.
Oh, you need a mass spectrometer. My goodness.
No, not mass spectrometer, like light spectrometer.
Oh, spectroscopy.
Is this something that happens in the natural world?
Sonny, we're up to 3 containers. Let's let him finish.
Is this something that happens in the natural world? Could you go on
which container did I say, Mr. Zoe?
We have the room you're in, the mass spectrometer in the room. So there's several containers. What's next?
I mean, spectrometers don't specifically need containers.
No claim.
Yeah, but it's already inside a room, which is a container, and the room
just go outside.
is inside of another.
Go outside.
Bro,
just go outside.
Sonny, is this something that's been done, or is this in the imagination?
I don't know. Are you just making this up?
I haven't seen this exact same experiment been done, but similar to other ones.
And so, what are you trying to state here?
Yeah, but if you
hold on,
ran that spectrometer in it.
Stop. What is the purpose of this?
What I'm saying is, if you could see the oxygen in the air,
bro, I don't want to know what you're saying.
The oxygen will form a bubble around the magnet inside air.
Go out and show this in nature.
I mean, neodymium magnets usually don't grow in nature.
Yeah, so it doesn't work.
But you said but you said you wanted.
He's already in a pressurized containment unit. Yeah, you're already in a pressurized containment system, bruh. I don't know why this is so complicated.
You're pressurized.
God,
what? No, you just said gas. I just asked you, can gas be a container for another gas? And you said no.
Yeah, it cannot be gas cannot contain gases.
Yes, you need several containers and a spectrometer. Congratulations.
You're talking about a magnet and gases. We're talking about gases containing gases by themselves without a container. Period.
Did the guy give up? He gave up. He had to leave.
I did.
He ran away.
I did give
I'm
up.
not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the other guy.
Yeah, he had to give up.
Yeah, he throws a fit and spirals out of here every time.
Not surprised at all.
So you're just going to be continued to be nailed to the wall if you keep saying things that don't relate to what's happening in reality, like gas pressure. You're trying to go against the natural laws of gases in this reality.
Sorry, Sonny. I'll probably get another call because that's just how it is sometimes. But what was his response to the sulfur hexafluoride comment I made?
I mean, I can answer you instead of him if you want.
Well, we're trying to find out what he said. I think he just left at that point.
All right, what's your response then, Trilicious? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me just open Paint.
Oh, dear heaven.
What do you think of my container in there, Gospel?
Is this real life? Let me just open up Paint.
No, you wanted. I mean, you wanted to talk about the
I love
exact
it,
same
Flatty.
experiment that when people pour sulfur hexafluoride in like an aquarium or a container or something, and they will put aluminum foil ships or whatever, and it will float, right? You're talking about that, and after a while it dissipates. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah. I don't
Um,
need pictures. Just
No, they help me not to, because I'm not a native English speaker, so it's easier for me to articulate my point with the help of pictures than. So,
seem to
okay,
be
whatever,
doing
you don't
things
care,
just
okay,
fine.
whatever. You have a Tupperware full of sulfur hexafluoride,
Yeah.
right? And it has a temperature. Like it's 23 degrees room temperature. So temperature is the average velocity of particles of any matter. The thing is, it's the average velocity of the particles, not all particles are moving at the exact same speed. So some of the particles will be moving upwards or sideways, or upward sideways, not just upward.
Are you talking about an open or closed system?
No, I'm just talking about that experiment. That exact same
No,
experiment.
we're not
Just
talking about
get a
that.
Tupperware, put it on the
Because it's
ground, and
not,
fill it with
because
sulfur hexafluoride.
it's not an experiment.
Phenomena.
Whatever, it's not a natural phenomenon. It's not part of a natural experiment in natural science.
No, he said why it gets out, and I'm gonna tell him why. I'm not saying that it occurs in nature or whatever.
Oh, so non sequitur?
No, I'm specifically answering his point. Exactly his point. Nothing else. So, where was I? Yeah, some particles will be moving slower than the average velocity. Some will moving faster, and some of them, they're moving all directions. Some of them will be moving upwards and sideways. So they go up and they deflect, and in average, many of them will not return to the container. And that particles is outside the original Tupperware full of sulfur hexafluoride. So when those particles that escaped go away, there is some extra free space which is filled with air, and over time this happens until the distribution of sulfur hexafluoride equalizes with the atmosphere.
Yeah, great. It has nothing to do with
no, I don't care. It has nothing to do with whatever. I just answered his point.
Yeah,
and it completely invalidates the initial claim. That was my point. Yeah, the second law of thermodynamics. I know, I get it. That's the whole point.
Plus, your little test with sulfur hexafluoride is in 3 containers minimal already.
Yes, of course it equalizes. That's the whole point. The argument was, well, it's about the density of the gases, and therefore, well, okay, but when we actually look at reality and you take into consideration what you're saying about the density of the gases, what you'll notice is that equalization always takes place. Gases must be contained. Gases must be contained.
So if you, for example, if you say we have a tube.
A container?
Yeah.
Yeah, a container, a tube. Like a container, whatever. Yeah, of course, a container.
Of course. Exactly. What are we talking about?
Like with a tube with the 2 caps screwed on, or filled or whatever. So it's just closed, contained system.
Contained, yeah. Okay.
Forget you're in a
And you got-
container already.
Go ahead.
Two different volumes inside that tube, and there is
Hold, stop there. Stop
medium
there. Stop
between
there.
them.
No, stop. Okay, maybe you didn't need to stop there. There's something separating, because two different in one continuous doesn't make any sense, right? So
yeah. There's a membrane between them.
A divider.
Container.
Yeah, divider, whatever. So if you open that divider, the pressure will equalize, right? If there's
that
different
is the
pressures.
second law of thermodynamics. Go on.
So you're saying it will equalize.
It's called the second law of thermodynamics.
No.
Go on.
Give me a yes or no answer.
If there's a pressure differential, yes, they will equalize.
So you're saying if you have a tube contained and two pressure gauges at the different ends of the tube, they will read the same number, right?
Not
it will
the same.
equalize.
They would eventually
No.
equalize.
Yeah, eventually, after, I don't know, a year.
You know, who cares
I
about the
don't
pressure?
know. It
You're
could be
inside of a
minutes.
container.
No, I
don't
mean,
get it.
yeah, that's why I'm saying, I mean,
Get to your
give
point.
it a lot of time so you can be sure it's equalized.
Okay, great.
And-
now make the gas stick to the outside of the cube.
Oh my gosh.
Please.
No,
What's
let
your
me
point?
continue.
You're not even making
now,
your point yet.
Now, okay, I'm continuing towards my point, please. So, for example, I mean, now we got the tube. Like, make it 10 meters, 30 feet. Put it vertically. And you will see a pressure difference between the bottom and the top one.
Prove it.
I have actually, I can't like physically prove it through Discord voice chat, but if we were in person, I would.
Great.
Okay,
You're
prove it.
inside of a container, first off. That's the first premise. You're inside of a container.
Yeah, you're inside a container. Yes.
Happening inside of a container.
Yes.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about your paradigm where it states gases are being contained by gases with no container. It's an open system.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
And when I say prove it, I mean prove it in the way that it's actually relevant and not, what would you call fallacy of misplaced concreteness? No, it's like the reverse of fallacy of misplaced concreteness.
Okay, because that is a point which needs to be made for me to continue after that. So if I continue after that, you're just going to say no, it won't happen.
Yep. So given that fallacies are perfectly okay for making valid points, go on. Yeah, go ahead and continue because that's how things work.
No, because I mean, you will see. No, it won't, or it will, or whatever.
Container.
Because we don't have the answer of this experiment. So make this tube really wide.
Container.
Yeah, container. Yes.
Container.
Yes, container.
When does it
make
stop?
it really
when does
wide?
it stop being a container?
Let me continue. You will. It's in my next argument. So the longer that tube, I mean, the width of the tube won't change the pressure difference between the top and the bottom. But the longer you make it, there's going to be more and more of a pressure difference. So when the more you go up, the less dense the whatever is going to be, whatever is there, like air, helium, hydrogen, oxygen, whatever gas you put in the first place.
Oh, and it all requires a container, and you're trying to tie it into the atmosphere gradient that you're talking about.
Yeah,
so I guess
gradient.
in
So
your
it
analogy, it must require a container.
Yeah, you will go up and until it's extremely thin, but still there. It will never disappear into nothingness.
And it all requires a container. Great. So your gradient that you're talking about
in
the air, your gradient in the air must require a container. Then great.
Yeah, the bounds of the universe.
That's really not analogous to your tube.
You haven't brought up thermal control.
There's not an infinite expanding vacuum inside the container of
thermal
your
control,
tube in your example.
Run coils over the tube and have the PID systems.
So you want to maintain the same temperature, or what do you haven't brought that up?
Same temperature,
That's
yeah.
important. You don't need, yeah. Oh, well then that's not analogous.
Or change the temperature. I mean,
so what do you want to do? Change it or keep it the same?
No, you can do either. Won't make a difference.
Oh, temperature has no effect on gas? Are you serious?
No, on this experiment, not on gas.
On this experiment, on this imagination adventure?
Yes, this imagination adventure.
And that's science, isn't it?
I mean,
It
to
is,
you, the grocery store is as imaginary as this. I mean, since you don't see it right in front of you.
Theoretical physicist, this is as scientific as it gets. Remember, leaps of logic. Leaps of logic. Oh, it's okay.
Hey, Gospel Bear, real quick. I mean, the guy, he's obviously new to this topic. If we could, is it possible that we could discuss the construct of what we can literally test and observe? Is that possible?
Demonstratable reality is an offensive topic to those that are taking leaps of logic. Because what happens when you're taking leaps of logic, you realize that you're Wile E. Coyote and you've run off the cliff.
Right. I mean, that's the thing. I always tell people first, Gospel, like this topic might not be your cup of tea. Like you might not like the fact that we've measured the plane of existence of reality. And, talking about something else is not relevant to what we've found. I know that. So I'm just saying, like, maybe is he interested at all the fact that we can prove that we don't live on a cartoon ball?
Well, I mean, he just argued that you need a container to have a pressure gradient. So,
right. So he's got the first step. Right. He's already disproven outer space. So he's on the home stretch. Let's help him out.
Mute yourself, Captain Dan, when you're not actively communicating. It takes discipline. I understand it's a little added layer of
2 seconds
work.
ago, the mic was still blocked, so I didn't even know.
I know. I know. I'm letting you know ahead of time so that nothing happens. It's not personal. It's just a matter of efficacy. It's frustrating when people like we do something with even the people we love. We do something with the people that are hot micing. Okay, so don't take it personal. It's all good. Just mute yourself when you're not talking.
Because I can't hear any of this noise you're talking about. If you could just say, "Hey, dude," and remind me.
But I don't want to say that every 5 seconds. So just mute yourself when you're not talking.
All right. Thank you.
That's how we get past this. The best. Thank you. All right.
We can skip the credit app, Gospel Bear. He doesn't have to fill one of those out. We can just get a quick, where you're from, how'd you find the place, like we used to back in Vietnam, and then see what happens.
All right, we've got Rondi, which is a male sex worker in Hindi, who has joined the conversation. Hello, Randy. Really? You know that it's a what do you call that? It's not a cuss word. It's a pejorative. It's an insult. There's a word for this. When if you call somebody a hoe, for instance, that's a what? I know it's an insult, but I feel like there's a special word that's skipping my whatever. It doesn't matter. Randy is a provocative,
derogatory term.
Yeah. Whatever the case. Hi, Randy. Welcome. You can say hello. Maybe you're not Hindi, so it would change the context of the meaning of your screen name. I have way too much of a fascination with languages.
Words.
It gets me.
You weren't trying to think of the word gigolo, were you?
No. I'm talking about Hindi. If you ever you'll hear you'll hear them say Randi Kalaho, or something like that. It's Hindi. They like to insult each other with creative. Listen to the way that people from certain regions in South Asia insult each other. They are very creative. They go places that I think are downright historical, to the Sodom and Gomorrah places, with how the Hindi-speaking people insult each other. Man, they are way more creative than Americans. That is something they have going for them.
I think in England, Randy means you're horny too.
Yeah, different context. There you go.
You smell wonderful, like the hoof of a goat.
Yeah. All right. Well, Randy, in the future, you can just go to VC check-in. We'll see you in VC check-in. Bye. Hi, Bunkytron.
Hello, sorry, I joined and muted myself and then off to have a cigarette, so...
Oh, that's okay.
Just thought I'd listen to what you were talking about before interrupting.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Any personal long-distance observations that you've made an effort to do?
Yeah, Gospel. Oh, you meant the other guy. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm talking about Monkeytron.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to... right, I've got enough power now. No, I did go and I did try to question my friend who's like a physicist and stuff, and a head teacher. He used to be a physicist. I guess he did a degree in it. Does that count? Whatever. I was very disappointed in his rubbish response to it. He was just completely dismissive. Wouldn't even entertain it as even like a fun thought experiment or something. That was very rubbish.
What did you ask him in particular?
I just said that I explained that I've been on here and that I decided to say that the Earth is going to be flat, and he basically grimaced immediately. I thought, well, that's fine. I expected that kind of thing. But then I said, you're not allowed to use anything that you haven't seen yourself as a principle. He just didn't like all of my lockdown position. He wouldn't go.
Being confined into reality, right? Like they don't like. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I wanted him to think out. I wanted him to go, right, well, all you need to do is, like, if you pour water down this thing with a bit of string here and then you tie a monkey to a tree, then you'll be able to, then it'll prove it or something. I was hoping something like that, but it's totally rubbish. Let me down. He wasn't interested.
Yeah, I'd like to stand out in front of a physics department and just ask one simple question. What about gas pressure? That's all I would want to ask them.
I should have what I should have done, and I might do next, is collect together a load of what you guys say are good, the killer points or the good points, and then just see how people like him react, how other people react, just catch them off guard and see how they will respond.
I have a thing is that no human military agency, anyone ever in the history of man, has directly measured Earth curvature that conforms to the geometry, and that there are observations that mandate the radius be off by like 16,000 miles.
Yeah, but the Earth is big as it is.
Hundreds of thousands of miles.
Isn't that bad.
All right.
I did think myself. I thought of one argument myself against you guys, which I don't know where you probably heard, but I thought, like, I know that I've seen loads of video footage of like space and stuff out in the atmosphere. I've seen that, whether it's fake or not, but I haven't seen the edge of the Earth ever. Why hasn't that been filmed?
Yeah. Can you go there?
Don't know.
Yeah, that'd be a good question. So, in regards to long distance, you're aware of some of the long distance things, like the 10,000 miles of the Marconi radio transmissions during daytime? Are you aware of CB radio transmissions of over 4,000 miles? Are you aware of long distance observations ranging from hundreds and even potentially thousands of miles?
Not in detail, no.
Yeah. I mean, these are the sorts of things to look into. But in regards to I've never seen the edge, the response that I would initially have is, what edge?
No, but I thought, all right, and I could be wrong here. I thought that the model, the flat Earth, there is some kind of ice sheets around the edge, are there not?
Yeah. Check this out.
Well, why is there no video footage?
Hold on. You take a conceptualization, and then you poke holes in it, right? And that can mean that there's issues with the conceptualization, which is fine. Okay, that's fine. But here's what is not a conceptualization. The surface is straight. The surface is flat. That's not a concept. That is actual.
It doesn't matter in this, what I'm saying here, is it?
Well, here's why it matters.
You're already having a panic attack, man.
here's
I'm
Monkeytron. This is why it matters.
Okay.
I just said it, right? The model or a conceptualization can have all sorts of issues. And you figure out, okay, well, that doesn't work. Something about this is wrong. Something about this is wrong. Fine. But what is most important, okay, is what can we know for certain? And again, the surface is straight, is flat, and we know that. Okay, all the other details of what is currently unknown is just simply that, unknown.
I absolutely do not want to annoy you, but I have to go back to if that is the case, then you can clearly go to the edge and film it.
No, what edge?
Wow, he's
well,
not
maybe
listening.
there is
He
an
can't
edge.
listen.
Then what is
That's
it?
my point.
If I go left.
Gospel, you got to tell him water continues after the Earth ends. I don't know why.
I'm fine.
Does it?
So.
Does it?
Monkeytron.
Sorry,
Monkeytron.
I don't want to upset you. I really
you're not upsetting me.
Go to a concept.
Oh my goodness. I'm fine, guys. Appreciate you. You can take over. I mean, I'm not going to try and hog the conversation either. But on the other hand, I don't actually need help right this second. I'm trying to say, Monkeytron, that preconceived notions. Okay. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Water must be contained in order for water to be where it is. Yes. Right? So there's a point at which the water is contained. Fine. Yeah. And that is known as Antarctica. Fine. Okay. But what's beyond that is a completely different question. Mutually exclusive of the fact that the surface is straight and flat. Get that through your head first. Then play your imagination games in regards to what else things might exist, right? Do water bears have a community, of friendship and camaraderie? Let me speculate about what water bears talk about, right? You can imagine all sorts of things in this reality. You may never know.
Sorry, can I ask a question? I don't know what a water bearer is. Can you?
It's tardigrade.
A what?
You being all into the evolutionary.
Me. Basically, yeah.
I'm surprised that you don't know what a tardigrade is, but here's a tardigrade. It's in the chat.
Oh, right. I'm going to have to go and look for that now. Damn it.
What do you mean? It's in the live stream voice text.
No, it's all right. It's just,
Why don't you take your edge question to the Globers? They promised you an edge. Where's that at?
Oh, right. Who's this little fella? Tardigrade.
I just have to state this real quick that if there was an edge found, that would just... I just want to state this real quick that nobody's claimed an edge. If an edge was found, that would disprove my beliefs. So I believe the waters encompass Earth. I'm just saying that the waters are bigger than what people understand. Yes, water.
Oh, you said.
XO, not nobody. The Globers claimed an edge.
I know.
He doesn't seem to be too worried about that.
That's correct. That's correct. I'm just pointing out the fact that every time we come to the end of Earth, which is a claim, the Earth ends, the water continues. I've yet to meet anybody that's ever said there's an edge.
There you go. There you go. You've answered my question perfectly. Because
the waters continue. That's what we experience in reality.
There should be some video evidence of it, but if there isn't, and it just goes on and on and on for whatever reason, fine. That's why. That's why. Cool.
Well, that's a misunderstanding, though, and it's still an excuse to hide from what we can prove. That's the thing. The government says I can't go there anyway, so why would I have to provide that? They don't show us what's in Antarctica, so how could I? Duh. Do I have billions of dollars to go there and show you what? They can't, so how could the XO? How could God?
Oh, hang on a minute. Antarctica does exist, doesn't it? There's scientists living.
Yes, that's our claim. That's what we're claiming. Antarctica exists. You're saying, where's the edge? We're not claiming an edge. We're claiming Antarctica, and the military can only show us a few miles in. That's nothing compared to the size of Antarctica. You don't believe in Antarctica. You think it's just some little sickle. You think it's a slice of paper somewhere. That's the point.
I do not. Don't put words
it's bigger
in my
than your
mouth,
cartoon imagination. Right, but it's yeah, but you keep asking us to prove things that's in your imagination.
I
That's the
don't
thing. You don't
keep
even have
doing
a
that
claim
at all. I don't
Listen,
keep doing that.
here's
Look,
the point: is that you're confirming the Earth is a plane of existence under the heavens. There's no claim to an edge. There's a claim to an end, and at the end, the waters continue. That's what the military shows us. That's what everybody that's ever gone out there shows us.
Okay, cool. Okay. Look, all I said was I went away. I tried to get some answers from a physicist friend who was just incredibly annoyingly dismissive. But then I did think about it myself, so I'd have something to bring back to talk about. And I thought, well, this and I haven't seen that, and that's it. That's literally all I was saying.
Right. So can I just end this part of it? So can I just point this out? So you're claiming that you don't know, right? You're just saying I don't know. You're agnostic to the topic.
Pretty much, yeah. I'm saying I don't know,
Yes,
but deep
that's fine. No, that's perfect.
Deep down, I'll be honest. Deep down, I think that it is a circular thing.
Yes, well, you have a religious belief. Yeah, you have a religious belief, but you're being honest that you have no evidence for it, just like everybody else.
And I'm suspending what I know. In terms to have this brilliant argument with you guys here. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to be as honest as I can.
It's not an argument. Monkeytron.
Discussion.
No. Bro. You want to deduce this into some type of philosophical, exercise of some kind. Okay? It's not that. I've said this to you more than once. You can literally look and see for yourself. You can make your own observations, and you can falsify the claim that the Earth is a ball. It is as simple as that. All the implications you can speculate on. All of the what about this and what about that you can speculate on. Look at what actually is and get that concrete in your mind. Fix yourself in reality first before you take adventures in imagination la la land. Or don't, and just believe what believe that you can make reality whatever you want it to be in your imagination, and don't live in reality. Some people do that, but it hurts me when I recognize people that are mentally capable. I don't think I'm giving you too much credit, but the people that are mentally capable of handling
Whoa, what happened there? Hello?
Another phone call.
Yeah, we'll be right back. Don't you worry. But yeah, man, it's just like it's part of the evolution religion. I don't know if you know this, but outer space balls is part of your evolution belief system, and people don't realize it's actually all one packet.
No, I can see how it is all linked together, actually. I know that people talk about evolution and they will come back and go, no, you're talking about space, that's a different thing to evolution. But it is all part of one package, I agree with you. It is.
Excellent assertion.
Being what's the word? They're being... I can't think of it.
Same paradigm.
They're not being correct. They're not being fully honest with you. They're being disingenuous. That's the word I was looking for.
And that goes for flat earthers too. Flat earthers will lie to me if I'm trying to point out something that, you know what I mean? So that goes for both sides, right? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. It's a fallacy we all fall into sometimes. Actually, no. Being disingenuous is not that. Being disingenuous is like you decided to say something that you know isn't true to someone else. That's disingenuousness. And I think that's actually that's not true either, is it? Because sometimes people do it by mistake. Like the evolution people.
Negligence.
Well, that's not negligence. That, and it's like, well, yeah, there you go, negligence of being right, just explaining what you mean, which is, we all have trouble with that.
I would like to compare it because it's the same argument. You see, everything we experience in reality, nobody's adjusting for curvature or spin. And in all of biology, it's the same. In biology, all systems are already functioning, so there's no room for evolution. Just like there's no room for curvature, that's how everything in reality already works. And actually, every honest scientist, every model ever made is based on that understanding that the information already exists and we're not adjusting for something outside of our experience.
No, you can't. It's impossible. Oh, hang on. You can infer things, but they're not as good. It's not as good evidence as something that you can actually test right now. But you can infer certain stuff based on other stuff. I mean, we kind of have to, whether it's correct or not. We kind of have to as beings, don't we, in order to not get eaten by tigers and stuff. You don't have to have seen a tiger. You've seen some. If you come across some people and all their arms are bitten off, and they go, "And there's a tiger in there," you're like, "Okay." That
Right.
might
So
well
when
be.
right, let me give an example of that. So when you or a monkey or a dog sees a large tiger, all three of us, me, the monkey, and the dog, already have the ability to understand the danger. Again, removing any possibility for evolution. We already have the ability.
Yeah, but we're scared. Even if you don't see the tiger, the growling sound, it could be. Yeah, exactly. Where does it come from? It is fascinating. You know, someone goes, "Rawr," you're just like, oh shit, that's worrying. Why?
So how is it possible then
Where
for
does that come
anybody to believe in? Well, let me just ask this, monkey. How is it possible to believe in any part of Darwinian style or Egyptian style evolution when everything in reality depends on no evolution? That's what my question.
Well, I don't know. From my point of view, as a child, I really liked dinosaurs. And then I read this big, massive book that was as big as me, basically. It was massive. It wasn't as big as me, but it was pretty much my chest size big. But it was for kids and stuff. And it showed all the planets moving around and stuff. And then it started describing different animals coming out. There's that fish that came out of the sea. I was like, oh, this is cool. And then there was basically, I really enjoyed that story. And they've changed it all now. Apparently, they were all feathered, probably even the fish or something. But the reason
which is a
I like
huge lie.
evolution is that more than anything else. It's just because I really liked that story, and I thought it made sense.
Well, that's the thing. That's how they hook us because I did too. I know. Yeah. They hook us with this as a child. They tell us these stories and it's fascinating to a young boy, you know?
Yeah,
It's
massive
fascinating
monsters.
to me. Yeah, I wanted to know all about it and I'm like, and I still sometimes wonder why there aren't like saber-toothed cats still around. Like
Yeah.
if they existed at all, I think there's pretty good evidence that they did. You know, they have whole animals, apparently, allegedly. You know, I've been to the La Brea tar pits myself several times.
Cool. Yeah, I'd love to go there.
With my children. And you can actually see where now you can see them whole bodies in tar.
What do they look like? Describe it. That sounds.
Well, they've dug it out and you can see the tar and it doesn't look like they faked it. It looked to me like even like my memories of it now, it looked real and they have mastodons and mammoths and short-faced bear and
those tar pits were a proper problem, weren't they, back in the day? If that,
like I don't know. Apparently, there was a completely different environment. It was much more temperate at that time. It was probably from their story, they say it was more mountainous and many more features. Like this in Southern California, we're talking about in the LA basin, which is one of the flattest places. You know, a big, huge area of nothing but flat with lots of oil underneath the ground. It's it's a very strange place geologically speaking. But yeah, it looked amazing to me. Like it didn't look like it was made up because you can actually see the tar bubbling still. I don't know.
So that's a question. I mean, are you being unique here or something, or do most flat? Actually, what? Maybe I'm about to ask a question that's nonsensical. What do most flat earthers think? And so far this evening,
there's no such thing. Yeah,
there's a
no such
range.
thing.
There's a range, isn't there? Clearly,
Think about it depends on what.
But monkey, there's no such thing because there are
Sorry.
Yeah, there's no such thing, right? Because there's so many different people here. But I'd like to point out that some dinosaurs are still alive, and that's the thing is that they live throughout all of history. That's why we find some of them still alive now. We also find thousands of things in the fossil record that are still alive today. So there's no claim. I mean, cockroaches
birds,
are still cockroaches.
definitely.
Lizards, yeah, birds are still birds. Everything is still the same. There's
No,
no
but you know
evolution.
that
So
book. You know that book.
hold on, Monk. I just got to point this out.
Right.
That the entire fossil record actually complies with the biblical story. The reason we have fossils is because there was a flood. That's why we have the fossils. Yep.
Oh, I didn't want to get into the biblical thing.
No, that's just me. That's just me, Monkey, not you. That's just me.
Fair
Nobody
play.
wants to go there. Don't even worry. Yep.
Listen, Monkeytron, you don't have to get into the biblical thing. You can actually stay scientific about it. So listen,
I don't mind going there.
the only thing that's ever happened that we know for sure about different kinds of animals here on Earth is that they've gone extinct. That's it. This leads to the fact that there were more at the beginning. It points to a point.
Less now. That's true. No
It
question.
points to a point in time when all these things were created at one time.
Yeah. Well,
Then
not
there's
all at
something
once in
else.
full form, of course, but yes, it does.
Monkey, let me ask you this question. Does it make you at all suspicious or uncomfortable that folks like Manly P. Hall and other occultists originated the concept of evolution from teachings passed down to them from the Mystery Babylon schools?
And people like Albert Pike,
No, it doesn't. I'd need to know more information about that.
and
before
people
I
like
form an opinion
people like
about it.
Albert Pike, and Darwin, they're all in the same group of people. They believe the same thing.
Possibly.
And by the way,
No,
those
I don't know
people
enough.
that are
I
listen,
think
those
I'm
people that are
honest.
evolution.
Don't know enough about that.
Wait a second. I'm just
Give me
tie
a
a little
link.
bow real quick. Hold on. I'm just going to tie a little bow in this real quick about that. So all these people, they're the evolutionists. They're the Darwinist people. They're also the racist. They're the ones that were the founding members of KKK.
Oh, and also the are you coming from the point of view of the the old Nazis getting rid of the Jews and stuff? That what's it called?
They're all on the same side.
Hypogenic or something.
It's all Kabbalistic. Listen, because they've compartmentalized our brains, to thinking these are all separate things. They're all part of the same Kabbalistic religion. All of it. Communism, Nazism, socialism, all of it is based on a godless, Darwinistic state.
We're drifting into religion here, but that's okay.
Well, that's because
I don't consider right. I think there's a difference between a religion and an ideology. They're two different things.
Well, if you have an ideology, if you have no proof to back it, then it is textbook definition religion.
I don't think it is. I just don't. I mean, religion requires some kind of belief in something supernatural, whereas an ideology can just mean something that most Americans, for example, are quite capitalist. That's an ideology.
It is supernatural. That's my point. So I said in the chat, evolution isn't a scientific principle. It's a religious teaching passed down from the Mystery Babylon schools. And when you read the occultists like Manly P. Hall, which I posted the document, you can see for yourself that these ideologies are handed down by these people. It has its religious origins. It is not scientific. It is not empirical. It is a religious thing.
I'm a hippie socialist, apparently, Quantum Lovelace.
Well, the thing is,
you're not too far off.
Monkeytron, I think you might, Monkeytron, hold on. In your joviality, I think you might be missing the point that he just made. That these people actually were putting forth.
I heard him, but he didn't give me a link. I want a link to that.
I did. I pinged you. I put it in the chat.
There's thousands of links.
Oh, you pinged me. Sorry, if you pinged me, that's different.
Thousands of links on this topic about how they are religious people, and they're honest about telling you this. If you go look at their information and their statements, they're going on a religious base, a spiritual kind of basis.
Gotcha.
For evolution.
Thanks, man.
That's actually, unfortunately, not the long version. It's actually 100 pages longer. I don't know. There's 2 formats of that book. I don't know if the one I sent you is.
Hey man, it's a good start, isn't it? At least I can look at that and then
So
come back.
yeah. So
do everything.
Manly P. Hall mentions evolution 38 times in this 720-page book that he wrote, titled "The Secret Teachings of All Ages." Famous occultist Manly P. Hall, and there's a lot in there. It's very exposing unless you're excited about that, right? Like you might identify as as an occultist yourself. I don't know, but I tend to think that I'm opposed to the occultists. I expose them. And I also expose the connections of the occultist to all sorts of narratives in our modern era. Evolution is no exception.
But this is again, this is religion now, and not flat earthism. Are we there?
I know. Evolution came up, so I'm pointing out how religious evolution is. We can move on back to the empirical fact that Earth's surface is flat and straight, and you can prove it for yourself, and we don't have to talk about other silly things. You're absolutely right.
Me, teacher.
What's
teacher,
the point of
right here? Oh.
Okay, come on, that's what we're talking about.
Oh man, let me just say one thing. The reason we did that gospel when you were on the phone, and he actually agreed, and I was actually very impressed by Monkey. And I hate to admit that he was very impressive because let me just get this out.
I'm not.
Let's listen. Just hold on. Just relax. Don't let me take it back, Monkey. Just relax. So I mentioned that this religion, the religions that they teach us about outer space and the ball earth, magical cartoon cosmology, it's all evolution. And that's the thing, is that you can't get away from religion because it's all part of the evolution religions. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, they like to say, "Oh, you're talking semantics now," or something, won't they? They'll say, "No, there's cosmic evolution, and there is actual evolution, but really, it all fits into the same." You used a word, and I agreed with it.
He's right. I cannot believe how right he is, Gospel. I'm really impressed with this guy, how he got that.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. He's not a 90 IQ guy, or right. Anything south of 90 by any means. I've known this about him through our hours of conversation that we shared. So that's why I have certain expectations and hope. And that's, you asked the question, why are we doing this? It's to help deprogram people. It's to help provide people with the opportunity to falsify the claims themselves and not to just take liars' words at face value, because, well, first of all, most people don't realize that they're liars. And by they, I'm referring to entities like NASA, but not exclusively NASA. But anyway, to do your own research and discover these things for yourself.
Yes.
Be empirical and so on.
Yeah, so many people don't, including myself, including all of us, really. We don't research stuff as much as we should. We should do it more.
Appeals to populace, appeals to authority.
Yeah. Don't just assume all this crap.
And don't also have a false belief that you can't know. That would be grave error.
Oh, I don't know. I quite like the idea that you can't know some things.
I didn't say some things. I would agree with you that there's some things we'll probably never know. But what I'm talking about is the things that we evidently can know, such as I can measure the boards that are in my garage. I can measure my porch. I can measure things, right? This is something I can know. It doesn't have to be philosophical by any means.
No.
And by no, you mean agreed?
I said, no.
You only said the word no, so I'm just...
Yeah, no, it wasn't very good, was it?
Wasn't clear. You mean agreed?
I was thinking at the same time. Because you were talking about measuring boards in your garage, and I was thinking about, or garage. You said garage, didn't you? Whatever.
Yeah. I'm an American.
Yeah, exactly. We say garage.
I understand.
Doesn't matter.
You do you understand though?
Yes.
That's
But
different than the question of what's beyond the border of Antarctica. Like, you understand how me being able to measure some boards in my garage is different than what's beyond the border of Antarctica? Like, you understand the difference between those two things,
well, that's
right?
a massively different thing. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, but I can know the length of the boards in my garage.
And you're right that, I mean, is there anywhere? Hang on, who said where that place was that was really flat?
There's a lot. There's salt flats all over the world.
Yeah.
There's water all over. Huh?
That's the biggest one. So that's where you could do a science with a bit of string or something.
Water's better.
Oh, yeah, water. Water's a good
Water's better because it's by default level.
Unless there's some kind of pressure pushing it over. I mean, it isn't level over a waterfall, is it? Curves, definitely then.
Water at rest.
Yeah, water at rest, sure.
Contained water is level. Yes, there's waves.
What you would expect.
It doesn't matter.
Right, if there was right, okay, I'm just thinking, if there was a massive ice flat, salt flat, and then there was this big trough we put all the way across it, as big as we could get, filled it with water. If the Earth is curved, you would expect the depth of the water at each end to be deeper than that in the middle, wouldn't you?
Not a globe earther. They wouldn't expect that, and here's why. They would just say that you can't build anything straight. You can only build everything curved, because in the mind of a glober, everything is curved. There's no such thing as straight, ever.
It's interesting.
Well, is it?
That's
or
right.
is it?
Or
Hold on. Or is that sophistry?
I don't know what sophistry is. You'd have to explain it.
I'll look it up and show you the definition.
That's all right. You're allowed to look up the definition as well. That's fine. No, yeah, I use words. I don't know what they mean.
A little cringy?
No, I know what it means. Cringy? I don't like to say, like even 99% accurate state. I'd rather give you the source.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I meant.
Of the meaning. So, specious but fallacious reasoning. Sophistry applies to reasoning as sophism to a single argument. It means to make impure. Sophistry is also another colloquial. It's colloquially used as word magic, deceiving people with fancy language.
Yes, exactly.
So that's what sophistry is. So
us British do that a lot, by the way. I don't know if you've noticed in America.
Yeah,
totally do. Bring out the Latin, confuse people. Deliberate and yeah. Anyway, good. I learned what that word meant.
There's a really good example of this flat. Now it's bumpy, but it's also flat in this music video. Whoops, I did not. I'll post the music video. Copy link.
It's definitely a good. I mean, this is definitely a place to do experiments. These places that you've mentioned that are really flat on Earth. There was one place someone mentioned earlier where it was huge and flat. It was like, this is the perfect place to have a look and see.
Yeah, check out this music video. It's a neat remix of the Linkin Park song. It's a neat music video, but
will I be able to take it? Linkin Park.
What?
Come on, we've all got our own musical tastes, dude. That's what I'm saying. Will I be able to take it? All right.
Yeah, I understand it. It's not my cup of tea most days either. I like the remix though, but I like the visual appeal of what they're doing here. So around the 45-second mark, they're driving on ice.
Right, I'm going to go and have a look, and I'll be right back because this will cut this off. Obviously,
it's extremely
45
flat.
second marks. Okay, let's have a look. How flat it is.
It's allegedly going 160. I don't know if it's kilometers an hour or miles, but I don't know. It's a pretty neat music video.
Cool mountains. It's a good video. Right, there we go. 41. Yes. Right. Yes. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, we can still hear you.
All right.
Yeah.
But
You're making it sound so awkward when you're watching that video.
I'm just enjoying it. Oh, imagine getting sideways on a massive. Oh, right. It's quite flat, but it's.
Talk about
Yeah,
the
ain't it?
play-by-play, Monkeystron. Thanks for the play-by-play of your mental processes.
Yeah, there you go. It's a gift.
You
There's a
really,
wolf. There's a wolf. We all love those guys.
you're really bringing us along on a journey here.
Right, that's enough. I saw the lake bit. That's that.
All right.
That's quite good because normally, when you start watching stuff on YouTube, it cuts off the Discord. Maybe there's been an update somewhere. Better.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. All right. Well, anyway, if you're confused at this point about how you can go about making long-distance observations to falsify the geometric claim that Earth is a ball and of a certain size that they claim it is, and you don't know how to falsify that claim, I don't know what to tell you because I feel like we've gone over this multiple times.
Yeah, no, we're done. We're done. We're kind of done with that. I've just been enjoying talking to you guys and
Well, I want you to see for yourself someday.
For a change. Yeah, which
I want you to see for yourself someday. That's what I want.
Yeah, and I'm exactly. That'd be good. That'll be a location to go to on holiday or something, won't it? Just go there. Right, hang on, I've got something I want to just try. Aha! Something along those lines. Plus, you're all really nice people and you're easy to talk to as well, which makes you a good spot. Well, mostly. Anyway, I'm off for a bit.
All right.
Food for thought. I'll see you guys later at some point, hopefully.
All right. Till next time.
Ta-ta.
Ta-ta. So British.
See you, Monkeystron.
In a bit. In a bit.
Have a good
All right,
day.
Tetra, you have been unmuted. Feel free to say hello.
If the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,000...
Hasta la vista, baby.
I'm going to headbang myself. I'll be right back.
I stopped it.
Was that it?
Yeah, he's quite vulgar last night. Should have been perma-banned, but I guess there's no way to avoid him.
Yeah.
Make these new things. He ought to be perma-banned after what he said last night. Who cares what the reason is? Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, Monkey, and that's true with a lot of people. There's some people out there that are really fantastic sober, and they go downhill like a rock when they're intoxicated. And my buddy, Skygazer, is one of them. He's a great guy when he's sober. He is the most obnoxious bull in a china shop porcupine that you ever did meet, insulting he's the angry fighter drunk that just wants to, he's bad. It's an issue. Poor guy. Very few people are even very well aware of what Skygazer is like when he's sober. He's basically a different guy altogether. It's wild.
That's what it does to people.
Yeah.
But
have you spoken
unfortunately,
to Tetra, Gospel Bear?
Here's how it's similar. Here's how it's
Tetra's
similar
pea
to
drinker.
the globe.
Whoever just asked that question.
Here's how it's similar to the globe believers. Here's how being drunk is similar. They don't realize how drunk they are. The Glovers don't realize that they're acting drunk with their logic. Same thing.
Drunk with their logic, completely entrenched and enveloped in an occultist teaching that's been handed through the ages. Like they're oblivious, and they need to be shown. And if they're okay with that, then so be it. They're showing their true colors, so to speak, that they are willing participants in the occult schools, or they go, oh, I don't want to have anything to do with that. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
So briefly, you either Elijah, because I see you hot mic or something.
Oh, good. I had
Cool.
restarted the phone. I was trying to jump in, but okay.
So
So I'll go on.
I did a live stream last night on the topic of Manly P. Hall's Secret Teachings of All Ages, exposing
Oh,
the
please
Enoch,
send that.
the
Yeah.
Enoch thing, and then I went on to how Manly P. Hall has an extreme fascination and actually obsession is a better word with the Tetragrammaton. So that was interesting. And then, Manly P. Hall talks about evolution a lot. So, so when you just look into the occultist teachings and you see where all this stuff is coming from, if you want to keep on that train, keep on that train. But otherwise, you may want to get off that train. But yeah, I can send it to you.
Yes, it's one thing where you're like, I don't think XYZ is real, but then it's ironic when you picked up certain behaviors that will come from people that actually they don't believe that X, Y, and Z isn't real. Rather, they oppose it and despise it. And so everything they're doing is a disrespect to that thing. And it's like we pick up those behaviors and we're like, I'm just wearing this. Oh, I'm just saying this. I'm just making this pose. No, but those are all things that anyway. I don't want to because I'm trying to say it and not say it. Anyway, whatever. It's just weird.
I don't know what Spake is talking about. NASA destroyed at here. Is he? I don't. What is Panto in the chat? No, I don't. The cartoon fell. I don't. Yeah, I don't know what he's referring to. Know what you're referring. They flushed the ISS down the pan completely. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Oh, okay. I'm looking. Oh yeah.
So where are you gonna? Did you post
That's
it?
good. Yeah. So Panto did it. It's called Link's Cartoon Fell. I'll post the. Are you talking about my video or the thing he's talking about?
Your video.
Okay. Yeah, I pinged you with my video. At the 15-minute mark.
Okay. Thank you.
And then reply. Yeah. Wow. Hilarious. So yeah, Panto, I don't know if you can hear me, but yes, I did watch, and yeah, that is unexplainable. There's no excuse. You can't say perspective. You can't. Yeah, that's a literal impossibility of an instantaneous 90-degree rotation in 1 second or less. Yeah, no. Yeah. Doesn't work that way. Doesn't work that way. Because it's perpendicular. It really doesn't. Yeah, doesn't work. But anyway, did you get the link, Elijah?
As soon as I stop, I'll grab it. But
that's fine.
I, unlike everybody else, I know how to search up names, and it's like people don't understand how awesome Discord is.
Yeah, bro. It's a great platform.
I mean, where'd you put it? I can't find it. Now, mind you, I don't make